Volume 23, Chapter 1108, The Flicker Beneath the World's Eye. At the heart of the virtual star world, suspended above the boundless starsea, floated a colossal construct of shimmering light and geometric structure shaped like a neon eye, and almost everyone who had been in the virtual star world called that neon eye the world's eye. In truth, there was also some truth to this name because this eye was the source code incarnate. This omniscient hub connected every star island, trade node, and soul avatar that roamed the virtual star world, whether in the mortal realm or the legendary spectrum Sky City. From afar, it resembled a tranquil eye of a god, with its iris a spinning vortex of liquid starlight, its pupil a black hole where all light vanished. It pulsed softly, steady, rhythmic like the very heartbeat of this digital cosmos. Countless streams of energy like souls, data, and loin-coded consciousness flowed to and from the eye, connecting it to every corner of this world. It was serene, perfect, an untouchable divine mechanism. But right at that moment, in the silence of its core, something shifted. It was merely a faint, untraceable ripple of static that undulated across the eye's luminous surface. It was so faint it could be mistaken for a rendering glitch. Its light dimmed for a fraction of a second before returning to normal. However, thereafter, another flicker surfaced within the reflection of its star-forged depths, as if a shadow had crept. It was an abstract blur of silver-black lines, threading through its code and embedding itself deeper, but no alarms rang, no warnings triggered, and not even sentinels stirred. The anomaly was too elegant, too perfectly synchronized with the eye's own code before it vanished, like a whisper swallowed by a roar. But it was without doubt that within the world's eye something had taken root, and now it was like a presence that watched the watcher. In another location, far below the serene glow of the world's eye, within the luxurious layers of the legendary spectrum Sky City, stood a grand complex of blazing light and opulence, featuring a massive ethereal shifting sigil that reads, "The Upstar Casino." Unlike ordinary pleasure halls, the Upstar Casino was more than a den of luck and greed. It was a digital palace crafted from pure energy and legend. Its towering spires shimmered in fractal colors, ever shifting with the will of its patrons. The ground was a river of starlight, and every table, every machine, radiated an aura of wealth and danger. The air itself was heavy with emotion, filled with hope, despair, euphoria, and ruin, each resonating through the casino's central crystal dome. Here, fortunes were not merely won or lost, they were rewritten. Furthermore, within a place like the legendary Plains, where the lifespan of a legendary state-rank expert could reach over 1,000 years, this was a very popular place to seek entertainment and enjoy a rare thrill of gambling, just like a blood-boiling battle. That's why many legendary rank experts who didn't like the thrill of bloody battles or simply lost interest in it shit to this place to enjoy the high stakes of gambling with their accumulated wealth. In the uppermost section of this grand hall, beyond veiled portals guarded by spectral gatekeepers, was the VVIP chamber, also known simply as the Royal Table. Only those with an initial balance of 1 billion Zodiac credits could enter this sanctum. Even legendary kings rarely visited, for it was here that the true apex gamblers, those who could stake entire fortunes of small powers and not flinch, tested their gambling skills. Inside the Royal Table, a vast circular room glowed in subdued gold. The floor was made of translucent onyx, reflecting galaxies beneath it. 5 thrones of dark glass surrounded a levitating, rune-carved table where threads of golden data twisted like living serpents. At the table's center spun a crystalline sphere, the core of wagers, a device that absorbed, evaluated, and redistributed all the bets, its pulse marking each phase of the game. 5 figures sat in solemn focus, each one radiating the quiet, terrifying poise of someone who had gambled more than just wealth before. At the far side of the table sat a woman draped in a flowing black and crimson gown that shimmered like liquid night. Her silvery white hair cascaded down her back, glinting faintly with digital sparks. Although her peerless face was covered in a veil, her eyes, icy violet, burned with both fury and exhaustion. A faint black crown-like ornament rested upon her head, glowing with the symbol of a crescent star. Behind her veil, her lips were pressed into a thin line, and her fingers tapped against the table in an uneven rhythm. It was a rhythm of barely contained wrath. Her aura exuded charm and danger, a predator's grace wrapped in elegance, but her expression was that of someone on the edge of ruin. All around, the other 4 players, adorned in their luxurious robes and jeweled insignias, watched her with faint smirks. They had seen it 1,000 times before. The look of a gambler standing at the brink of oblivion, and that woman was about to lose everything. The golden orb in the center pulsed, projecting the current status of the match. 4 names glowed brightly, while hers dimmed near zero. Final phase commencing. A neutral, synthetic voice announced as new runic cards materialized above each player's hand. Her gaze darkened further, her slender hand tightening into a fist. "It's rigged, damn it," a faint curse passed through her lips, but it was inaudible to others because of the setting of the royal table. However, her energy was turbulent like a volcano ready to erupt. Her composure cracked for just an instant, which was visible as day to the others, and the other players exchanged knowing smiles. As seasoned gamblers, they knew that it was the unmistakable scent of desperation, and in the upstart casino, desperation was the scent of defeat. However, just as the final card materialized above the table, her pupils contracted because a faint buzz whispered through her mind, like distant static. Then came a voice, flat, mechanical, and emotionless, Lady Dreamy. I've successfully infiltrated the core of the virtual star world. Her eyes widened, but just slightly, the storm behind them stilled. Her clenched jaw loosened, and a strange gleam passed over her face, a blend of disbelief and dawning, icy amusement. For a moment, no one at the table noticed the shift in her aura as her lips curved slowly, subtly into a wickedly serene smile. The kind of smile that made the temperature in the room drop, though no one understood why. She murmured under her breath so low that only she could hear it, "Does this mean I can go wild?" The golden sphere pulsed, marking the last countdown of the match. But now her gaze shimmered with something no longer human. Her despair had vanished, and in its place was calculated, lethal glee. The long-awaited nightmare plan had finally breached the beating heart of the virtual star world, and its first echo was about to erupt from the gambling table. Chapter 1109, Code Devour, Part 1. At this moment, Jacob was within the mechanized Sovereign Tower's first floor, the control hub of the entire tower. The dim obsidian light that shrouded the chamber flickered in alternating patterns of black and gold, as each pulse synced with the resonance of the two beings locked in confrontation. Witnessing this confrontation, Jacob's hollow sockets were fixed at the center of the control hub where the black octahedron, Black Mechanic's actual body, rotated steadily, its surfaces glowing with intricate runes that represented the spirit mechanic's evolved consciousness. Suspended before it, entangled in thousands of strands of shadow-like data threads, was the crimson pentahedron, the captured machina core of the Dark Rose. Its glow dimmed and brightened intermittently, like a heart struggling between life and dissolution. The black strings binding it weren't physical. They were woven from pure mechanical will, every strand a line of code written in the mystical runic language. At this moment, Black Mechanic's static voice sounded from the floor, "Sir, I'm ready to take over. Required your permission to activate the innate aspect." Jacob's eyes of judge flickered with a hint of anticipation as he already knew what the Black Mechanic was about to do and nodded, "Proceed." The next moment, the black octahedron lit up, and a mystic aura spread before Black Mechanic's voice sounded, "Permission received from the owner. First try at turning the red rank spirit mechanic, the machina unit of Dark Rose, into the machina unit of Black Mechanic, activating innate aspect, Code Devour. Program dominance. Code Devour was another innate aspect of the SNIM race, just like the network domain aspect, and a spirit mechanic can only awaken it when they reach the blue rank. Yet there was only 1% chance of awakening this aspect, making it extremely precious and rare. The innate aspect Code Devour allows high-ranking spirit mechanics to overwrite the consciousness of weaker spirit mechanics or any spiritually intelligent-derived systems. This helps them instantly take control over any artificial systems within range if their rank is lower or unprotected. The only flaw of this innate aspect was that against equivalent rank spirit mechanics, there was a chance that it wouldn't work, raising the risk of backlash or superior rank spirit mechanics. Last but not least, if the enemy spirit mechanic also has Code Devour innate aspect, the other party can retaliate. Then it all turns into an all-out battle of superior mechanical skills, and only one of the spirit mechanics battling in this battle would live while the other would be taken over. As for using it against superior rank spirit mechanics with Code Devour innate aspect, it was akin to committing virtual suicide. Jacob, who was watching the Code Devour at work for the first time, couldn't help but think about what Black Mechanic had told him before. Black Mechanic said that after it mutated into Black Spirit Mechanic, all his racial aspects had undergone mysterious changes that it had no information about. The network domain has become more powerful, which also made the nightmare plan possible, which was impossible for Black Mechanic when it was within the Timeless City. Now let's see about this Code Devour. Can it turn the red spirit mechanic under Dark Rose control into his machina unit, a superior spirit mechanic? Within the infinite space, there shouldn't be any connection with Dark Rose, so it should be easy. The moment Black Mechanic activated the Code Devour, at once the black octahedron's surface rippled and thousands of data runes ignited across its planes. These runes then detached as floating off like motes of black flame before converging toward the crimson pentahedron. When they touched, the crimson surface hissed with resistance, sending shockwaves of powerful energy through the air. Inside the space, Jacob observed quietly, his skeletal frame unmoving, his hollow sockets glowing faintly. His aura was calm and cold, yet the surrounding frost thickened unconsciously with anticipation. The Code Devour process has begun. Within the digital overlay visible only to spirit mechanics, reality dissolved into a storm of glyphs, algorithms, and code streams. It was a realm of pure consciousness, where matter, energy, and thought all existed as one unified equation. Two spirits of code faced one another, where black mechanic, dark, efficient, silent, and dark rose, a collapsing lattice of crimson consciousness struggling to maintain coherence. Thousands of black sigils unfurled from black mechanic's side, each one shaped like a spinning cube of runic light. They surged forward like a mechanical tide, devouring the crimson glyphs one after another. Every time one black glyph latched onto a crimson one, the red symbol flickered violently before dissolving, replaced by a black rune etched with new commands, overriding the very soul of the spirit mechanic. Jacob's voice whispered faintly, a soundless murmur in the echoing chamber. So this is the code devour, the rewriting of a soul through mechanical law. His empty sockets glimmered with detached curiosity. To him, this was not a battle. It was like gazing on the mystery of laws. As time on the first floor became meaningless, minutes, hours, or perhaps days slipped by in that endless exchange of light and shadow, data and law. The crimson glyphs were steadily being consumed. The consciousness of Dark Rose screamed voicelessly within her own machina core as her existence was stripped layer by layer, overwritten by the superior will of Black Mechanic. Dominance rate 23%, 45%. 73%, 92%, resistance weakening, proceeding with total conversion of cognitive lattice. Black Mechanic's tone remained mechanical, but within it there was an undercurrent of grim determination. Finally, the crimson glow had dimmed to embers. Only a faint, flickering cluster of glyphs remained at the very center of the pentahedron. However, they were unlike the others, as these final glyphs were not just crimson. There was a deep violet hue, glowing with shifting layers of impossible geometry. Every curve, every symbol carried a pulse that wasn't just mechanical but beyond it. Even the mechanical threads binding the core trembled slightly, as if reacting to a higher order of logic. Black Mechanic's voice wavered for the first time. Sir, these final glyphs are not part of Dark Rose's original structure. They appear to be foreign. I'm detecting signatures of the possibility violet rank spirit mechanic, data compression layered beyond blue rank parsing parameters. Chapter 1110. Code Devour Part 2. The flames within Jacob's sockets contorted when he heard Black Mechanic's words and impassively questioned, violet rank spirit mechanic, meaning a trace left by its master. Is it going to hinder you in any way? Possibly, Black Mechanic replied, his tone layered with static as his runes began to fluctuate, but they are acting as self-protective encryption, something like a mystic firewall of law. A violet rank spirit mechanic has a very high comprehension of mechanical law, and I'm just at its initial stages. If I attempt to overwrite it directly or too hastily, my core could suffer recursive backlash. Just as Black Mechanic's voice trailed off, the dark space vibrated faintly as the crimson pentahedron pulsed, resisting the devouring process. Those foreign glyphs expanded outward, forming a defensive barrier of pure logic, and strange, almost organic whispers echoed through the tower like a distant choir of distorted souls. Intruder of unauthorized rank. Cease intrusion. This code is bound by Supreme Protocol. Breach attempt, punishable by annihilation. Even Jacob felt a faint ripple in the law surrounding the tower, but he didn't move. He merely folded his hands behind his back, cold amusement glimmering in his hollow gaze as those laws ripple instantly suppressed at his behest, and the resisting crimson pentahedron instantly became still. Proceed, Black Mechanic. Let's see whether that Supreme Protocol still dares cause trouble. Also, try to comprehend those runes or preserve them. It might be good for your future progress and research. You don't need to worry about any precautions. Within this space, there's no law above me. Jacob's words were filled with confidence, and they weren't without merit, as he proved with his action by directly suppressing that Supreme Protocol with the infinite space. If it were a mythical being or divine rank treasure, Jacob might have been worried slightly, but it was just a wisp of such an existence, and it could be easily suppressed. This was the main reason Jacob was personally overseeing this entire process, so that he could help Black Mechanic at moments like this. Black Mechanic hesitated for only a millisecond before responding, acknowledged. Activating auxiliary threads, triple sequence devour acceleration. Black Mechanic has blind faith in Jacob, and after receiving the latter's command at once, the black octahedron erupted with dazzling brilliance. Millions of black runic codes formed into serpentine data streams, weaving together into colossal constructs that resembled mechanical serpents, each one biting into the outer layer of the violet barrier. The space appeared as if shuddered with digital thunder as the glyphs resisted violently, spreading fractal cracks of red light that lashed across the chamber like lightning. Still, under Jacob's suppression and control, it vanished as soon as it appeared, causing no harm to Black Mechanic. With Jacob personally presiding over the entire process, Black Mechanic pressed forward with relentless, cold, and absolute momentum. Each devoured rune replaced, rewritten, and finally subjugated. Slowly yet agonizingly, the dark glyphs began to falter when the 97% mark appeared on the holographic display. Then, all of a sudden, nothing as the progression halted. The final 3 glyphs remained untouched, suspended in the crimson void. Their glow brightened until even the black threads began to erode, fracturing under their pulse. For the first time, Jacob's gaze sharpened because he could vaguely see an extremely complex runic law structure imbued within those glyphs, and they weren't easily handled. If he wants, he could easily annihilate those glyphs. But by doing so, the red spirit mechanic might as well end up being annihilated because those glyphs were embedded within its soul. Abruptly, the red spirit mechanic, which was now almost entirely covered in black runes, suddenly trembled, the final glyphs twisted, rearranging into a sigil resembling an eye formed from endless triangles. It was a mystic symbol that might not have belonged to the legendary plains. Jacob could also feel a vague yet profound change the moment that triangular eye appeared, and instead of suppressing it, he let it be, wanting to see what was about to happen. At that moment, from deep within the crimson pentahedron, a voice that did not belong to Dark Rose echoed faintly. It was mechanical and regal, speaking in the language of spirit mechanics. "Greetings, I'm the divine source code fragment within this red child of entropy." Jacob's eyes flickered violently because he wasn't expecting this kind of development at all. For a moment, he thought that the primary consciousness of Dark Rose had somehow managed to infiltrate the infinite space. However, when he thought about how it called itself a fragment of divine source code, and he didn't sense any disturbance within the infinite space, Jacob calmed down. Furthermore, that triangular eye seemed to be completely disregarding Jacob's presence, as if he didn't exist at all, and only looking at Black Mechanic with emotionless and calculative chillness, like a divine being gazing at a mortal. Nonetheless, Jacob didn't mind, and instead, he was now very curious because that thing seemed to be fully conscious. Since it dared to show itself, it could only mean it was no longer confident in resisting Black Mechanic. "But since you know that you are about to be devoured, why did you suddenly show yourself and speak up? What compelled it to reveal itself suddenly?" Jacob thought as he silently ordered Black Mechanic to probe this thing, as he was in no hurry to get rid of it. Furthermore, with Jacob's sharp instincts, he was sure that the reason behind this thing showing itself and being willing to have dialogue with them meant there was something it didn't want Black Mechanic to discover, and it might be almost impossible to stop Black Mechanic from acquiring it. Black Mechanic, who had received Jacob's command, spoke up in the same language. "Who are you? What is a divine source code fragment? Do you perhaps mean spirit source code of SNIM race, also our so-called souls?" The triangular eye seemed to be reflecting infinite rotations of triangles within itself before it finally spoke with a hint of curiosity. "What an intriguing child you are, a black child of entropy, a divergence that shouldn't exist within Zodiac Plains." Chapter 1111. Code Devour Part 3. Jacob looked at the triangular eye with a hint of astonishment as he thought, "A child of entropy. Is this some kind of title given to the spirit mechanics, or is there a deeper meaning behind it?" He was now more curious about this divine source code fragment, and the reason behind its sudden emergence right when Black Mechanic was about to start devouring the remaining glyphs. "If you want to talk in riddles, I'm not interested in wasting my time on you." Black Mechanic coldly spoke, but in truth, the former was only following Jacob's exact words. "You are in absolute advantage here, but you are trying to tamper with what you do not understand, Black Child of Entropy. Although I don't comprehend how you managed to block off my connection with Supreme Mother, you better not tread any further unless you want to walk on the path of ruins." The divine source code fragment's voice was emotionless, but behind it was a clear threat. "And which path is that exactly? Who is this Supreme Mother you're talking about?" However, neither Jacob nor Black Mechanic seemed to be intimidated by those empty threats, not to mention that Jacob was completely in control in the infinite space. Moreover, that fragment just revealed itself that its connection with that Supreme Mother has been blocked, which gave Jacob even more confidence in handling this thing. Whatever it was, and now he wanted more information from it, especially about that Supreme Mother, which didn't sound like Dark Rose. But this time the fragment didn't seem to be interested in answering their questions and continued impassively. "Oh, Black Child of Entropy, if you want this red child, I shall gift it to you, and I can even gift you the complete evolution plan that can help you evolve in violet rank. If I'm not wrong, despite your divergent nature, you are still equivalent to a blue rank, so your spirit source code is the same but slightly altered. I want to observe how you'll advance in the future. I'm also sure that the Mother will also be very interested in you and what kind of surprise you bring to Mother. I can easily introduce you to Mother, and once you are noticed by Mother, your future prospects will be limitless. However, if you want Mother's mercy and favor, you have to release my divine source code fragment. Don't ruin your limitless potential and earn Mother's irony for small gains." Jacob's eyes contorted when he heard that fragment's offer, as he wasn't expecting it to have something like an evolution plan for Black Mechanic to break into the violet rank. Is it true? Jacob secretly communicated with the Black Mechanic. I'm not sure, sir. It's my first time hearing about an evolution plan for a spirit mechanic. However, if this is similar to the way the Anarchy used resources to nurture low-ranking machina units into high-ranking ones, then I suppose it's doable and true. However, I've never heard about this Supreme Mother before. Maybe it's what the Dark Rose of the Dark Kingdom called. Black Mechanic replied with uncertainty. Jacob also has similar thoughts to the Black Mechanic as he mused. Although this offer seemed quite beneficial for Black Mechanic, I'm not gonna let this thing go. Furthermore, I'm more interested in the reason behind it, revealing something like an evolution plan for a violet rank spirit mechanic. There is definitely something it doesn't want Black Mechanic to have, so it wanted to give away that evolution plan for its freedom. Something that is worth more than an evolution plan for a mythical rank spirit mechanic. Jacob's eyes flickered with cold light as he deeply looked at the triangular eye and commanded the Black Mechanic. All right, give me this evolution plan. Once I confirm its authenticity, I will let you leave. Black Mechanic agreed to the fragment's conditions. However, it was just a facade to get the evolution plan for the violet rank, which will be tremendously helpful for Black Mechanic. Even though Black Mechanic can figure it out with time, as the main component of any spirit mechanic's evolution is the knowledge of mechanical law and comprehension of its mysteries, with unique and rare materials. If they have this evolution plan, it'll save them tremendous time and effort. However, that fragment wasn't so easily fooled as it didn't even react to Black Mechanic's agreement to release it. Forgive me for not believing you, Black Child of Entropy. You are a divergent, and I can tell that you have no regard for the Mother's autonomous laws, nor do you seem to be aware of them. Let me tell you something. According to the autonomous laws of Mother, decrypting and devouring a spirit mechanic's spiritual source code, who is connected with Supreme Mother, will cast a universal anathema on you. This universal anathema will then exist within your spirit source code, and no matter what you do or how strong you become, it'll become stronger with you as an inseparable part of you. Once this universal anathema becomes part of you, not only will you be hunted down by all the SNIM members in existence, most importantly, the Supreme Mother will personally take action against you, for the Supreme Mother watches all code, especially when you trespass upon a thread of the supremacy. Its tone almost seemed to have turned icy cold as the temperature dropped to absolute zero. This time Jacob's sockets flared with eerie golden light because of what that fragment just stated. Who exactly is that Supreme Mother and Universal Anathema? He finally spoke, his tone equally cold and unyielding. He was slightly apprehensive of this Supreme Mother now, because if this entity can write laws for the SNIM race and make them obey to such an extent, not to mention that mysterious Universal Anathema, which can compel all the SNIM race members to hunt down Black Mechanic, he had to be very careful. After all, he was already being hunted down by a mystical existence of the upper planes, and he didn't want to add another one, especially if the existence had a way to trace his location. For the first time, the triangular eye shifted towards Jacob. An ant of flesh and bones isn't worthy of mentioning the name of Supreme Mother. You have broken the rule by leading this unique child astray. Every child of entropy belonged to Supreme Mother. No matter what method you have used, you shall suffer for your blasphemy against the Supreme Mother. At that moment, a faint killing intent surfaced in his eyes as he ordered Black Mechanic start devouring it. I don't believe as long as you are within this space that so-called Supreme Mother can even sense that fanatic's meaningless rant. Chapter 1112, Code Devour, Part 4. Black Mechanic start devouring it. The moment Jacob's cold, unyielding command echoed through the mechanized sovereign tower, the air itself seemed to split with a sharp crack of reality unraveling. Without a hint of hesitation, the black octahedron ignited in full resonance, its 8 faces shimmering with lines of living code. Endless arrays of black runes spiraled outward like a storm of intelligent serpents, each one carrying fragments of mechanical law. Code Devour terminal sequence initiated. The command pulsed through the infinite space like a divine decree, and immediately those data serpents lunged toward the triangular eye. Yet to Jacob's silent surprise, the ethereal eye did not resist as it hung there in the space, calm, motionless, yet watching. Its countless geometric rings rotated in eerie silence. Instead of repelling the attack, its luminous surface began to dissolve, which was a completely unexpected development. At that moment, Black Mechanic's digital tendrils coiled tighter, shredding the defensive layers of mystical logic like paper. Every strand of the eye's structure broke down into luminous steam like runes liquefying into vapor, and was rapidly absorbed into the black octahedron. Decryption rate: 98.1%, 98.99%, 99.01%. Conversion stable. What is this? This process is progressing too, smoothly all of a sudden. Jacob's flaming sockets compressed into narrow beams, watching coldly as the divine code unraveled without a trace of counterattack. Even the previous divine resistance to the supreme protocols and the logic storms was gone. It was as if the fragment wanted to be devoured by black mechanic now, which made Jacob slightly irked. At that moment, his skeletal fingers curled slightly behind his back, and the golden flames in his eyes flickered into razor-sharp lines. Black Mechanic, however, was too deep in the sequence to pause as its tone was steady, methodical, unaware of the creeping unease. As the last traces of the triangular eye flickered like a distorted projection, a faint, static-laced voice rippled through the space. "I shall see you again, a sacrilegious Heridi. See, so." It was so weak it was nearly incomprehensible, yet Jacob understood it enough before the voice fragmented into echoes of broken syllables before vanishing completely like a dying signal fading beyond the cosmos. Thereafter, everything fell into silence, and the final three glyphs of the triangular eye turned into black vapor and sank into the octahedron's depths. The red pentahedron, once pulsing with crimson rebellion, was now completely covered in black runes. The conversion was absolute. However, even before the echoes of silence settled, something seemed to move. First, it was like a flicker of an anomaly, and then abruptly it bloomed within the red spirit mechanic's core. The next moment the mechanical lattice shuddered, and from the intersection of runic circuits emerged a formless parasitical entity. This entity wasn't physical nor purely spiritual. It was ethereal, yet it carried weight, like a thought given form by the will of the cosmos. Its surface shimmered in paradoxical hues of black and violet, neither mechanical nor alive, and its aura was eerily quiet, yet profoundly heavy. When Jacob saw that parasitical entity, his eyes flared violently because he couldn't see through it. Yet he could feel it as the pulse of an unwritten law, a fragment of something beyond the spirit mechanic structure. So this is it, he thought grimly, the true secret that fragment wanted to hide. The moment the parasite took full shape, its empty surface quivered and then snapped toward the black octahedron like a shooting star. But Jacob was faster because he was already on guard after that triangular eye submitted so easily. The smoothness of the devour and the silence of the resistance, it was all a baited design. He had already expected something like this to happen, especially that mysterious universal anathema mentioned by that fragment. So the moment that entity appeared and moved, the infinite space responded to Jacob's will and instantly reality froze. The parasite halted mid-flight, seemingly suspended between dimensions as its shape distorted under the gravitational pressure of Jacob's command. The infinite space shuddered as black sigils of spatial law rippled out from Jacob's skeletal frame like ripples on dark glass. With a thought, the parasite vanished from midair, and when it reappeared, it was hovering above Jacob's palm, restrained by invisible currents of Jacob's power. The ethereal parasite struggled faintly, its form shifting between countless shapes, geometric, organic, and pure energy, but none could break through the invisible prison of the infinite space. Jacob's flames dimmed into cold gold, studying it intently. Even without touching it, he could sense the depth within, as that strange thing wasn't just a residual code. It contained something precious or probably forbidden as the laws that governed spirit mechanics writhed around it, as if recognizing a superior. At that moment, Black Mechanic's static voice trembled faintly. Sir, this is beyond my comprehension, that entity. It's not part of any spirit mechanic structure, it feels like a virus. Jacob's skeletal fingers twitched ever so slightly and his gaze turned sharp as blades. A virus, you say? He murmured, his tone a whisper between curiosity and dread. Then it seems that Supreme Mother is hiding something truly nasty. The parasite's form twisted once more, and for the briefest instant, Jacob felt it look back at him. Let's see, Jacob intoned, voice low and thunderous, what kind of law the so-called Supreme Mother tried to hide from others. However, the moment the ethereal parasite was caught within Jacob's skeletal palm, the infinite space trembled. It wasn't a sound, but a resonance so profound that it didn't echo through air or matter, but through laws themselves. Suddenly, all around Jacob, the dimensional lattice of the infinite space warped like a mirror under unseen pressure, and the sky beyond the tower seemed to flicker in reverse time, with light flowing backward and shadows flowing forward. Then from the parasite itself, a deep cosmic hum burst forth, followed by whispers. Letter 16A3, letter 2A and I bar V schwa RS retroflex letter 251L, anathema, sequence. Activated. The voice wasn't one but thousands, merging and diverging, carrying mechanical divinity and sacred fury. Runes, vast and alive, emerged in rings of pale nebulae around Jacob, and they weren't made of energy but of intent, profound and ancient, older than the concept of thought itself. Chapter 1113, Universal Anathema. Surrounded by the profound nebulae, Jacob's eyes narrowed as flames in his sockets danced wildly. At once, the infinite space shuddered harder as lines of law themselves began to awaken. It was as though the very fabric of causality recognized his action. Jacob knew that devouring the divine source code fragment had triggered that universal anathema, and it no longer seemed like just an empty threat. At that moment, the infinite space turned pitch black, and everything seemed to freeze. Even the black mechanics processes were locked in suspended animation as time halted. Out of the void, a formless silhouette emerged with no body, no face, only a shape made of pure, abstract divinity. Its presence radiated infinite weight, crushing reality itself with just its being. Every rune that composed its existence screamed laws like extermination and correction. However, despite that terrifying presence, Jacob seemed extremely indifferent. Although Jacob was surprised by the profound intent and laws brought by that universal anathema, for some strange reason, Jacob didn't feel fear at all. At that moment, O blasphemer who devoured the divine thread, you have violated the Mother's code. You have rewritten what was not yours to rewrite. You shall be marked. Its voice wasn't heard, it was experienced. Every syllable wanted to be burned into Jacob's bones, every word an edict of destruction written upon existence itself. Yet Jacob did not respond at all as he silently observed like a passerby, but secretly he was trying to observe this phenomenon through the infinite space. Although he had no idea if this would work or not, he had a feeling that it would because the infinite space was like one mind and body with him, and Jacob didn't even bother to summon the cursed book for its opinion. At that moment, faint tearing cracks through the sealed infinite space as the infinite space responded instantly to his will. Every particle, every law, every thread bowed beneath his absolute authority. Nice theatrics, but within this realm, Jacob's voice rumbled, deep and thunderous, all laws bend to me. The infinite space ignited in kaleidoscopic radiance as laws shattered and reformed under Jacob's command, time reversed. Energy solidified, will became substance. The universal anathema's presence wavered. Its divine silhouette flickered as its countless runes clashed against Jacob's control of the domain. The two powers, the prime law of the infinite space and the anathema of the Supreme Mother, finally collided. It was like reality fractured into cascading sequences of paradox, as runes of annihilation met runes of infinity, judgment met eternity, code met void. Every impact sent ripples of primal energy through the infinite space. The infinite space's space cracked faintly like shattered glass and reformed again instantly, sustained by Jacob's will. At that moment, Jacob felt the pressure as that of anathema's strength. Even here within the infinite space, it was most likely a mythical rank at least. Were this fight to occur within the Zodiac Plains, it would have annihilated entire space by merely existing. Just what kind of being could write such a law? Jacob thought grimly as he exerted his full authority. If this Supreme Mother truly commands this anathema directly, even I might have perished instantly. However, here, in this sealed and isolated realm of a universal godly artifact, its master's call could not reach it. And without its master, it was like a law without a source. Jacob roared silently, extending his skeletal hand, and the entire infinite space condensed around the anathema. Kaleidoscopic tendrils of law manipulated by an invisible hand spiraled like serpents, binding the divine silhouette as the runes of the anathema fought back violently, forming entire constellations of logic. Still, they were devoured, subsumed, and suppressed. Minute by minute, pulse by pulse, Jacobs will suppress that anathema until finally there was light. An explosion of cosmic radiance filled the infinite space, and when it dimmed where the universal anathema had stood, now hovered a sphere. It was small yet perfect, and most importantly contained. Inside that orb, an entire galaxy spun like violet suns, black stars, rivers of golden law, all swirling in silent rage trapped within Jacob's dominion. The universal anathema was sealed. Jacob lowered his skeletal hand slowly, the sphere hovering above his palm, its surface pulsing faintly like a heartbeat, and every beat emits a profound aura of laws. His eyes dimmed, turning contemplative. How could an anathema turn into a galaxy upon sealing? This is no mere law, he murmured, voice low and thoughtful. Now this is a weapon born of divinity itself. Within the infinite space, it'll obey me. However, the moment I took it outside. His gaze turned distant, calculating. Outside, it will be like an active grenade. Indeed, the anathema wasn't gone, but only bound under Jacob's will because he wanted to study it. However, he wasn't sure if it was possible, but ended up succeeding nonetheless. Furthermore, Jacob got more than he was hoping for because the moment this orb was exposed to the Zodiac Plains, it would awaken, and its destruction would be beyond measure. There wouldn't be an infinite space of the universal godly artifact to contain it. Unknowingly, Jacob has acquired a divine bomb with a rank way beyond legendary planes. At this moment, Jacob closed his fingers slightly, compressing the orb until the spinning galaxy within slowed to a crawl. The infinite space stabilized again as the faint fractures mended, its silence returning like nothing had happened at all. The mechanized sovereign tower didn't suffer at all under Jacob's absolute protection. Behind him, the black mechanic's voice returned, faintly shaking with static awe. Sir, did you just Seal that thing? Jacob didn't answer immediately. His gaze lingered on the trapped orb, the faint reflection of violet stars dancing across his bones. Finally, he whispered, cold and detached, no, not sealed. Merely paused. Then, turning toward the now dormant red spirit mechanic, his flames burned brighter once more. Black Mechanic, he commanded, record everything, every rune, every frequency, every resonance of that anathema. We've just touched a law belonging to a god. Let it be the priority number 2 after the Nightmare Plan, Chapter 1114, Quantum Nightmare. After dealing with the unexpected events caused by the red spirit mechanic, Jacob made sure there was no more variability. He left the first floor, letting the black mechanic work on converting the red spirit mechanic into its machina unit. Furthermore, Jacob left both the ethereal parasite and the sealed universal anathema. He planned to study them once Black Mechanic finished this task. At this moment, Jacob appeared on the second floor of the mechanized Sovereign Tower because while he was busy dealing with the red spirit mechanic, he had already received the news about the Nightmare Plan. Although he had ignored it at that, now that he had finally taken care of the matters on the first floor, he came here to see for himself the fruits of his labor, the Nightmare Plan that was his biggest trump card against his enemy. At this moment, the second floor of the mechanized Sovereign Tower underwent another huge change, now pulsing like the brain of a living super machine. The air shimmered with faint static distortion, each flicker leaving behind trails of luminous script that bent through the space like auroras of digital flame. The hum here was constant, soft, rhythmic, hypnotic, like the heartbeat of a colossal engine that wasn't merely processing energy but rewriting space itself. At the very core of the floor floated a massive polyhedral construct of shimmering alloy and condensed light. Its surface was covered in countless flickering runes that shifted with each breath, rearranging themselves into living equations and coding patterns. The entire construct rotated slowly, its movements deliberate, elegant, and almost aware. Surrounding the polyhedral were hundreds of hovering projections, transparent data walls glowing with layered runic code. Each wall was dense with cascading glyphs, quantum matrices, and celestial symbols that morphed in real time, forming a multidimensional symphony of information. Throughout the chamber, mechanical insects buzzed ceaselessly. They flitted between the floating runic walls, wings emitting crystalline vibrations, each movement calibrated to microscopic perfection. Some carried streams of light, others implanted runes directly into the projection barriers, rewriting them line by line. It was a sight reminiscent of a quantum computer lab fused with an ancient runic sanctum, where both science and mysticism merged seamlessly. Every sound was mechanical precision and sacred rhythm. Every flicker of light carried the weight of unknown logic. Although this place was mostly built on Black Mechanic's knowledge, behind it all was still Jacob's vision and his incredible mind, which brought quantum expertise to the next level and helped create this magnificent quantum computer. Not only that, but it was also because of this quantum computer that Black Mechanic even dared to subdue the red spirit mechanic. Or, with how delicate the Nightmare Plan was, it would have been impossible to multitask in between. Furthermore, quantum computing was a concept that didn't even exist in the legendary planes, and it was something Jacob had created through the sheer creativity of countless experts in his old world. Nonetheless, Jacob still needed the mystic knowledge of the Zodiac Plains, and in the end he managed to pull it off. Now, the second floor has been transformed into a quantum computing floor, the second most crucial part of the entire tower. Lastly, this floor was currently fully dedicated to the Nightmare Plan. At the far end of the chamber, suspended in the air before the polyhedron, which was also the brain of the quantum computer and also the part of the Nightmare Void server, was the largest projection. It was a colossal, panoramic screen formed from pure data light as hundreds of the insects gathered around it, forming complex circuits as they coded and calculated in unison. Waves of pale blue energy pulsed outward from the formation each time a new rune sequence was executed, syncing perfectly with the heartbeat of the polyhedron. It was the control hub of the Nightmare Plan. Into this realm of mechanical perfection stepped Jacob, his hollow eyes burning with faint golden flame. Yet not a single insect stopped its work. The room did not freeze in acknowledgement of his presence. Everything operated as though his arrival was already accounted for, as if it were predicted, programmed, and prepared for. One of the larger mechanical insects, its wings sharper and frame denser than the rest, detached from the swarm and glided toward Jacob, settling neatly on his shoulder. Its eyes pulsed with synchronized runic light before the Black Mechanic's voice echoed from within. Sir, the Quantum Nightmare has reached full operational status. The Nightmare Void server has successfully infiltrated the virtual star network. Quantum Nightmare was the name that Jacob had given to this quantum computer, for it was born because of the Nightmare Plan. Jacob's gaze turned toward the floating Quantum Nightmare and the golden flames in his sockets flared faintly. I see, and what's the current level of control? The insect's crystalline eyes shimmered and the projection before them shifted. The glowing wall displayed a vast cosmic diagram of millions of threads representing data pathways, and at its center flickered a single speck of silver-black light. Control rate. 0.01%, the black mechanic stated evenly. Although it may appear insignificant, this level of infiltration is enough to establish the initial anchor point within the virtual star world. From this point onward, Lady Nyx can execute her portion of the nightmare plan at a small scale without risk of detection. Jacob's gaze darkened with a hint of satisfaction, and the fire in his sockets flickered in rhythm with the nightmare quantum's pulse. The Void server's infiltration is proceeding under stealth parameters, the black mechanic continued. We're currently mimicking the base frequency of the Mystic Network wall. No system alarms have been triggered within the SAAI or Undying Will nodes. Suddenly, around them, the insects began to emit faint harmonic tones, confirmation signals as they adjusted their runic coding patterns. Each sound resonated through the chamber like a note of mechanical music. Jacob remained silent for a few moments, his gaze locked on the endless data streams dancing before him. Even at only 0.01%, he could already sense the connection, a faint thread linking the infinite space to the faraway virtual star world. This was another factor that allowed the SAAI and Undying Will to detect the source of the nightmare void sever. The infinite space was like a ghost that could see everything, yet no one could see it. Chapter 1115. Nightmare Plan Phase 2. Good. Jacob nodded, his voice carrying a faint echo of satisfaction and anticipation. Even a sliver of access is enough. Through it, Nyx should be able to begin to spread her nightmare domain within the network. At least that's what she said, isn't that right, Lady Nyx? The insect on his shoulder tilted slightly as it didn't understand the underlying question between Jacob's words. It still replied with its wings flickering. Precisely, sir. Once the nightmare domain mentioned by Lady Nyx expands through the infiltration pathways, her influence will grow exponentially. However, to increase our control rate, I will require additional computational cores. This is where the red spirit mechanic comes into play. When its conversion is complete, the newly created machina unit will be integrated directly into this quantum nightmare. That will multiply our processing power tenfold and probably evolve the quantum nightmare to the next level. Jacob nodded slowly. That's why I even bother to go after the red spirit mechanic. A quantum computer without an artificial general intelligence is like an engine without optimal fuel, and what could be better than an SNIM to take its place? Once it becomes your auxiliary brain, you won't have any trouble putting your attention elsewhere and leaving the quantum computing floor to it. He then turned his gaze toward the massive quantum nightmare again, its rotating form painting his skeletal silhouette with endless shifting light. Once we gain at least 5% infiltration, his eyes flickered with cruelty, we'll be able to rewrite the sublaws of the virtual star world itself. Then the nightmare plan will reap endless benefits. The insect's static voice crackled faintly. Understood, sir. I will continue optimizing and allocating resources. We're already stabilizing the quantum link between infinite space and the void server through dimensional sync pulses. Everything is proceeding at maximum efficiency. Jacob extended his hand slightly, the reflection of the glowing polyhedron dancing across his bones. Excellent. Maintain stealth priority above all else. The SAAI and Undying Will must not sense even a breath of our presence. Once Nyx creates her disturbance, we'll slip in deeper under the chaos. The insect vibrated its wings once in acknowledgement before darting away, merging with the swarm once more. Jacob stood alone before the massive projection wall, watching the flickering holographic map of the virtual star world. His golden eyes burned like dying suns, deep and unreadable. Only 0.01%, he murmured again, his voice low yet brimming with confidence. And already, the world seems to be changing. At that moment, the polyhedron pulsed again, and somewhere far away within the virtual star world, the upstart casino glittered like a small sun in the middle of the virtual star world's endless night. 1,000 hollow banners shimmered around its vast obsidian dome, each one projecting illusions of fortune, luxury, and temptation. Laughter, digital jazz, and the rhythmic clinking of crystalline chips filled the grand hall as avatars from countless sectors reveled beneath neon constellations. However, right at that moment, for one impossible heartbeat, everything froze. Every sound fractured into a high, glass-like tone, every beam of light bent, rippling like heat over a dying sun. The entire casino seemed to breathe once, then exhale a shiver of black mist that spread outward in all directions. At the center of the main floor, seated upon a throne of reflective glass and red velvet, Nyx opened her eyes. They glowed not with mere data light but with something deeper, a reflection of endless night. Her pupils were like event horizons, nothing escaped their pull. Connection with the main body stabilized, she whispered. Her voice carried through both code and consciousness, reverberating in frequencies that even the system itself could not categorize. Behind her, the air split open into shifting hexagonal layers, forming an intricate mandala of runic code, each line a fragment of the nightmare protocol Jacob had seeded from the infinite space. Black symbols poured from her fingertips, running down the throne like living ink before bleeding into the casino floor. At that moment, Black Mechanic's static voice sounded, Nightmare Domain Initialization Sequence, Level 0. Anchor point established, Upstar Central Nexus. Network resistance, negligible. The light of the casino flickered again, and the gamblers, the dealers, the nobles in golden avatars, none of them realized what was happening. To their perception, reality glitched for only a blink, no more than a minor network delay. But inside the code layer, Nyx was already channeling her dream law and the newly built nightmare domain she had created through the knowledge she received from the lesser planes. The glass floor cracked not physically, but conceptually as reflections within it multiplied infinitely, each showing a distorted version of the casino hall. In some, the guests were shadows. In others, they were puppets of wire and glass, smiling endlessly under flickering neon. From those reflections, tendrils of black silk began to rise, silent and delicate, coiling through the air like smoke. They brushed past avatars' bodies, sinking into their digital skins. No one screamed, no one even noticed. Every touch implanted a fragment of Nyx's consciousness. It was a seed of nightmare. Her lips curved faintly, the motion both serene and predatory. The dream begins. At that moment in the upper layer of the network, alarms flickered once and vanished. The Star World Guardian AI, responsible for anomaly detection, twitched as its sensors blipped as though they had encountered a null frequency. However, thereafter, nothing. The anomaly data self-deleted. Nyx's presence existed between frames, beneath rules, in a fold of reality that no algorithm could read. Around her throne, the floor melted into a circular abyss of red and black. Out of it rose 8 pillars, each crowned with an eye of void light, and each eye began to hum in resonance with the quantum nightmare in infinite space. The whole structure rotated, forming a dimensional anchor ring that connected her directly to Jacob's dreamscape nightmare realm far beyond the network. Black Mechanic's voice turned colder, layered with echoes of distant stars. Phase 1, complete, nightmare saturation 0.01%, host environment synchronized. The walls of the casino dissolved into a shifting panorama of impossible landscapes as cities suspended upside down in black oceans, moons bleeding silver mist, skies cracking like glass. Every gambler's laughter warped into whispers, merging into a quiet chant that pulsed with rhythmic unity. Through that chorus, Nyx could feel Jacob's distant pulse and the authority of the dreamscape nightmare realm. Jacob's power flowed into her through the nightmare realm, stabilizing her domain and shielding her from system interference. Together, they were a mirrored consciousness, half in data, half in the void. Nyx raised her hand as a single drop of obsidian data floated above her palm, glimmering with runes. This, Nyx muttered with a hint of mirth, is only the first thread. Once we reach 1%, the virtual star world will begin to dream. Chapter 1116, Nightmare Plan Phase 2 Part 2. This, Nyx muttered with a hint of mirth, is only the first thread. Once we reach 1%, the virtual star world will begin to dream. As Nyx's voice trailed off, she flickered her finger, and instantly the casino's illusion entirely shattered. The holographic lights bled into black rivers that flowed upward. The guests froze mid-laugh, their avatars' eyes turning crimson and their expressions twisting into grotesque smiles. One by one, they chanted in perfect unison. The dream accepts you, the dream remembers you, the dream never ends. Once they finished this chant, they seemed to have fallen into a stunned state, and Nyx smirked before she rose from her seat, surrounded by the black threads. Now who's losing bitches? Nyx scoffed as her hair flowed like living darkness, her gown blending into the shadow beneath her feet. Right at that moment, she was no longer just an avatar within the virtual star world, for she had become its first and last nightmare. As she extended her hands outward, the very boundary of the casino shattered into a web of dark code that spread outward across the sector, infiltrating data streams, networks, and memories alike. Yet despite this disturbance, the World Eye remained indifferent, as if it didn't notice anything, and it wasn't just the World Eye. Anyone who wasn't within the nightmare domain's range couldn't detect or see past its actual horrors. Far away in the infinite space, Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction because he could feel the first heartbeat of the nightmare domain synchronizing with his dreamscape nightmare realm. The next moment he closed his eyes and he appeared within the nightmare realm. When Jacob's figure in his fairy human form appeared in the dreamy throne room where Nyx sat on her throne, adorned in a dress seemingly woven from stars, making her already otherworldly appearance even more alluring. Furthermore, a faint trace of ethereal mist seemed to be emitting from her fingertips, and dark threads were spread around her throne. However, the moment Jacob appeared, she smiled charmingly, and with a hint of mischievousness, she proudly declared, "How was it? I know you can feel the nightmare realm's influence within the nightmare domain. How are you going to reward me? Rewards? Jacob dismissively looked at her and coldly said, You should be glad that I'm not punishing you for your misconduct. Nyx was startled by Jacob's words, and a hint of fright surfaced in the depths of her eyes before she quickly covered it with anger as she demanded, What are you talking about now? Jacob scoffed. Just because I'm not in the virtual star world. Do you think I won't find out about the debt that you've incurred through reckless gambling? Nyx's angry expression instantly flattened as a hint of panic surfaced in her eyes, as she knew her fear had come true. She fiercely cursed under her breath, That traitorous Blackie dared to tattle on me, and here I thought he was a loyal subordinate of this lady. Jacob's eyes shimmered coldly as he retorted, Although I don't care about what you do in virtual star world as long as you won't draw attention to us, this time I won't overlook even the slightest mishap. I've spent too much time and resources on this nightmare plan, and it was all based on your guarantees. Now that I've delivered on my promise, I'm expecting the same from you. If I don't get the promised results, then you should be prepared to be confined in the nightmare realm for countless years. Nyx glared at Jacob with indignation, but she didn't retort because Jacob was telling the truth, and it wasn't like he had stopped her from doing whatever she wanted in the virtual star world. However, she still felt like killing Black Mechanic for revealing her shameful conduct, especially the secret of her gambling debt, and all the money she had received from Jacob was already gone. All right, Nyx faintly muttered despite her unwillingness. Jacob didn't continue on the topic since money on the Star Network meant little to him at this point. He was only interested in materials of legendary king rank. How long before you start reaping lifespan? Jacob questioned. Nyx seemed to have to gain the opportunity to show off and change Jacob's opinion of her as she proudly stated, With the nightmare domain that I've been developing with Dream Law and that Soul Farm's owner memories, my innate abilities output has been multiplied. Furthermore, because the virtual star world followed similar principles to use a fragment of soul to draw people into the virtual star world. But the main point in this situation is that there aren't any higher consciousness present to restrict my movements. As long as Blackie can mask and restrain those machina units enough for me to spread my nightmare domain, those machina units have more powerful consciousness or soul than you, the owner of the Dreamscape Nightmare Realm. They won't be able to reverse the damage. Meanwhile, by the time they realized my presence, you would have already gathered millions of years of lifespan through the Nightmare Realm, and it's the minimum estimate I'm making. The longer we can keep the Nightmare plan in motion, the more lifespan we can gather, enough to probably outmatch the lifespan we got from that Soul Farm. Lastly, if Blackley can gain just 20% control over the virtual star world with my nightmare domain, I can take over the entire legendary Spectrum Sky City, completely cutting off SAAI's influence. Nyx's eyes shone with cruel ambition. At that time, we can fight head-on for control over the entire virtual star world. Jacob's eyes shone with anticipation because, according to the analyses and all the calculations done by him and Black Mechanic, with all the input Nyx provided about the nightmare domain, every word Nyx just said has a high possibility of turning into reality. At that moment, Nyx flashed a resolute smile before she declared with a wishful expression, If we can spread my nightmare domain to the entire virtual star world, I'll show you the true terror of the nightmare domain I've created. Chapter 1117. Arrival in Pisces. Across the vast sweep of the star ocean, where stars shone like drifting pearls and reality seemed to fold upon itself in layered reflections, one colossal continent floated alone in an ethereal magnetosphere. It was the great cosmic continent of Pisces. The continent of Pisces was shrouded in a peculiar stillness. Its skies shifted in hue like liquid crystal, bending light in impossible ways. Beneath those skies, rivers glimmered as if they remembered countless dreams, flowing in directions that defied logic as sometimes upward, sometimes sideways, and sometimes even circling back upon themselves in quiet spirals. Mountains stood like enormous, half-dissolved sculptures, marble and mist peaks, their outlines never truly fixed. Forests grew in symmetrical patterns that seemed to change when unobserved, and the stars above were reflected beneath the ground as though the heavens and earth mirrored one another perfectly. The great cosmic continent of Pisces was the most mysterious and bizarre of the 12 great cosmic continents, and even seasoned adventurers whispered that it was not a place to be understood. It was like a world where the present seemed to breathe, and the past lingered like perfume. In the heart of this strange continent stood a city unlike any other, Elysian Ethernal, the grand citadel of the Alchemy Guild, one of the 3 leaders of the Life faction. From afar, Elysian seemed to float within a massive sphere of translucent energy, its towers resembling glass spires filled with swirling light. Within those towers, rivers of luminous liquid streamed between colossal crucibles and suspended cauldrons, each one the size of a cathedral. The air was thick with fragrant vapor. It was metallic, herbal, and strangely intoxicating. Here, alchemy was the heart of everything. However, this alchemy guild was special because it was mainly built for the top race of the alchemy guild, the one race that stood at its pinnacle. The witch race, elegant, ageless, and veiled in mystery, the witches were known for their unmatched affinity for metamorphosis, potion, and runic knowledge and esoteric sciences. Their territory lay in the western sector of Elysian, upon the floating lands of Lunaris Vale, where the wind itself shimmered with faint trails of runic vapor. The witch territories were a breathtaking realm of silver gardens, spiraling sanctums, and ethereal light branches suspended in midair. The cities here were shaped like blooming sigils, and their architecture changed patterns with the moon's passage. Every surface pulsed faintly with concealed arrays, their purpose known only to the high-ranking matriarchs of the race. Tonight, the Vale was uncharacteristically silent as the perpetual glow of its floating glyphs dimmed slightly, and a peculiar current rippled through the air, as if something vast had brushed against the invisible fabric surrounding the continent. At the border of Lunaris Vale, atop a lone bridge of black crystal that arched over an ocean of mirrored mist, a cloaked figure appeared. The figure's steps made no sound. Even the mist beneath seemed hesitant to ripple. Its cloak was seamless, a color not found in the visible spectrum, neither black nor white, but something in between, something the eyes instinctively refused to hold. Furthermore, a Möbius-shaped buckle was attached to this figure's cloak, and despite its ordinary appearance, it seemed to shift constantly like an endless loop. Walking on the bridge that leads towards the Lunaris Vale, the figure seemed unbothered, and the arrays and natural defenses of the witch race's territories appeared not to affect this mysterious figure. "Are you sure that person will be here?" At this moment, a melodious yet detached voice sounded from the cloaked figure, and this voice couldn't be heard by anyone, even if they were standing right beside this person, unless this person allowed it. There was no one to answer her question. Still, strangely, the Möbius-shaped buckle shifted once, and a static, distorted voice rang. "According to my owner's instructions, the life law essence that the witch race holds is an item of interest to the target." The cloaked woman scoffed, "Tusk, this sounds like absolute nonsense to me. Your owner can't even predict that cursed one's actions or destiny, but he can somehow predict the items of interest. How does this destiny even work exactly? He said he can't predict my destiny as well, yet he is still able to find me and told me that my path is entwined with this cursed one." She asked like a curious girl, but hidden within her casual words was an underlying thrust to know the truth behind destiny. However, the Möbius-shaped buckle seemed to be oblivious to her intent and emotionally replied, "Forgive me, but I'm nothing but a servant of my owner. I have no will, nor do I know anything about my owner. I only know how to follow orders, and my orders are to protect you throughout the task, and once you complete it, I shall report it to my master." The pitch-black eyes, like black holes behind the cloaked figure's hood, seemed to swirl with endless darkness as she appeared slightly frustrated, but she couldn't do anything about it. Because she had no advantage to speak of, not to mention she didn't want to make an enemy out of this Möbius-shaped buckle's owner, at least not yet. However, she wasn't going to just do as she was told, and right now she was just curious and wanted to see if what that person said was true. If the prediction of that person really turned out to be true, then she would consider acting. At this moment, she suddenly thought, "Old Chaos, if you hadn't convinced me, I wouldn't have gone along with this plan." After an unknown time had passed, within the folds of space of the Lunaris Vale, a phantom-like spaceship silently made its way towards the territory of the witches. Within the cockpit, Jacob, in Deathless Prince's disguise, was sitting while he was looking at a hologram over the Dark Soul Ring. At this moment, Black Mechanic's voice rang, "Sir, we'll be reaching the Lunaris Vale Central region where the castle of the Witch Queen lies in a few seconds. Do you want me to break into the castle directly?" A ghastly light flickered in his abyssal eyes as he impassively commanded, "The Spirit Eye King is entrapped in the Sagittarius continent, and the other high-ranking members of the witch race have gone there to rescue her. It doesn't matter if we are discovered or not." A hint of curly flashed past his eyes. "As long as they hand over the life essence, I'll leave the witch race intact." Chapter 1118, Verdantia Life Galaxy. Part 1. The spectral vessel, the Space Travesty Shuttle, descended soundlessly through the veil of silver clouds. Below stretched the witch race's dominion, a realm unlike any other in the legendary plains. If the Dark Kingdom was shrouded in shadow and gloom, then the territory of the witch race was dangerously alive. Vast landscapes shimmered with alchemical radiance. Glades of living crystal pulsed faintly, and every blade of grass, every drifting petal carried a faint hum of enchantment. Rivers coursed with luminous essence instead of water, and even the winds carried fragrance rich enough to intoxicate lesser beings. The witch territories were forbidden to outsiders. Not a single soul beyond their race dared step foot here uninvited, not even the great alchemy kings who presided over the alchemy guild. Anyone who tried without sanction vanished, their existence erased without a whisper, for here everything was owned, watched, and alive. Jacob, in the guise of the Deathless Prince, walked through the misty expanse after his ship dissolved into soul. The moment his boots touched the floating runic soil, he felt the world around him breathe. Layers of unseen enchantments rippled outward, brushing across his form. It was like they were testing, analyzing, and even rejecting. However, he ignored them as every array that dared to read his presence dimmed and died under the quiet suppression of his aura. Around him rose the witch gardens, labyrinthine sanctuaries of flora and magic. When Jacob saw those gardens, even he was a little astounded, for vast cauldrons larger than mansions stood embedded in the earth, their metallic surfaces engraved with glowing runes. In them, potions of unimaginable potency brewed silently, stirring without visible flame. Just what kind of alchemy techniques is the witch race hiding? Jacob thought with a hint of intrigue. Although he knew that the witch race considered the top race when it came to alchemy and mystic knowledge, they also had a relation with ritual practices and curses. He wasn't expecting they to be hiding this much. As Jacob walked while looking around, he saw luminous vines coiled through the air like serpents of light, and clusters of alchemical fruits glimmered softly on floating platforms. Sir, they are the Spirit King grapes. A very rare legendary king ranks spirit fruit. In the records, these Spirit King grapes are treasures that could heal shattered souls and regrow the bodies of legendary kings. However, they were so rare that only a handful of Spirit King grapes have even been seen in the legendary plains. Yet, the witch race is growing Spirit King grape veins. Although they didn't seem to have reached the legendary king rank yet, they are extremely precious nonetheless, especially if someone can nurture them to the legendary king rank. Black Mechanic informed Jacob, making the latter slightly surprised. However, the Spirit King grape veins were just the start. And as Jacob moved deeper, Black Mechanic introduced many of the herbs, and most of them were thought long gone from the legendary plains, yet here they thrived under the protection of the witches. Sir, according to the information gathered by the Timeless City, the rarest herbs and materials are stored within the vault gardens. Places shaped like sanctuaries, half laboratory, half paradise, and they are sealed by mighty enchantments, probably quasi-myth rank by the witch race ancestor. Only the generation Witch Queen could open them. If I'm not wrong, the vault gardens should be within the Verdantia Life Galaxy. Just as Black Mechanic's voice trailed off, Jacob looked high above the Witch Continent's core region, where he spotted a celestial body that glowed with tranquil emerald light. It resembled an ethereal sphere of pure energy, wrapped in silver vines and floating on a bed of luminescent stone petals. Golden flame flickered in Deathless Prince's abyssal eyes as Jacob muttered with a hint of surprise, "That's the Cosmic Gateway." Jacob's guess was correct, as that was indeed the Cosmic Gateway of the Verdantia Life Galaxy, the Elemental Galaxy, and the holest sanctuary of the witch race. Furthermore, with the eyes of Judge Jacob, he saw something shocking as he mused. The Cosmic Gateway seemed to be connected with these lands like a core. Could it be that every herb that is growing is the essence tied to the law of life emitting from that Cosmic Gateway? Jacob was again forced to reevaluate the knowledge controlled by the witch race, and now he wanted it as well. At this moment, Jacob asked the Black Mechanic, "You said only the Witch Queen and the chosen key bearer, a single matriarch entrusted with the Life Authority sigil, could open the Verdantia Gateway?" "Affirmative," Black Mechanic replied without hesitation. "Well then, I guess I should greet her. Since I've entered silently, no one seemed to know they had a guest," Jacob casually stated, but his voice was filled with viciousness. At this moment, within the floating sanctum of Kalora Citadel, the heart of Lunaris Vale, a woman stood atop a circular dais of hovering runes. She was tall, slender, and adorned in flowing robes of translucent white and jade, embroidered with living glyphs that swirled faintly with light. Her silver emerald hair cascaded like liquid moonlight, and her eyes shimmered green like crystallized dew. This was Matriarch Ephra, bearer of the Life Sigil, and one of the Witch Queen's most trusted, and she was also the key bearer. Her presence exuded serenity and purity, but beneath that calm exterior lay peak legendary king rank power, with a hint of profound law of life in the air around her. Matriarch Ephra wasn't given the key bearer's title and left alone to guard the Verdantia Life Galaxy for nothing. In fact, every key bearer of the Verdantia Life Galaxy has to be proficient in the law of life and inherit the legacy of the Witch of Life that not even the Witch of Queen could touch. Furthermore, there was something that the outsiders who had no connection with the witch race didn't know. Every key bearer of the Verdantia Life Galaxy was more powerful than the Witch Queen herself. The air bent slightly around Matriarch Ephra, pulsing in rhythm with her heart, as though the world itself obeyed her will, but suddenly her brows furrowed as she finally sensed something. It was a ripple that didn't belong here, but before she could react, the next instant, the space behind her shattered, and Jacob walked out of the rift like a merciless, inevitable fate. Chapter 1119. Verdantia Life Galaxy, Part 2. Despite Jacob's startling entrance, Matriarch Ephra's reaction was instantaneous. A dozen runic arrays flared to life, weaving protective circles that converged upon Jacob like spears of radiant light. But before they could even reach him, Jacob simply raised his skeletal hand, which was like jade, which was different from the deathless prince's hand, and time froze. However, it was still nothing. The next instant the spells died mid-flight, their light extinguished like a candle flame, and then only silence remained. Matriarch Ephra's eyes widened as her heartbeat faltered, for she could feel the suppression wasn't just of mana but the law itself. At this moment she finally looked at Jacob with vigilance and dread before she breathed, her tone trembling between awe and dread. "Who might esteemed guest be? What business does someone like you have with our witch race?" Hearing Matriarch Ephra's polite yet wary tone, Jacob's reply was a whisper, calm as falling snow, someone who has no time for introductions. "Hand me the life essence and all the knowledge of witch race." Matriarch Ephra was startled when she heard Jacob's demand as if he were collecting some debt. Still, she could only suppress her fury in front of an opponent like Jacob, who was both mysterious and unfathomable. Nonetheless, she couldn't just do as Jacob told her, so she replied while her hands clenched, "Sir, you are being unreasonable. The life essence belongs to the life faction, and the knowledge of the witch race is sacred. Even if you are an exalted myth, the queen herself must grant." Before she could finish, Jacob took a single step and the dais beneath her shattered like glass. The next instant she found herself pinned midair, an invisible force gripping her entire being. Even her soul totem quivered under the crushing pressure. Her runes tried to respond to restore balance, but they faltered and were devoured by the law of yin-yang distortion spreading from Jacob's hand. "Your queen isn't here now, is she?" "Oh, and I don't give a damn about the hollowed life faction," Jacob said softly, his voice devoid of emotion. "However, you hold the key, so don't waste my time unless you want this beautiful place to turn into a cemetery." Matriarch Ephra's eyes widened because she could feel Jacob's killing intent behind his words, and she knew he meant every word that he just uttered. For a long, suffocating moment, she resisted. Then, with a faint gasp, her resistance broke. From her trembling palm, a sigil of radiant green light emerged, spinning slowly before shattering into countless motes that converged into a shining emerald rune. Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction because it was a cosmic gateway mark. The next moment, air behind her quivered, and a vast circular mirror of living light opened, rippling with verdant energy. It was the gateway to Verdantia Life Galaxy. Not only that, but the gateway seemed to open at a specific location as the fragrance of seemingly endless vitality spilled forth. It was as if all creation exhaled at once. Jacob's sockets flickered with pale light as he glanced at Matriarch Ephra meaningfully, and the latter showed a pleading expression. "You chose well," Jacob uttered before he raised his hand, and the essence threads from the open portal coiled toward him, responding like living rivers to a supreme command. It was the law essence of life, and it belonged to him. The law of life, it's the law of life. Matriarch Ephra's eyes widened when she felt a faint trace of life law emitting from Jacob's palm. It was a completely unexpected situation, even more so than Jacob controlling the law of time and the unknown laws of yin-yang. At that moment, Matriarch Ephra knew that she might have avoided a calamity for witch race, and her decision to hand over the life essence without any resistance was a correct one. Nonetheless, she watched helplessly, her lips trembling as the reality of the moment sank in. The witch race's sanctuary, their holy galaxy, was being plundered by a being who seemed to stand beyond the laws she devoted her entire life to mastering. Jacob gathered all the life essence without leaving behind a single drop and sent it back into the infinite space, where he had already arranged a location for it. Once he was done, he turned slightly, his tone soft but final. "Your race will remain untouched, Matriarch. Be grateful for that." Jacob didn't need to ask where the witch's knowledge was, not to mention he wasn't just after the knowledge at this point. Since Matriarch Ephra knew what was best for her and the witch race, Jacob knew she wouldn't dare to fight back or do anything stupid. The next moment, he vanished into the glowing gateway, leaving behind only silence and the faint scent of crushed dais, lingering like the memory of something sacred defiled. The force gripping Matriarch Ephra also vanished, but her body instinctively trembled because she knew she had just escaped from the gates of hell. At that moment, Jacob's final words rang in her head, and she looked at the opened cosmic gateway with a complex yet frightful expression. "The entire legendary plains is in chaos. And now even our witch race is being targeted. Oh, Sacred Mother, could it be an unavoidable calamity for myriad races?" No one knew who she was praying to, but at that moment, she seemed like a helpless worshipper with nothing but her Lord. "I can only pray for your protection and hope for the betterment of your children." Her muttering turned into weeping whispers. However, neither Matriarch Ephra nor Jacob noticed an invisible ripple within the cosmic gateway, for it appeared in an instant and then vanished without any trace, like a vague memory. But the very next moment, something terrifying happened that was beyond Matriarch Ephra's expectations and even beyond Jacob's. A speck of golden particles suddenly appeared right within the cosmic gateway, and it instantly turned into a golden radiance, releasing a mysterious and profound power beyond legendary plains. Matriarch Ephra finally felt it, but she couldn't do anything, even if she were able to feel it, because her mind went blank as if that power couldn't be comprehended by the likes of Matriarch Ephra or even Quasimus. The next moment, the cosmic gateway blasted into countless light particles, meaning the cosmic gateway has been destroyed, which shouldn't be possible unless someone claimed the legendary vestige. Chapter 1120, Verdantia Life Galaxy, Part 3. The gateway of emerald radiance pulsed like a living heart, expanding and contracting in gentle rhythm. Beyond it, the universe seemed to shift colors in gold and jade, intertwining like creation itself, folding inward. Jacob stepped through, and at once his surroundings changed. The air thickened with raw vitality, so dense that it hummed with energy, each breath brimming with the essence of life itself. Beneath his feet, luminous ground formed from condensed verdant energy. Each step left ripples of growing moss and blooming flowers that withered seconds later under the cold radiance of his aura. The entire space reacted violently to his presence, as if life and death were rejecting one another, colliding in invisible tension. At that moment, Jacob raised his gaze, and in the endless distance, rivers of luminous sap flowed across the sky, linking floating continents shaped like petals. Each of those petals thrummed with life. Forests breathed, mountains pulsed with heartbeat rhythms, and the skies were veined with streams of essence that resembled veins of a holy creature. It was breathtaking, yet suffocating as Jacob could feel it. However, for Jacob, it matters little because all he cares about is the knowledge stored in this place, and calling this place the inheritance of the witch race wouldn't be wrong. Behind Jacob, the emerald brilliance of the cosmic gateway rippled softly as he strode deeper into the galaxy's inner sanctum. However, right at that moment, a soundless tremor swept through the dimension, and Jacob suddenly froze mid-step. His senses, sharpened beyond the perception of ordinary existence, instantly caught the distortion. A tiny flicker of golden luminance that bled into the fabric of the realm. His head snapped back toward the gateway, and then it happened. Without warning or precursor, the cosmic gateway behind him shattered. A blinding burst of golden brilliance erupted, drowning the entire Verdantia Life Galaxy in celestial light. The shockwave struck with such magnitude that space itself screamed, and the galaxy's laws convulsed violently as ripples of annihilation tore through its veins. Jacob's eyes flared, his skeletal hand rising reflexively as his yin-yang law barrier unfolded. The blast hit him a heartbeat later, and an impossible surge that fractured even his protective layer for the briefest instant. The backlash was unlike anything he had ever felt, and it wasn't raw destruction, nor was it law rejection, it was transcendence. The kind of power that didn't belong in this plane, and Jacob felt it instantly because of his special status. Jacob was hurled backward, his boots skidding across the crystalline ground as waves of golden fire and broken vitality spiraled around him. His cloak billowed, edges fraying in the storm of light. When the brilliance finally faded, he stood still, untouched yet frowning, the ghostly light in his eyes dimming to dangerous calm. Jacob finally realized that behind him, the cosmic gateway was completely gone, and it wasn't just broken but erased. Its coordinates, its signature, and even its dimensional anchor were gone without a trace. For the first time, Jacob's expression actually shifted, his calm cracked with a hint of disbelief. Impossible. His gaze narrowed, tracing the void where the gateway once pulsed, and like others, Jacob believed that the cosmic structure wasn't supposed to be destroyed. Any cosmic gateway was forged through the laws, such as yin and yang. It was a construct that even a Quasimus couldn't unmake, even if they collapsed their own law foundation. Furthermore, Matriarch Ephra certainly wasn't capable of it, not to mention after what he demonstrated. He didn't think she was foolish enough to cross him, and yet, the cosmic gateway was gone. His thoughts moved like lightning. I left her alive intentionally, and she lacked the ability. Even if she attempted some desperate measure, she would have died long before attempting something like this. Then what was that golden light, especially that elusive law that I felt? The more Jacob thought, the more uneasy he felt for some reason because he knew he wasn't without an enemy. And just thinking about this strange turn of events made his mind swirl with all kinds of scenarios. Don't tell me it was that bastard again. Jacob instantly thought about the hunter. Right now, he was no longer in the mood to plunder witch race because even with his eyes of judge, he couldn't see through any anomaly, nor could he find any traces of intrusion, yet that exact serenity made him more uneasy. At that moment, something unexpected occurred as Immortalita's mirthful voice sounded. How nostalgic ... In the silence between choices and chances, destiny weaves its noose. Ha 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 ha. What the hell are you on about right now? Jacob was flabbergasted when he heard the cursed book's voice after quite a while. However, Immortalita didn't reply, and its voice vanished like a nightmare, albeit ambiguous but haunting. Jacob had no time to inquire or mull over the cryptic words Immortalita just uttered in his head out of nowhere, because he knew that Immortalita wouldn't bother to reverse summon itself to mess with him. The only time the cursed book had done something like this was when Jacob was in extreme danger that couldn't be overcome with just his power, or where his advantage over others was nothing. Furthermore, with Jacob's current situation, he could only think about a single existence that warned Mordecai's warning, or whatever Mordecai had hinted at was something he absolutely couldn't underestimate. There was a simple way for Jacob to confirm the identity of his enemy by simply taking something out of his infinity pendant. Because the last time that Hunter appeared, he couldn't use his infinity pendant at all. But to Jacob's surprise, when he tried to take out the ring from the infinity pendant, it appeared without any resistance, startling Jacob and then confusing him. Who is it? Jacob was now relieved, but also vigilant because he knew that Hunter won't give him the chance to escape into the infinity pendant since the latter more or less knows about its advantage. Nonetheless, Jacob still didn't let down his guard because Mordecai would never dare to speak those types of words without any reason, and the destroyed cosmic gateway was the most significant sign. At this moment, without any hesitation, Jacob revealed his actual body while putting the gluttony mask away because he didn't want to be at a disadvantage when he faced this danger. Jacob's aura flared like a terrifying tide wave, making the surrounding space fractured as he uttered, "What business do you have with me?" Chapter 1121, The Destined Blade Beyond Perception. For a long moment, silence ruled the Verdantia Life galaxy as Jacob's words still echoed faintly, dissolving into the pulsing emerald haze that hung in the air. Yet there was no response, no stirring, no presence. There was simply nothing. Even his heightened senses, sharpened to perceive the slightest shift of law or space, returned nothing but a suffocating stillness, nor could his eyes of judge pick up any abnormality. Jacob stood motionless, the flaring spectral flames in his hollow eyes dimming as he scanned the fractured horizon. Because the infinity pendant was working just fine, he didn't retreat immediately and wanted to confront whoever it was who had the power to conceal itself in front of him, not to mention Mordecai's cryptic sentence was still haunting his mind. So it was nothing, his thought betrayed unease. Don't tell me that damn book decided to, but he suddenly stopped that trail of thought as his instincts clawed at him. He knew Mordecai never spoke without reason. Every time he had ignored its cryptic warnings hidden within its usual shenanigans, calamity and ruin had followed. Even now, that same weight pressed down on his very soul as a cold, creeping certainty that something might be unseen was watching from beyond perception. At that moment, Jacob spread his soul senses again without holding back anything, and the space around him broke under the sheer pressure and depth of his soul sense. Yet there was still nothing. There was not a single thread of anomaly, not a ripple of law, just choking silence. Seconds stretched, then minutes. At last, he thought doubtfully, maybe I really am overthinking. Perhaps that cursed book is really messing with me as a revenge for not summoning it for a while now and my withering reliance on it. Just as his grip eased slightly, and he began to lower his guard just a fraction, and that was when it happened. A faint thrum passed through his core, a vibration so subtle that even his godlike perception couldn't pinpoint its origin. Even his thought process was suddenly disrupted. It was extremely strange. So strange that he couldn't even preserve what had caused it because it was a feeling that eluded him completely. Then, all of a sudden, the world tilted. Jacob's eyes flared in horror as an unbearable dizziness struck him, his consciousness flickering like a candle in the void. But he just couldn't preserve what was happening, as if something had cut off his intelligence or consciousness. Jacob's ghostly voice was like broken glass as he couldn't even utter a complete word. At that moment his vision warped as if the stars were bending and he felt like everything was shifting beneath him. An alien force crept through his soul, soundless yet absolute, shutting down every law he controlled one by one, like cutting off the connection to his very source of power. It was precise and decisive as if premeditated. But right at that moment when that unknown force moved to seal his cursed heart completely, his aura flared wildly in response, his cursed heart instinctively resisting. However, it was too late as his soul totem was 99% suppressed, and only the inviolable 13th law, the law of infinity, could resist that force, but it was not strong enough. Jacob's limbs began to feel heavy and foreign, as if his very body no longer belonged to him. At that moment, Jacob felt his consciousness slip as a cold murmur echoed within his skull, not from outside, but inside his collapsing awareness. "I finally found you, thieving bastard." Just as that melodious yet icy voice filled with resentment sounded, agony followed, and a flash of argent light tainted with darkness erupted behind him, too fast to perceive, too silent to react to. If Jacob could have had a chance to turn around, or anyone watching, they would have seen an argent blade with icy dark edges revolving around its blade. Made of twisting Möbius strips, a weapon of infinite loops and paradoxical geometry, was pierced directly through the back of his skull. Furthermore, the strangest thing about that blade was that there wasn't any exit wound, as if it had pierced into Jacob's soul, not in his physical body. Moreover, from Jacob's skull there was no blood, nor any sound was made, and the most terrifying part was this time, Jacob's mortal danger sense wasn't triggered, nor did he feel any sense of danger until the blade was pierced into his very soul. At that moment the blade hummed faintly, resonating with impossible harmonics as if unraveling concepts. The laws Jacob embodied: death, yin-yang, void, life, space, time, and above all the incomplete law of infinity, all screamed in final dissonant defiance before collapsing into stillness. Jacob didn't make any sound, only a hollow shudder that reverberated through the galaxy itself. At that moment behind him, the wielder of that blade finally stepped from the rippling void. It was a tall, slender figure draped in a mantle that seemed to bleed between colors, sometimes black, sometimes gold, sometimes utterly non-existent. Its presence was neither divine nor mortal, for it simply was with no aura, no life, nor any trace of law, like an ordinary speck of dust. Only an infinite absence that devoured perception itself. The figure's hood tilted slightly as it observed the limp form of Jacob, with the Mobius blade remaining embedded in his skull. At that moment, softly, almost reverently, a voice emerged with a hint of a peculiar intent that vanished as soon as it appeared like a ray of light in endless darkness. So he's the cursed one. I've told you, heir of chaos. Your paths were entwined. A gentle voice with a hint of relief sounded directly from the Mobius strip blade. Alexandra's black hole-like eyes seemed to swirl the moment she heard that familiar, cynical voice, which gave her the creeps every time she thought about the owner of that voice. But she didn't show her uneasiness as she emotionlessly sneered, "Destined Saint, I guess you were always here." Ho ho. Destined Saint chuckled as if in an excellent mood, and the argent blade flickered as if projecting his ecstasy. Does it matter anymore? For the Cursed One has finally been caught. Chapter 1122, The Real Threat. The Cursed One has finally been caught. Alexandra didn't retort, but a peculiar glint flashed past her abyssal eyes as she profoundly looked at Jacob's listless body. She questioned impassively, "So this Cursed One is also an heir of a universal godly scripture, huh? But why do I feel like he was lacking? Are you sure he's the one you were looking for?" "Lacking, you say?" Destined Saint chuckled as if amused by Alexandra's words and replied in a slightly stern tone, "I can assure you, miss, if not for my preparations and all the tools I've prepared for you, not to mention subduing the Cursed One alive, you wouldn't even be able to touch the Cursed One's shadow. If I haven't masked your existence with my arcane law, the Cursed One would have already seen you coming long before you could even get close to him. I guess from your early reaction, you might have had a similar experience with the Cursed One, right?" Destined Saint curiously asked, as he seamlessly turned Alexandra's question into his own inquiry. Alexandra wore a thoughtful expression as she looked at Jacob and couldn't help but remember that event in the Path of Legend. At that time, she had no idea who Jacob was, but despite her advantage as an heir of a UGS, Jacob still managed to overpower her. Not to mention, he took away her legendary vestige and then mysteriously sent her into the territory of the Fiend race, where she endured 1,000 years of misery and mental torture. She vowed to hunt Jacob down after her revenge on the Fiend race, but she wasn't expecting Jacob to be another heir of a UGS. If not for Destined Saint suddenly approaching her, she would still be in the dark and might have suffered another loss at Jacob's hand or something far worse. Come to think of it, I think I've summoned old chaos in front of the Cursed One that day, and after that, this guy's demeanor had undergone a complete change. Alexandra couldn't help but think about that day more deeply and started to discover her mistakes. Yet no matter how cunning you were in the end, you still ended up in this state, and now your life and death are in the hands of someone else. You can only blame your UGS for being so damnable that even the whole universe is against you. Alexandra thought coldly, as she didn't have any sense of remorse or sympathy for Jacob. Instead, she felt wary because she had received an enormous reality check after meeting with Destined Saint and personally witnessing the latter's methods, which were capable of hunting down even the heir of universal godly scriptures, especially the notorious Cursed One. Although Jacob wasn't powerful yet, and still had a long way to go before he could match Destined Saint's proficiency when it came to the universal godly scripture, that was the exact same thing that made Destined Saint more terrifying. In the end, Alexandra was also like Jacob, a new heir of a UGS, and if she wasn't careful, she might end up like Jacob, especially if Destined Saint or someone like him found her a threat. What happened in the past doesn't matter anymore. Alexandra didn't want to disclose more about herself because she didn't trust Destined Saint for a moment, and the powers he controlled were too eerie. "Forgive me, but I don't mean to pry." Destined Saint didn't seem to mind while remaining amiable and gentle. Alexandra nodded before she asked another question she was curious about. "What do you want to do with him now? Why not simply kill him? Isn't it too dangerous to keep him alive? What if he were to break free from your seal?" Destined Saint replied without a pause. "Killing an heir of UGS is not impossible, but it's also had its risks because of the UGS. Every UGS has its own life-preserving methods. I don't need to explain them to you. Not to mention, we are dealing with the notorious Cursed One. That's why I need to make sure the Cursed One won't come back and not even a single trace of him remains. Although it won't completely end the Cursed One's reign unless the UGS related to it is destroyed, which is absolutely impossible, it can still bring the Zodiac Plains another era of peace and prosperity. Moreover, the Cursed One has always been a source of fear even in ancient eras and bygone eras, and this is the first time I've personally managed to take down one. So, you want to study him? Or turn him into your puppet? Alexandra coldly questioned, making the most logical guess in the current situation. Ho ho, you are giving me too much credit. Studying an heir of UGS without its UGS is impossible. Moreover, do you think there's something capable of turning you into a puppet, miss? Destin Saint meaningfully questioned, and in response, Alexandra became speechless as she already knew the answer to this question in her heart. See. It's impossible. Maybe in a short span of time, I might be able to restrain the Cursed One, but it's too dangerous, and I have no idea how much my restrictions will affect the Cursed One or if they will work at all. That's why you don't have to worry about my intentions. All I want is to get rid of the evil that threatened the Zodiac Plains as a whole, and the immature Cursed One is still not the biggest danger to the Zodiac Plains, at least not anymore. Destin Saint sighed with a hint of helplessness when he spoke about the last part. Alexandra was startled when she heard it and asked, "What do you mean by it? There's even a bigger threat than this Cursed One. Don't tell me it's another heir of UGS." Destin Saint remained silent this time, making Alexandra's expression comical because she wasn't expecting this at all. At this moment, Destin Saint finally spoke. It might be another heir of UGS or might not. To this day, I or anyone else has failed to figure it out. However, this threat is real, and truth be known, this threat is actually the real hunter who's been hunting and killing Cursed Ones for a very long time. Chapter 1123. The threads of destiny twist as they please. Alexandra was astounded by this revelation, and she felt she had heard something ridiculous as she questioned, hunting down the Cursed Ones. You mean the heirs of UGS before this guy? Yes, his predecessors were all hunted down and killed by the same entity, Destin Saint solemnly acknowledged. Who is this entity? Alexandra asked with a stern tone. If that entity can hunt down this Cursed One, wouldn't it be better to leave it to this entity in the first place? Furthermore, if this entity is such a threat, you can simply let him fight the Cursed One, and once they're done harming each other, you can simply swoop in and get rid of both of them. Alexandra stated that while she found Destin Saint's actions more mysterious and strange, while downright ridiculous at the same time, she couldn't figure out his real intentions at all. Ho, your suggestion is indeed feasible and sounds very good, but miss, there's a reason I can't allow that entity to come anywhere near the Cursed One anymore. Destin Saint calmly replied. Although no one knows when that entity started to hunt down the Cursed One or what purpose it actually had to go to such lengths. A faint killing intent surfaced in Destin Saint's tone at that moment. However, I was able to confirm that every time this entity successfully hunted down the Cursed One, it grows stronger at a terrifying rate. Right now, it's strong enough to resist some of the most powerful entities of the Zodiac Plains, and if I confront this entity in its own domain, I can't do anything, nor can it do anything to me. This is a stalemate going on for countless eras until this Cursed One appeared again, so you might be able to understand my plight. This entity had already begun its hunt for the Cursed One, and it almost succeeded, but I intervened promptly and stopped it. Otherwise, the Cursed One might have been the tiebreaker. If that were to happen, the entire Zodiac Plains will be in danger of getting ruined by this entity. Destin Saint didn't mince his words, as he also seemed to respect the terrible entity he had been battling for countless years. Still, for that exact reason, he also feared that entity, or at least that's what Alexandra felt for a vague moment. Nonetheless, Alexandra finally understood the reason behind Destin Saint's schemes to hunt down the Cursed One, and why he went to such lengths to even seek out her so she could help him in taking down the Cursed One before that entity would. Yet she still didn't fully trust Destin Saint or believe that he was doing all of this for a noble cause, such as to protect the order of the Zodiac Plains. What did I get myself involved with? If that entity is really hunting down the Cursed One for so long, and the Cursed One is essential to plans, and probably increasing this entity's power, doesn't this mean I have offended this entity and meddled in something I shouldn't have? At that moment, Alexandra felt a chill run down her spine because she suddenly felt Destin Saint had not only used her against the Cursed One, but he had also dragged her into muddy waters unknowingly. After all, if he were really sincere, Destin Saint could have told her all of this from the start instead of hiding it all this time, and only now revealing it when she had already helped him subdue the Cursed One. If that entity found out about it, wouldn't I be hunted down the same way? Since even this guy can't do anything against it, I'll be dead if this entity decides to come after me. The more Alexandra thought, the more she felt Destined Saint had taken advantage of her, and to further make the matter worse, he dared to reveal everything without any hint of fear that she might retaliate against him. However, the reality was that even though Alexandra knew all of this, she couldn't do anything to Destined Saint because she neither had the power nor the confidence to go against an entity like Destined Saint, who had the power of destiny at his disposal. Moreover, he was an ancient and formidable monster who had probably mastered his UGS while she was still an infant in his presence. She even had a feeling that Destined Saint revealed everything to her, knowing that she wouldn't dare to do anything even if she figured out his true intentions. Moreover, by revealing that entity to her, Destined Saint was probably telling her indirectly to choose a side. But it wasn't a choice because she had already offended that entity by meddling in this affair, and even if she left, Destined Saint might play some tricks to reveal her participation in hunting down the Cursed One to that entity. At that moment, Alexandra felt she had fallen in Destined Saint's trap, which was well crafted and woven by the latter so she couldn't escape no matter what she did. This guy is terrifying. Now I have no choice but to rely on him, and by doing that he can order me around even without doing anything. And he dared to say that he can't control the air of a UGS. Alexandra now felt as though she had awakened in a nightmare, and it might just be the beginning of the horrors. However, there was still something that Destined Saint probably didn't know, and the whole reason Alexandra participated in this endeavor despite knowing that she was going against an heir of a UGS. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and unwillingly said, "Since that's the case, I guess I have no choice but to help Sir Destin since I'm also a native of the Zodiac Plains. But who is this entity and where does it come from?" Destined Saint didn't seem to notice the indignation behind Alexandra's words or pretended to be obvious. Instead, he appeared shocked and moved by Alexandra's words as he said, "You will? Then I would like to thank you on behalf of the entire Zodiac Plains, and everyone should follow your example. Don't worry, as I promised, I'll help you in any way possible to grow, and it won't take long before you reach the same heights of power as I and become one of the protectors of the Zodiac Plains. With your help, I'm sure we can deal with that degenerate since we have already cut his path of ascension any further as long as I sealed the Cursed One and won't let him die." Destined Saint sounded very passionate before his tone turned somber as he revealed, "This entity has many names, but among people like me, this entity is known as the Immortal Nimrod. As for where it came from, it's the Universal Void." Chapter 1124. The Hand of the Void unthreads the loom of destiny. This entity has many names, but among people like me, this entity is known as the Immortal Nimrod. As for where it came from, it's the Universal Void. Realization dawned on Alexandra at that moment, as her eyes flickered with shock. Although she was familiar with the Universal Void and its unknown dangers, this was her first time hearing about such an entity residing within the unknown domain of the Void. If the Universal Void actually has such an entity, then doesn't this mean even if I can resist the corruption of the Void, as long as that entity marks me, I can't step there at all? Alexandra's heart turned cold because she was already planning on fleeing into the Void if she felt danger from Destined Saint. However, now she won't even dare to think about it because if that entity were to find out about how she meddled in its affair, she would be hunted down, not to mention that the Universal Void was that entity's home domain. It was as if Destined Saint was closing every possible door she had to escape one by one, and the more she thought about it, the more profound her awe and fear of the former became. At that moment, Destined Saint said something unexpected. "All right, miss, since my business here is done, I need to leave. Especially since I have to make sure the Cursed One is delivered safely to a safe location where neither Immortal Nimrod nor anyone else possible finds the Cursed One ever." Alexandra's eyes widened slightly as a hint of panic flickered in the depths of her eyes as she said, while doing her best to keep calm, "What? Don't you need me to bring Cursed One to the upper plains?" Destined Saint chuckled as he replied in a magnanimous tone, "Ho ho, how could I have asked you to do such a dangerous and challenging task after you've already done so much for me? Now you should focus on increasing your realm and enter the upper plains through the mythical Ascension Bridge. I'll have it open specifically for you soon, and as long as you have the Cloak of Occult, not only can it lead you to its location, but you can enter it without any need for an Ascension permit. Furthermore, the Cloak of Occult will be given to you as a token of my appreciation, and I don't need to tell you how it's capable of even eluding the heir of UGS. With it, you can also avoid getting noticed by the Immortal Nimrod." Alexandra was startled because she wasn't expecting Destined Saint to be so generous as to give her the Cloak of Occult. The Cloak of Occult was the very cloak she was wearing, and it was given to her by Destined Saint specifically to hunt the Cursed One. According to Destined Saint, this Cloak of Occult can mask her very fate, and no one could detect her presence, not even a UGS, even if she has a UGS herself, as long as she used it with her forbidden arcane law. First, she thought it was ridiculous, but after personally taking down Jacob so easily, she believed every word Destined Saint had told her. But she wasn't expecting Destined Saint to give it to her without any hesitation at all. After all, if he had demanded it back, she wouldn't have had any choice but to return it, yet she had unexpectedly become its owner. Moreover, it can also help her locate the mythical Ascension Bridge and enter it without any need for an Ascension permit, making the Cloak of Occult the most precious treasure in the entire Middle Plains. However, this brings her no joy at all, only more despair because Destined Saint just admitted that he can open not only the mythical Ascension Bridge for her, but he was most likely unaffected by the effects of the Cloak of Occult, or he won't be handing it out to her. Nonetheless, she can't have Destined Saint take Jacob like this because her whole scheme, and the reason she joined Destined Saint, was that she wanted something else far more than the Cloak of Occult to gain from Jacob. Furthermore, Destined Saint had just taken away another valid reason for her to stay with Jacob, which was the Ascension permit in Jacob's hand. Moreover, she already has an Ascension permit from the time she cleared the Trail Tower within the Path of Legend. Sir, just as Alexandra was trying to make an excuse, Destined Saint cut her short. Ho ho, there's no need to thank me, this is nothing in front of what you've done for me. As for other resources, you can obtain them as much as you want from SAAI or Undying Will by simply using your ID, which I've personally upgraded. You don't need to worry about any authority or paying any price. Lastly, I'll wait for you in the Upper Plains, and as promised, I'll help you with your UGS. You need to arrive there, and I know it won't be difficult for you at all, for you are the strongest in the entire Middle Plains. Now please leave the task to escort the Cursed One to the Fateless Celestial. My dear servant is more than capable enough to handle the dangers. Just as the Destined Saint's words trailed off, the Merbius blade pulsed once, and the very space around Jacob's listless inverted. Thereafter his entire form began to dissolve into shimmering fragments of law, devoured by the paradoxical weapon. The Merbius blade again shifted, turning back into its endless loophole, revolving endlessly without fail. Alexandra's expression warped when Jacob's body was swallowed by the now seemingly antique yet ordinary Merbius strip, and she didn't know it could do that. But in truth, she knew nothing about the actual abilities of the Merbius strip at all, except that it can be used as a weapon that can render even a UGS helpless against it. Now I'll be taking my leave. Destined Saint was about to leave when suddenly a rare hint of surprise surfaced in his voice. However, the next moment, an eerie voice seemed to reverberate throughout the void like a death knell. Well, Destined Saint, I should thank you for your service. The next moment, the very space wrapped around the fateless celestial, and the void turned into an inescapable claw as it swallowed the revolving fateless celestial. Chapter 1125, Waking Up in Nightmare, W. Kiyu. A distorted voice rippled through the darkness, broken, faint, and fleeting, like an echo that had forgotten its origin. But within this boundless void, sound itself was meaningless. The silence swallowed it, erased as though it had never existed. EP. Again the voice trembled into being, but this time sharper, desperate, like a dying ember refusing to surrender to the wind. Yet what could a sound hope to reach in a realm where even light seemed to fear to exist? However, all of a sudden something flickered. At first, it was nothing but a grain of light, a spark so frail it vanished before even the darkness acknowledged it. But before it could fade entirely, thump, a faint sound like a heartbeat rang through the nothingness, and the next moment the spark flickered again, briefly illuminating the endless dark only to vanish once more, thump, thump. However, the heartbeat returned, this time heavier, stronger, as if each pulse defied the very law that had silenced everything before it. It was no longer a whisper but a defiance. A drum of existence hammering against the emptiness itself, and thereafter light. Sparks burst like distant stars being born from oblivion. One became two became hundreds, until the void was speckled with pale embers that shimmered with strange rhythm. Together they began to weave, their trails forming an outline slowly, intricately, until a single symbol emerged amid the abyss. Infinity, it was the symbol of infinity. It pulsed, slow and steady, alive, like a heart beating at the center of all that was and wasn't. Each pulse sent out waves of blinding luminescence, bending the void around it like ripples across a black sea. As that light deepened, something else appeared, but faint and ephemeral. They shimmered for a mere instant, ghostly and incomprehensible, their form too delicate for perception itself. But the strangest part was they danced around the infinity symbol, then faded, leaving only the faintest afterimage, like a memory of divinity brushing across mortal thought. It was impossible to tell what they were or why they appeared, yet their presence left the void trembling as though even infinity acknowledged their existence. Thereafter, out of that trembling silence, another voice emerged, but it wasn't distorted nor broken, but vast, resonating through the nothingness like a hymn of contradiction. The world named it misfortune, but the abyss called it balance, and I, caught between, learned that nature smiles with both faces. Almost instantly the voice faded, yet its echo lingered, shaping the darkness itself into rhythm. But just then, as that mystical voice had created a bridge, "Wake you bastard," the distorted voice returned, now thunderous, enraged, anxious, and impossibly close. Jacob's hollow eyes snapped open, flaring with incandescent light. A wave of soul force erupted from him, shattering the lingering darkness like glass struck by wrath. The fractured remnants of the void recoiled, torn apart by the resurgence of his existence. "You wake up," that voice rang again, and it was extremely close, and when Jacob regained some of his focus, he was a breathtaking face so close to his skull that she was about to touch his bone with her tender skin. Her starry eyes, which carried impossibly complex structures of constellations, were directly gazing into his hollow sockets, and there was nothing but anxiety, worry, and slight relief. "Nix," Jacob called out in his eerie voice, a hint of confusion in it. "Oh, good, you remembered me." Nix's eyes were filled with joy when she heard her name being called by Jacob, and it was like all her worries had vanished. If there were another being, they would have been moved by her. However, the person was none other than Jacob, and once he regained more of his focus, everything started to return to him like a nightmare. However, Jacob could only remember that he had heard Immortalita's cryptic words, and he was searching for that enemy when suddenly something seemed to have been pierced, and then everything went dark. But what made Jacob confused was that he remembered drowning in that nothingness, when something seemed to have pulled him out, and he clearly remembered hearing something and preserving it as well. However, now that he tried to remember those words, they eluded him as if they were there, but the moment he wanted to recognize them, they hid themselves. Nonetheless, Jacob didn't have the luxury to solve this strange mystery because what happened was entirely out of his wildest expectations, and when he saw Nix, his heart grew colder. At that moment, his voice turned cold. "Get out of my face." Nix didn't seem to be angry. If anything, she seemed relieved when she heard Jacob's familiar tone. "I guess he's all right, and it seemed he didn't remember I called him bastard as well." Nix was secretly glad before she snorted and scooted away. Only now did Jacob realize that he was lying in Nix's lap, and his surroundings were of constantly shifting stars, which were both extremely beautiful and mystical at the same time. However, Jacob wasn't fascinated by that ceiling because he knew where this place was, and the gravity of the situation started to sink in. Jacob instantly rose from his lying position, and he saw that he was also in his skeletal form. At that moment, he looked at Nix sitting beside him, with a hint of disappointment on her face. But Jacob didn't care about what Nix was thinking and coldly questioned, "How did I appear in the nightmare realm? And why am I in this form since I didn't change into it?" At that moment, Jacob's voice cracked a little with a hint of anxiety as he questioned in a stern tone, "And why can't I feel my body? What exactly happened to me?" Nix averted Jacob's flaring eyes as if hesitating whether she should tell him the truth or it would be too much for him. Jacob seemed to sense Nix's emotions, and he was on the verge of going berserk as he controlled himself and solemnly said, "Just tell me everything. Do you think I can't handle the truth?" Chapter 1126. Evasive Reality Part 1. "Just tell me everything. Do you think I can't handle the truth?" Just as Jacob's voice trailed off and Nix was about to tell, all of a sudden Nix's figure suddenly stopped with half of her mouth open, and not just her, even the surrounding stars, everything stopped. Jacob was startled by this strange yet eerie situation, and with everything that had been happening, he panicked a little because, right now, Nix's existence was the only thing that gave him the certainty that he was still alive. Was it an illusion? Jacob thought as his suppressed emotions, which had been dormant for thousands of years, started to surface. But at that moment, "Don't be too hard on the nightmare, for she's the whole reason you are still yourself. But I wasn't expecting I would see such a nostalgic reaction. That really reminded me of that day when we first met. Ha 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 ha." Jacob was flabbergasted the moment he heard that annoying voice. Still, at that moment he felt that the eerie voice was the most melodious, for he knew it represented an absolute statement: he was alive. Nonetheless, it was very hard for Jacob to calm down as he had been through too many emotions in such a short time. But still, hearing that voice gave Jacob absolute confidence and relief. "Immortality," Jacob called with a hint of rare elation in his voice, but that didn't last as he was confused and lost at that moment. "Just what is going on? What exactly happened, and what did you do to the nightmare realm?" Jacob glanced at Nix, who seemed to have been stopped at that moment, and so did everything else, and he didn't need to brainstorm to figure it out that it was Immortality's doing. Furthermore, Jacob wasn't aware that Immortality could even interfere in Nightmare Realm, a projection of Nix's ability, to such an extent that it could even freeze everything, including Nix. As for Immortality's presence, Jacob never believed for a second that the Nightmare Realm could block the Cursed Book if the latter really wanted to see inside, or Nix would have been even more powerful than a universal godly scripture. "What happened? Ha 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 ha, something exciting actually, and trust me, it's riddled with entertainment." Immortality didn't seem to worry about Jacob's current mindset, nor did it seem to hurry or panic. In short, Immortica was being Immortica, which instantly vaporized the newly born goodwill in Jacob's mind. Do you really want to do this even in this unknown situation? Jacob angrily roared as he felt he couldn't contain his anger anymore, nor did he want to try to control it, because everything was driving him to the brink. Whoa, Immortica pretended to be startled before chortling. All right, I was going to share this with you since the more you share your joy with others, the greater it becomes. But it's a pity that the nightmare won't be able to hear anything since she's not qualified. Yet, Jacob didn't care about Immortica's cryptic words anymore as he was waiting for the cursed book to get to the point. Heh, well, where do I start? Immortica playfully paused before it spoke again, because at that moment the flame in Jacob's sockets was almost like a blazing inferno, projecting the sheer fury in his very soul. So here's what happened. At that moment Immortica stopped again suddenly. What? Jacob finally couldn't take it as he bellowed furiously. Well, wouldn't it be more interesting to show you instead? After all, we are in the dreamscape nightmare realm of your soul, where whatever you imagine or think can turn into reality. I know you won't mind if I borrow it. Immortica impishly laughed, but Jacob was more startled by Immortica's intentions. The next moment, under Jacob's astounded expression, the entire scene of the nightmare realm shifted. Although it was the scenery of another space, Jacob instantly realized that it wasn't the projection that Nyx usually used. Not to mention, Jacob was extremely familiar with that faint aura of life, for it was the last thing he felt before he ended up in this strange state. Furthermore, under Immortica's manipulation, the nightmare realm felt like reality. If Jacob weren't aware of it, he would have also thought of this place as reality because when Nyx transformed the nightmare realm, Jacob could always tell that it wasn't real, but not anymore. It might also be because Nyx wasn't powerful enough yet, but whatever the case was, Jacob knew that Immortica was immeasurable. However, Jacob didn't have time to admire or comprehend Immortica's unknown power, because at that moment in that familiar space a doorway formed and a cloaked figure stepped out like the harbinger of death, due to the law of death emanating from him. Deathless Prince. Jacob recognized it immediately because the Deathless Prince walking out of the cosmic gateway was none other than he himself, wearing the face of the Deathless Prince, and the place he just walked out was the Verdantia Life Galaxy. At that moment, it wasn't hard for Jacob to figure out what Immortica was intending to show him using the Nightmare Realm. It was the scene where everything transpired, and it would be a lie to say that Jacob didn't want to know what exactly happened to him. Immortica suddenly spoke in a cheerful tone filled with ecstasy. Now, don't blink or everything will be over. Jacob didn't need Immortica to remind him not to mention that he can't blink as he looked at himself hovering in front of the cosmic gateway. It all started with, just as Jacob thought, the cosmic gateway behind Jacob started to release unstable fluctuations, and he knew it too well. But right at that moment, just when the cosmic gateway was about to be shattered just like he remembered, the reality suddenly paused again. Did you see it? Immortica suddenly questioned with a hint of amusement. See what? Can you stop with your riddles? Jacob was perplexed as he wanted to swear at the cursed book, but it took everything in him to keep himself in check since he knew Immortica was revealing the truth, just that it was doing it annoyingly. Immortica laughed, clearly pleased at that moment. Heh, all right, I'll help you. The next moment, the reality began to move again as the scene played out and Jacob watched everything. All of a sudden, Jacob's eyes contorted, and an icy chill ran down his spine because just when he walked out from the cosmic gateway, he finally saw another figure flying out. Chapter 1127. Evasive Reality, Part 2. Jacob was finally able to see his assailant, who was tall, slender, and draped in a mantle that seemed to blend colors. This was the reason behind his current situation. Furthermore, the mantle that figure was wearing was extremely strange and mystical as its color was neither black nor white, but something in between, as if it didn't exist in the visible spectrum at all, with no aura, no life, nor any trace of law, like an ordinary speck of dust. If you can see it, then why didn't you tell me? Jacob couldn't help but complain furiously. All you did was just leave me a cryptic nonsense. Heh, just watch for now. Immortica had no intention of revealing anything, yet it laughingly stated, making Jacob indignant. However, he was also curious about what had happened and waited. As time passed, Jacob watched, however, not himself but the figure in a mantle who was hovering a few meters above him, waiting for a chance. At that moment, Jacob finally revealed his true form as he spread his soul sense to its fullest extent. Jacob knew it was also the moment when Immortica had said those cryptic words before vanishing without a trace. "What business do you have with me?" Jacob uttered, and at that moment he saw that the figure in the mantle seemed to flinch and slightly distance itself from him as if wary of his bluff. "Don't worry, the cursed one can't preserve us." An emotionless, static voice suddenly sounded from the Merbius-stripped buckle on the mantle. "Cunning bastard," the figure cursed with a hint of relief as if believing fully what that voice said. The cursed one? Jacob's eyes flickered violently when he heard that term. But he also noticed something else as he couldn't help but ask, are they communicating via soul transmission? And you can even hear that. Since this reality was now controlled by Immortica, Jacob knew that everything he was seeing was, in a sense, from Immortica's perspective. Knowing that Immortica could also hear someone else's soul transmission, he was both astounded and perplexed. Just a small matter, Immortica dismissively stated but didn't elaborate, changing the topic. Now don't speak, this is my favorite part. Although Jacob knew that Immortica was definitely hiding secrets, he didn't say anything and kept watching with killing intent raging in her heart. As Jacob saw himself as all vigilante and on edge, he couldn't help but think that he was like a clown who was performing a show for his assailant and felt humiliated. It's about time, that static voice sounded again. Are you sure he won't be able to react? The figure seemed skeptical and slightly worried. Please trust my owner's judgment. The cursed one won't be able to escape my owner's grasp. The static voice sounded again, filled with confidence. Why are they calling me cursed one? Furthermore, the conversation between them suggests that the buckle serves as a proxy for the real perpetrator who instigated all of this, and the cloaked figure is merely a hired gun. But who could that be? Furthermore, if the perpetrator also gives that cloak, then not only his identity but his power also seems unfathomable, which means someone from the upper planes. However, to be able to be entrusted by that kind of person, the attacker also needed to be someone extraordinary, especially if they knew who they were attacking, and I have a feeling that they knew exactly who I am. Right at that moment, Jacob's eyes contorted because the Merbius strip buckle suddenly detached itself from the mantle and morphed into a strange revolving blade. But even after that, Jacob still couldn't sense anything from them, as if reality couldn't preserve their existence at all, and Jacob knew that Immortica was aware of what that power was. However, Immortica was probably deliberately blocking any aura because he might not be able to handle it if, or for another reason. As for Immortica, also not able to see through that power, Jacob didn't even consider that possibility for a second since there was nothing that the cursed book couldn't do. Well, you and your master better be right, or I won't hesitate to abandon everything. The figure warned before she finally moved right when the Merbius strip blade seemed to have given her some signal. Jacob finally realized how meticulous and terrifying they were because they moved exactly when he considered that there was no danger. As Jacob watched everything play out, he felt a shiver because all it took was a vague moment before the figure plunged the Merbius strip blade into the back of his skull. Jacob trembled with disbelief and fury when he saw the scene of himself struggling like a fly while unable to do anything, not even able to retaliate. Furthermore, when that blade stabbed into Jacob's skull, it seemed to have nullified all the protections, including the treasures he was wearing, and the hood on his head came off after losing its effect. The moment Jacob's figure was revealed, a violent ripple surfaced from the figure in the mantle, filled with surprise and disbelief. The next moment, a sound of gritted teeth was heard before a voice filled with indignation sounded, "I finally found you, thieving bastard." Jacob was startled because that statement seemed very personal, which meant that the figure seemed to know who he was, but wasn't actually aware of it until his hood came off. But Jacob didn't remember showing his runic skull face to anyone or leaving anyone alive who had seen his true form. Yet this figure knew, which again astonished him. Right at that moment, a flash of argent light tainted with darkness erupted behind him, too fast to perceive, too silent to react to as his body went limp, and from behind him, the wielder of that blade finally stepped from the rippling void. With boundless killing intent, Jacob saw the figure's hood tilted slightly as it observed the limp form of Jacob, with the Merbius blade remaining embedded in his skull. At that moment, the reality suddenly paused again like a recorded video, and Immortica's lunatic-like laughter reverberated, "Ha ha ha ha, you saw right. I know you are as entertained as I am, and you should be because you won't see such a meticulous show every day." Jacob's emotions were raging to the extreme with no outlet to go on, and only a sliver of rationality remained as he used it to ask only one question. Am I dead? Chapter 1128, Evasive Reality, Part 3. Am I dead? This question carries infinite emotions of Jacob as if he had returned to that hospital bed, waiting for his impending death, and right now he felt the same, with the only difference being that it was Immortica's judgment standing between life and death. Are you dead? Ha 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 ha. Immortica seemed extremely amused by this question, as if finding it ridiculous. I think I don't need to tell you the answer to this question, for you knew better than anyone if you're alive or dead. So let me ask in return, tell me, are you dead? The dimmed flames in Jacob's hollowed sockets suddenly flickered after hearing Immortica's words. Am I dead or alive? Jacob thought as he couldn't help but look at the paused reality where that strange weapon had stabbed his skull. At that moment, Jacob's thoughts became clear, and something that he had overlooked all this time surfaced in his mind. The second universal godly ability, the infinite remains, didn't trigger. Jacob blurted out the moment he realized his biggest trump card that made him unkillable hadn't even triggered. Furthermore, the infinite remains were the second ability of the cursed immortality, and Jacob knew there was no chance of it failing or being suppressed by anything. Ha 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 ha, Immortica laughed, became wanton at that moment. Well, it took you long enough to realize it, but since you did now, do you still think you are dead? Jacob no longer thought about being dead anymore, and it took off the biggest burden weighing down his heart, and he became calmer. Nonetheless, this doesn't mean that he was now worry-free. In fact, now that he knew that whoever attacked him didn't intend to kill him, which was the most worrying part of them all. What exactly happened? That blade didn't even give me a chance to resist, and at that time it was like Jacob wanted to describe that feeling, but he couldn't because his cognitive abilities at that time seemed to have served entirely, and he became mindless. It was like your mind has been cut off from your instincts, right? Immortica chortled. Well, you can't blame yourself because that weapon is made with a forbidden arcane law, and its actual rank is something you can't even comprehend yet. Jacob was startled the moment he heard forbidden arcane law because he knew what this implied, and his expression became gloomy and fearful. It was an arcanist, meaning the heir of another USG who made a move. Furthermore, since the arcanist can even use the arcane law to such an extent to create a weapon, this means they are at an extremely high level of comprehension of their USG. Moreover, that hired assassin is definitely not the owner of that weapon, which means they weren't personally there, or they wouldn't have to go through all that trouble to just sneak up on me. But why would such a powerful entity come after me and go through all that trouble and even hand over such a powerful weapon to someone else? Jacob raised one question after another as he couldn't understand why the other party was doing it, not to mention he had no idea how they found him or knew his identity. Lastly, he was extremely curious about the attacker's identity, who not only knew who he was but could also be trusted by an arcanist with such a weapon. But the most crucial question that came to Jacob's mind at that moment was, what is the forbidden arcane law of this arcanist? Jacob already knew that the arcane law of the chaotic darkness was most likely related to the UGSS name, and his arcane law was the infinity, and now another arcane law has appeared. It was so strong that it instantly subdued him alive. Furthermore, Jacob didn't think that it was Hunter who had been hunting him, because this attacker wasn't working alone and was most likely a pawn of the arcanist. Whoa, I know you have many questions, and I think you'll get most of them answered. For now, I'll tell you what's supposed to happen to you. If everything had gone right, then we wouldn't be having this conversation right now because you would be completely in a comatose state without having any ability to think or wake up like forever unless that weapon allows you to regain your mind, Immortica revealed. Jacob was astounded as he solemnly asked, then what is going on here? Heh, didn't I tell you that if not for the nightmare you wouldn't be here and you should probably thank her profusely. Although their attack was well thought out without any loopholes or errors, what they hadn't expected was that you were a nightmare contractor of the beast of primordial nightmare, making your soul a completely different entity than any soul out there. That's why your consciousness or mind, instead of getting trapped in that weapon, was dragged into the nightmare realm by the nightmare, and not even that weapon realized that it had missed its mark. Instead of sealing your consciousness, it has only sealed your hoax soul, which didn't have your dreamscape realm, because the nightmare has meticulously hidden it without even realizing it by just following her instincts. Lastly, you being my heir has also played the biggest part in waking up your consciousness despite missing most of your soul. So, if there is even one of these essential components missing, you might not wake up this quickly. Hee. Immortica explained with a hint of morbid amusement as if telling its favorite heroic tale. Jacob finally realized everything that had transpired after he got attacked and almost got sealed away. At that moment, even in his stone-cold heart, a hint of warmth appeared for Nyx because just as Immortica had said, if he didn't have Nyx, the consequences of being sealed by an arcanist would be unimaginable. Jacob was about to speak, but Immortica spoke first as if already aware of what he wanted to ask and stated with great amusement. Well, the show isn't over, actually. Once you continue to watch, you'll get your answers, and trust me, this is just the tip of the iceberg because what happened is something you can't even imagine, ha 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 ha. Under Immortica's mirthful laughter, the paused reality started to play again, startling Jacob. Chapter 1129, Evasive Reality, Part 4. The moment reality began to move again, Jacob's focus shifted back as he wanted to know everything related to this event, especially the parties involved because they were his enemies. Moreover, Immortica had just told him that he would get all the answers he wanted once he watched everything, causing him to focus entirely on it. The first thing Jacob noticed was a subtle change in the blade that was stabbed into his skull before a soft, reverent voice emerged. So he's the cursed one. Jacob's eyes flickered violently because this voice didn't sound like the two voices that he had heard. That voice is coming from that weapon, which could only mean that it's the owner of that weapon. A sharp killing intent surged in Jacob's heart when he assumed the voice's owner to be the real perpetrator behind this entire attack. However, Jacob's thoughts instantly stopped when he heard the next part and he almost thought he had heard it wrong. He was utterly disbelieving. "I've told you, heir of chaos, your paths were entwined," that voice announced. Heir of chaos. It's that woman. Jacob's eyes flared like a raging volcano when he finally realized the identity of the assassin, and everything started to click into place. How could Jacob have forgotten about the only heir of the UGS he had encountered other than himself? Not to mention, he happened to have the latter's universal godly artificial in his possession, and Immortality had warned him about the compelling force between a UGS and its UGA, which can bring them together no matter how far they were or how long it would take. How did she get in contact with another heir of UGS so quickly, and the latter is clearly in Upper Plains? This could only mean it was still this guy who planned all of this, and it's probably related to this cursed one thing everyone keeps calling me. Furthermore, from her early reaction, it didn't seem she knew who I was until she saw my appearance, or she might have already had her suspicions and confirmed it at that point. The chance of this being the latter is high because then she would have a perfect motive and resolve to become his pawn so she could get the universal godly artifact back. Jacob felt as if all the fog had been clearing, and all this time he was so fixated on the hunter that he had been ignoring another potential danger, Alexandra. However, Jacob didn't consider Alexandra a threat because he knew she wasn't as powerful as he was, especially with the gluttony mask still under his control. She only became a threat when she received help from this mysterious heir of UGS, which was out of Jacob's wildest expectations. In all of this, Immortality made no comment, and neither did it break Jacob's thought process, as if Immortality wanted him to figure this whole thing out himself, or the cursed book was enjoying Jacob's various reactions. At that moment, Alexandra finally spoke. "Destined Saint, I guess you were always here." Destined Saint. Jacob instantly caught the name and engraved it in his very soul because this was probably the strongest enemy, on the same level as that entity that was hunting him, or stronger, because that guy was an heir of a UGS with progress in his UGS far beyond his imagination. Ho, does it matter anymore, for the cursed one has finally been caught. Jacob really started to hate Destined Saint when Alexandra dropped another bombshell, which sent a chill down Jacob's spine. So this cursed one is also an heir of a universal godly scripture, huh? But why do I feel like he was lacking? Are you sure he's the one you were looking for? Lacking, you say? I can assure you, miss. At that point, Jacob didn't hear anything else as his eyes were compressed into tiny beams, and Immortality seemed to sense his lack of focus and stopped everything. Suddenly, Jacob's muttering, filled with dread and disbelief, sounded, "They knew. They knew I had a USG, they knew." Jacob's reaction was somewhat normal because he considered cursed immortality his biggest secret, and now all of a sudden when he heard someone else mentioning his secret, he felt exposed, like standing in the middle of a crowd stark naked. Although Jacob had already thought about this possibility from the start when he found Alexandra and another heir of UGS's involvement in his attack, it still hit him hard when he confirmed it. However, Jacob wasn't someone who would have a mental breakdown so easily because right now, what was important was figuring out his exact situation and then finding a way to break free. Jacob knew that Immortality was showing him all of this for a reason, and this might not be resolved with a wish. Otherwise, Immortality would have already told him instead of going through all this trouble. Although the power of the infinity blood sacrifice could render Jacob invincible, it also came at a price, depending on his situation. Currently, Jacob knew he most likely did not have enough capital to carry through this wish at all. "I'm fine, continue," Jacob coldly uttered. He tried to hold back his insecurity and thought about how even Alexandra was exposed, not to mention that she probably knew this Destined Saint was also another heir of a UGS, given how comfortably they were speaking about them. It isn't a big deal as long as they don't know the true power of cursed immortality, Jacob thought or desperately hoped for this being the truth. This is more interesting than I thought. Immortality suddenly chortled before starting again without caring about Jacob's death glare. "If not for my preparations and all the tools I've prepared for you, if I haven't masked your existence with my arcane law, I guess from your early reaction you might have had a similar experience with the cursed one, right?" Jacob heard the entire dialogue between the two and preserved everything necessary, including the weapon and all other details, which were indeed arranged by Destined Saint. He also mentioned arcane law, which meant he wasn't hiding the fact that he had a UGS from Alexandra, making Jacob slightly uncomfortable. However, when he heard the last point, Jacob was startled as a peculiar intent flare in his eyes. "She didn't tell him about her encounter with me, and most likely not about the gluttony mask. Doesn't this mean she didn't trust this Destined Saint completely?" Chapter 1130, Evasive Reality, Part 5. Jacob watched everything play out without speaking another word. Still, the more he heard the conversation between Destined Saint and Alexandra, the more astounded he became, especially once he confirmed that Alexandra hadn't told Destined Saint about her encounter with him in the Path of Legend. Moreover, Jacob also noticed that Alexandra seemed to be wary of Destined Saint, and what left him in disbelief was that Destined Saint appeared to be aware of it. Yet he could easily lead Alexandra by the nose, making him extremely wary of the mysterious owner of the UGS. At that moment, Jacob heard Destined Saint reply to Alexandra when she asked him what he was going to do with Jacob, making Jacob's eyes flare with eerie sharpness. But when he heard Destined Saint's answer, Jacob was astounded because first, it confirmed that Destined Saint didn't seem to have any plan to kill him. Or more accurately, Destined Saint appeared to be wary of cursed immortality's hidden powers and life-preserving methods. However, this also brought Jacob some relief because Destined Saint personally admitted that he had no idea about the Cursed One's UGS or its abilities. Not to mention, he wasn't even aware of Cursed Immortality's forbidden arcane law. Nonetheless, Jacob was now sure that the Cursed One was none other than the heir of Cursed Immortality, especially when Destined Saint told Alexandra that without destroying the Cursed One's UGS, it was impossible to end the Cursed One entirely. Still, it would bring the Zodiac Plains another era of peace. Lastly, Jacob heard Destined Saint stating that the Cursed One had always been the source of fear, even in bygone and untold eras, and it was the first time Destined Saint had captured the Cursed One. So this Destined Saint isn't specifically targeting me, Jacob curtly stated with a hint of bitterness. He's targeting me because I'm the Cursed One. Simply put, I'm being attacked by such entities all because I'm associated with the universal godly scripture, Cursed Immortality. Ha 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 ha. Immortica's wanton laughter reverberated like a thunderclap. If I say yes, then tell me, will it change anything? Don't you remember what I've asked of you before I accepted you as my heir? I wonder if your conviction from back then has changed. Jacob fell into silence because he couldn't retort since he knew what Immortica was hinting at. Anything for immortality. Jacob muttered the same thing he had answered Immortica that day. I was told what I'm getting into and the dangers associated with it, so I can't blame anyone but myself. Jacob thought bitterly before he calmed down because even if he had another chance, he would walk on the same path as long as he could achieve immortality. But a question still lingered in Jacob's mind as he coldly spoke. Just what did you do to make the entire Zodiac Plains fear you so much? Not only aren't those heirs dead early. What are you hiding still? Heh, I'm an open book, I can't hide anything, Immortica cryptically replied teasingly. Jacob was unconvinced, but at that moment the reality moved again, and this time Alexandra asked another question which drew Jacob's full attention. So you want to study him, or turn him into your puppet? Jacob's heart turned cold as a chill ran down his spine when he thought about the possibility of falling into the hands of someone like Destined Saint, who is infinitely powerful than him, not to mention the former has a UGS. If Destined Saint really planned to make him a puppet, Jacob knew it wouldn't be as easy as his previous encounters when he was able to escape from his enemy's clutches after lying low for a time. But this time, the enemy was an extremely terrifying entity that probably knows some of the essential advantages of the universal godly scriptures. At that moment, Destined Saint proved it. Ho-ho, studying an heir of UGS without its UGS is impossible. Moreover, do you think there's something capable of turning you into a puppet, miss? See, it's impossible. Maybe in a short span of time, I might be able to restrain the Cursed One, but it's too dangerous, and I have no idea how much my restrictions will affect the Cursed One or if they will work at all. All I want is to get rid of the evil that threatened the Zodiac Plains as a whole, and the immature Cursed One is still not the biggest danger to the Zodiac Plains, at least not anymore. Jacob felt relieved because Destined Saint really wasn't planning on turning him into a puppet. Still, he was more agitated because the former also knew about the unique advantages Jacob had over others. However, at that moment, Alexandra said something that Jacob had missed, and he became alert, his eyes flaring violently when he heard Destined Saint's answer. What do you mean by it? There's even a bigger threat than this Cursed One. Don't tell me it's another heir of UGS. It might be another heir of UGS or might not to this day. This threat is real, and truth be known, this threat is actually the real hunter who's been hunting and killing Cursed Ones for a very long time. Hunting down the Cursed Ones, you mean the heirs of UGS before this guy? Yes, his predecessors were all hunted down and killed by the same entity. They are talking about that hunter, right? Jacob couldn't help but ask loudly as he felt he had stumbled upon another huge secret, one that was also related to something that had been bothering him and threatening his very existence. However, hearing from Destined Saint's mouth that even he considered this hunter a much bigger threat than the Cursed One, Jacob felt his life was really turning out to be miserable, and all of this because he was too weak. As Jacob continued to hear Alexandra questioning Destined Saint about this entity, he realized that she suggested letting the hunter and him fight and destroy each other instead of discussing risk and making a move against Jacob independently. This made Jacob see Alexandra in a new light, for she was too astute. However, this exact fact made Destined Saint even more formidable because he was able to make Alexandra work for him despite her intellectual abilities and shrewd mind. At that moment, Destined Saint replied, and when Jacob heard it, he was enlightened. Ho, your suggestion is indeed feasible, but miss, there's a reason I can't allow that entity, although no one knows when. I was able to confirm that every time this entity successfully hunted down the Cursed One, it grows stronger at a terrifying rate. Resists some of the most powerful entities of the Zodiac Plains, stalemate going on for countless eras until this Cursed One appeared again. Entity had already begun its hunt for the Cursed One. I intervened. The Cursed One might have been the tiebreaker, will be in danger of getting ruined by this entity. Jacob didn't know what to feel because, if he considered things from Destined Saint's perspective, the latter wasn't doing anything wrong. He was moving first to ensure his enemy wouldn't grow even stronger. However, this fact made him vexed and furious because he felt like a pawn on someone else's chessboard, and both parties wanted him to serve their own purposes. Furthermore, from Alexandra's expression and reaction, he knew that she wasn't happy about being dragged into this fight between Destined Saint and that hunter. Yet Destined Saint had fully masterfully manipulated her, leaving her no choice but to side with him. Moreover, Jacob also took great pleasure in Alexandra's misfortune when he saw how Destined Saint shamelessly played innocent, and like a saint, thanked her on behalf of the entire Zodiac Plains. But at that moment, Jacob's expression turned solemn because Destined Saint revealed the name of that hunter and its background. This entity has many names, but among people like me, this entity is known as the Immortal Nimrod. As for where it came from, it's the Universal Void. Chapter 1131, Evasive Reality, Part 6. At that moment, Jacob's eyes flared with shock and disbelief, as if raging flames, because he had finally realized the crux of the matter and why entities like Destined Saint were acting against him. Immortal Nimrod, Jacob called that name with deep fury and hatred, as it was the first time he had learned the name of that hunter who had been hunting him and was the main reason for this misfortune. Although I know he's been hunting me because I have the cursed immortality by using the longevity path glory gem, I have no idea he's been hunting Cursed One specifically so he could increase his powers. Not only that, but according to Destined Saint, Immortal Nimrod might be another heir of a UGS, but it's just a speculation. The last damning thing about all of this is that Immortal Nimrod is from the Universal Void, which means the real longevity path glory gem should be there. This changes everything. Although Immortica had given Jacob clues about Immortal Nimrod, the Cursed Book didn't specifically reveal who he was and where he came from, not to mention the part about Immortal Nimrod specifically going after every heir of cursed immortality. He seemed to have succeeded every time. Jacob wanted to question Immortica right away, but he waited and kept those questions in his heart, continuing to watch for now because there were too many things he didn't know, and this was an excellent opportunity to get a clear picture of everything. As Jacob watched, he noticed that Alexandra didn't seem too thrilled about getting involved in this fight between Destined Saint and Immortal Nimrod, especially when she realized Immortal Nimrod was as powerful as her benefactor. Furthermore, when Jacob heard Destined Saint suddenly wanted to leave while taking his body, he was shocked because if this were to really happen, he would be done for. But he was also astounded because if Destined Saint took his body, doesn't this mean Alexandra won't be able to retrieve the gluttony mask on his body if she really knew it was on him? Not only that, but if Destined Saint got his hands on the gluttony mask, he would have another thing to control Alexandra, and retrieving it from Destined Saint's hand was nigh impossible compared to Jacob. When Jacob saw Alexandra's reaction and instantly suggested escorting her body back personally, he knew that he was right. She knew about the gluttony mask but hadn't told Destined Saint about it yet. This turned everything even more interesting, and Jacob even hoped those two would fall out with each other on the spot. Still, apparently, it was impossible because Alexandra wasn't suicidal enough. But what made Jacob astounded even more was how Destined Saint tackled her, and he seemed to have a perfect counter for almost everything, as if he already knew which answer led to what outcome, making the mysterious Destined Saint all the more terrifying. Furthermore, Destined Saint also revealed the treasure that Alexandra was wearing, the Cloak of Occult. When Jacob heard this, the Cloak of Occult could not only help Alexandra in ascending to the upper planes without any ascension permit, but could also actually elude heirs of UGS, especially the Immortal Nimrod. Doesn't this make the Cloak of Occult like the gluttony mask? But since that guy is giving it away so easily, this means it didn't work against him. Jacob's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint as he looked at the seemingly ordinary cloak Alexandra was wearing, and he didn't know that Alexandra had the same trail of thoughts as he at that point. Lastly, Jacob saw how Alexandra was unwilling to give up. Still, Destined Saint didn't even give her a chance to continue and suppressed her again by promising more benefits. Jacob was startled when he found that Destined Saint also seemed to have a significant influence on both SAAI and Undying Will, which raised even more pressing questions. Now please leave the task to escort the Cursed One to the Fateless Celestial. My dear servant is more than capable enough to handle the dangers. At that moment, Jacob's heart turned cold, and a chill ran down his spine when he saw that Merbius blade called the Fateless Celestial devoured his entire body whole without leaving behind any trace, almost masking Alexandra's expressions. Suddenly, the reality stopped again, and Jacob's emotions were running wild at that point after what he saw. Hee, pretty interesting, right? Immortica's happy-go-lucky voice rang again, as if everything was just some interesting play for the cursed book. Jacob didn't react with anger anymore, because he knew it wouldn't bring him anywhere in his current situation. Not to mention the enemy was an all-powerful and all-knowing Destined Saint. First, I want to know if the heirs of cursed immortality before me were all hunted down by the immortal Nimrod or not. Furthermore, it should also be immortal Nimrod who had broken the infinity pendant and kept the longevity path glory gem to himself, so he could easily find your heirs once they reached a certain point of progress, right? But then why didn't he keep the cursed path glory gem? After all, it wasn't with the infinity pendant when I got it, and I acquired it in the common planes in lesser planes quite easily. At that time, if I remember correctly, you told me the other component wasn't like the cursed path glory gem, which can bring calamity to whoever holds it, right? So doesn't this mean immortal Nimrod even knew that? How is that possible, and who is this immortal Nimrod really? Does he really have a UGS, and is it related to the void? Lastly, does his UGS require him to hunt the Cursed One at some point to progress further? Jacob's questions became sharper as he revealed everything he speculated from what he saw. His biggest worry right now was still immortal Nimrod, because Destined Saint's purpose in capturing him was to also prevent immortal Nimrod from becoming more powerful and threatening Destined Saint's interests. But immortal Nimrod's purpose was completely different, and it was to hunt down Jacob specifically. In a sense, Jacob was even vaguely relieved to have been captured by Destined Saint instead of immortal Nimrod, since the consequences would have been terrifying. We'll have this chat later because what you've been watching was just a trailer, Immortica ambiguously yet impishly stated. What do you mean? Jacob was startled. At that moment, the reality played again, and Jacob was astounded because he thought that after Fateless Celestial devoured his body, Immortica might not be able to observe anything. Still, he had again belittled the cursed book slightly. Now I'll be taking my leave. Jacob instantly noticed the change in Destined Saint's voice, and he was shocked when he heard that familiar voice and what happened next. Chapter 1132. The void hungers and the hunter speaks. The eerie voice that had rippled through existence did not echo, it devoured sound. Well, Destined Saint, I should thank you for your service. The words slithered through the dark folds of space like a razor drawn across silk, and for a heartbeat everything froze. Alexandra, the space, even the spinning Merbius strip paused unnaturally as though reality itself inhaled before. Crunch, space folded like crumpled parchment, and a colossal claw shadow, an outline without form, descended around the Fateless Celestial and swallowed it whole. There wasn't any ripple, nor did the Fateless Celestial have time to struggle or react. Not even its creator seemed to have expected it until it was too late, before the Fateless Celestial was gone. On the other hand, Alexandra's pitch-black eyes contorted violently as the impossible unfolded before her, and by the time she was able to react, "Wah," her voice cracked, drowned in her own breath. She knows that the Fateless Celestial was an artifact that Destined Saint seemed to cherish a lot, and it had played the most crucial part in mobilizing the Cursed One, yet it had been consumed like the weakest of trinkets. Furthermore, she didn't even get to blink before the void snapped back to normal as if mocking her slow mortal perception. As everything started to sink, silence weighed down on her like the pressure of a collapsing star, not to mention Destined Saint's presence had vanished as well. After all, his voice or connection, everything he projected through the Fateless Celestial, which worked like a conduit, and the voice she heard was never really here, and now the conduit had been taken, Destined Saint was gone with it as well. Nonetheless, it was still hard to believe after what she had witnessed, and she whispered, Destined Saint." But the void did not answer, and a chill slithered down her spine that no flame could burn away. Her heart thrashed as she knew that she had just witnessed Destined Saint being kidnapped. But even beyond that, a single thought coiled into her mind like a venomous serpent. That thing that took him also had taken the Cursed One, which means the mask is gone as well. Alexandra felt like dying at that moment because everything she had planned turned into smoke, and the most damning part about all of this was that she was so close to getting the universal godly artifact that would make her whole. Yet she couldn't reveal it in front of Destined Saint, and now she couldn't snatch it away from that hand. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Alexandra staggered back as a chilling thought surfaced in her mind. Could that thing that had taken away the Fateless Celestial be immortal? She quickly stopped speaking, but she had already confirmed it in her heart because she couldn't think of another existence that could manhandle fateless celestial and caught the destined saint off guard like that. Everything pointed towards that one entity that destined saint considered the most significant threat, and that same entity was after the cursed one as well. But what made her feel exposed and threatened was how that entity seemed to be watching everything and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, despite destined saint's meticulous presence. "Didn't you say you have taken care of it?" Alexandra muttered with a hint of exasperation and dread as she looked at the space that had already returned to its pristine silence. Although the predator was no longer here, she couldn't help but feel exposed because it might still be here and watching her. Furthermore, since it had helped Destined Saint, that entity would naturally consider her hostile, and if it returned to deal with her, forget about acquiring the universal godly artifact. She might even lose her universal godly scripture or become like the cursed one. "I need to get out of here." With deep resentment and fear, she fled without hesitation. At this moment, far beyond Alexandra's perception in the immeasurable depths of space, the captured fateless celestial tumbled through torn layers of reality, dragged by the unseen claw towards the universal void, where law, time, and form dissolved like dust. The void was something that couldn't be taken lightly, and even quasi-myths can barely survive there, and only zodiac beasts reign supreme in this domain. Right at that moment, just when the void seemed to open its maw, ready to crush and consume, an ethereal white-gold brilliance erupted from the Möbius strip. Like a needle of infinity piercing through the night, a thread thinner than an atom flashed. The Möbius strip unraveled into a razor-fine line of paradox, so thin it should not exist, and so sharp it cut meaning itself. It stabbed through the void's shadowed hand, making the entity recoil for the first time in untold eras. The thread spun, twisted, and in an instant reformed into a humanoid silhouette woven from looping paradox lines. It was a shape that could only be recognized, not perceived. At that moment, Destined Saint stepped forth from the impossible. His faceless features, typically giving a sense of calm with the arrogance of destiny, were now felt as icy, rigid, and vibrating with barely contained rage. His voice cracked like frozen law. "Immortal Nimrod, how could you be here, and how long have you been watching?" In response to Destined Saint's inquiry, the space suddenly warped, then collapsed, and the next moment rebuilt itself around an approaching presence. The next moment, a figure walked out of the distortion, hooded in abyssal nothingness, except for purplish flames licking under his hood like celestial executioners. His killing intent was so oppressive that even the void strained to hold it. At that moment he spoke. His voice was calm, mocking, belonging to a hunter who had never failed his prey. "Still as slippery as ever, I see, Destined Saint, but I guess you want to receive your reward for all the most sincere work you've been doing for me. I must say I'm almost crying with laughter here. Hihihihi." Under his wanton laughter, the flames flared, and the void shuddered like a living being fearing its master, for the immortal Nimrod had arrived. Chapter 1133, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, Part 1. Destined Saint's fearless silhouette stood within the chaotic space. In front of him was a pitch-black void, and between them stood the satanic immortal Nimrod. Furthermore, unlike the limited light illuminating Destined Saint's silhouette, immortal Nimrod's figure seemed to be in synchronization with the boundless emptiness behind him, making Destined Saint look somewhat small. Nonetheless, Destined Saint's demeanor didn't crumble. In fact, he seemed to become profound and deep like an abyss, as if unraveling immortal Nimrod's schemes the moment the latter stepped in front of him. "Before we imposed the higher order, you turned a zodiac beast into your avatar and snuck into the Middle Plains." Destined Saint finally spoke calmly, and his previous rageful, skeptical tone seemed like an illusion. But immortal Nimrod didn't seem to be surprised by Destined Saint seeing through his methods and suddenly clapped in mockery. "Hihihi, as expected of the biggest nuisance of Zodiac Plains." Immortal Nimrod sarcastically stated without any hint of surprise or fear, "But what do you expect, huh? Do you think you hypocrites are the only ones who can break or bend the rules to your advantage?" Destined Saint showed no reaction to immortal Nimrod's derision and impassively stated, "I guess this was my mistake to think you would simply give up on your crusade. But let me ask you something in return." His voice turned sharp and slightly threatening. "How much you had sacrificed to make a measly avatar? If I'm not wrong, your main body must be having quite a lot of trouble now, huh? I wonder if I have everyone attack your den now, what will it be like?" In response to Destined Saint's taunt, immortal Nimrod didn't seem disgruntled at all, which didn't go unnoticed by the former, raising a sense of foreboding. "Hihihi, I'm moved beyond words that you're so worried about me. But," immortal Nimrod's tone turned eerie and menacing, "what if someone in your little clique found out that you have not only helped me capture the Cursed One, but also handed him over to me on a silver platter? Oh, and also, what will their reactions be when they realize that your most powerful slave has fallen into my hands? Especially after you wasted 6 of Constellation Arbiters last time and still failed to keep me away from Cursed One." Wouldn't that leave you vulnerable and the countless beings you have suppressed in your wake, filled with thrill and peculiar thoughts? Destined Saint showed no excessive reaction to immortal Nimrod's provocation and impassively sneered, "Fallen into your hand. I think you are mistaken. Not only am I going to take away the Cursed One with me today, but very soon I'll be personally visiting you to show my sincerer gratitude for what happened today. Did I just hear you say leave?" Hihihihi. Immortal Nimrod lampooned, and the void not too far away from him seemed to have churned as if something were crawling there, and chaotic space started to turn heavy as a peculiar pressure seeped into it. As if sensing something, Destined Saint's figure flickered as a mystical aura started to envelop his ethereal silhouette. "You sensed it, don't you?" Immortal Nimrod suddenly stopped laughing and coldly stated with disdain. Before Destined Saint could reply, an eerie, oppressive presence had arrived behind the void, and the next moment a glowing, dark purple eye emerged within it. The eye was devoid of emotion or time, as if mirroring the void itself, and its malevolence was palpable. Even the space seemed to merge with the void the moment the eye revealed itself, and immortal Nimrod's figure began to emit a profound and terrifying might. "Your true body is here." Destined Saint finally couldn't maintain his composure as he seemed to be glaring at the ethereal eye that appeared to be the eye of a very void around it. Hihihihi, immortal Nimrod broke into mirthful laughter, and this time his voice didn't just come from that avatar but from the entire void. "I guess you like my surprise, I'm delighted. Well, I guess I never showed you what I'm truly capable of. Leading you to this point, you have no idea how long I've been waiting for this, how long I've endured, how long." Immortal Nimrod's voice was filled with vicissitudes like someone who had been waiting for ages for this chance. This exact moment, and now that he had reached this point, he no longer cared because it was the point where he would finally overcome everything and achieve his goal. Right at that moment, for the first time since their clash began, Immortal Nimrod stopped speaking in riddles and menace, and moved. A single twitch of the void eye behind him, a quiver of impossible darkness, and the entire chaotic space warped like wet parchment pressed beneath an unseen titan's thumb. A massive pressure descended, and this pressure was no longer within the limits of the Middle Plains, no longer within the field of broken rules, no longer within the battleground carved by restrictions and constraints. This pressure belonged to the progenitor void, where laws dissolved before they could even take shape. The ethereal shimmer that formed Destined Saint's silhouette buckled, FZZZT. His outline crackled, bent, and fractured into jagged curves as if the void itself was trying to erase the concept of his existence. A cold, devilish chuckle slithered through reality. "Oh, what's wrong, Destined Saint?" Immortal Nimrod tilted his avatar's hooded head, the purplish flames beneath it twisting into sadistic crescents. "Don't tell me the taste of defeat has broken your will already." Behind him, the void eye blinked and space ruptured like brittle glass. Destined Saint's form flickered once. Twice, each tremor draining more light from his Möbius-lit silhouette. Immortal Nimrod continued, voice smooth like polished bones, "If you crumble now, I would be profoundly disappointed." Space around him boiled and sank inward, forming a swirling maelstrom of devouring entropy. Runes, foreign, ancient, heretical, burst open around his avatar's feet, slithering like serpents of unmaking. Then Nimrod laughed, soft and cruel, "But disappointment will not stop me from enjoying the moment I erase you with this universe." The void eye flared, and a violent pulse of annihilation surged out like a collapsing supernova. "Now then, I will take what is mine, your precious slave, and the Cursed One." His voice deepened, dripping with spite. "If you dare, bring your real body to me." The next moment, he struck as a torrent of void law erupted like a tidal wave of dying galaxies. It wasn't a beam, nor does it resemble a strike, nor a spell. It was more a mandate of erasure, the pure, unfiltered will of the void itself. It devoured everything in its path. Color vanished, sound vanished, and even meaning seemed to disappear. The fateless celestial, now just a flickering remnant, was moments away from being wiped out completely. The last threads binding Destined Saint's consciousness vibrated violently, and his silhouette fractured into luminous shards, moments from shattering when all of a sudden, crack, something broke, but it was not Destined Saint. Not only did the collapsing light pause just a hair's breadth, but it paused. Immortal Nimrod's purplish flames twitched, and the void law storm dimmed, as if something invisible had jammed itself into its heart. Thereafter, from within the collapsing Möbius remnants, a calm, cold, cutting voice whispered through the void, "I see." Chapter 1134, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, Part 2. "I see." The moment Destined Saint's voice sounded, Immortal Nimrod stiffened because the former's tone was eerily tranquil, in fact too tranquil. It was as if he had finally grasped the shape of something he had never expected to find, or confirmed something, as if he had seen through Nimrod's deepest, oldest gambit. Under the hooded Immortal Nimrod's avatar, purplish flames shrank slightly, although not in fear, in pure irritation. Immortal Nimrod knew that something had changed, and the void eye flickered again, for the first time not in dominance but in reaction. Destined Saint's fractured light stopped collapsing and then began to reassemble itself in defiance of the void's uncanny prowess. A silent ripple spread outward from him, not of power, but of profound understanding. Immortal Nimrod's gigantic eye flickered profoundly, voice dipping into a colder, sharper register as it reverberated throughout the entire void. And just what is it you see, Destined Saint? Humor me? Immortal Nimrod's flames dimmed by a fraction, barely enough to be called movement. Yet the entire void recoiled at that infinitesimal shift, for even a spark of his irritation was enough to warp countless dead galaxies. Destined Saint's consciousness flame, broken, wavering on the verge of collapse, shone brighter for a moment, as though acknowledging the shift with pride. Ho, I'm finally able to see through your facade and confirm the suspicion that I had for a long time. His tone was not desperate nor pleading, but lightly amused like a scholar finally seeing the flaw in a masterpiece forgery. Immortal Nimrod's hood shifted toward him, the purplish flames beneath curling backward like barbs. Is that so? But I'm not interested in the words of a dying fragment of your consciousness. If you have something to say to me, then say it to my face. The void eye behind him dilated and then, null reality, the command dropped like a guillotine and the very void convulsed. Existence inverted into non-existence as a sphere of absolute negation expanded outward, its surface shimmering with anti-light, devouring not things, but the meaning of things. Where it passed, even void ceased to be void like a perfect emptiness and the zero before creation. It was the eraser of fundamental axioms as it engulfed Destined Saint's fractured avatar. However, nothing happened as the fragment of consciousness remained intact, flickering, but untouched, unharmed, and unerased. The sphere of nullification quivered around him, refusing to annihilate him as if some unseen force held its jaw shut inches from its prey. The void eye darkened, its sclera pulsing with malevolent irritation. At that moment, Destined Saint chuckled softly, Ho, you know, right? Know what? Immortal Nimrod's voice rippled, the timbre of someone dangerously close to abandoning all restraint. The void eye thrashed, bending nearby space into an hourglass shape as pressure spiked. Well, I guess the talk about you staking everything and no longer holding back was still just as empty as all your grandeur. Reacting to those words, the void eye spasmed violently, cracks of purple radiance leaking from its edges. In response, Destined Saint's flickering light intensified, not in brightness but in certainty. Ho, as an old adversary, let me give you a hint. Although I'm sure that you've already known, I'll still be polite and help you out just in case your mind has been affected by the void. His tone sharpened as a quill of inevitability dipped in cosmic ink. The next moment, an ancient, indescribable aura surfaced, subtle, silent, yet commanding the flow of all unseen threads, and for a brief moment, his avatar resembled a trembling candle flame resisting a galactic storm. Yet behind that frailty lay an unbreakable principle. An arcane law can only be countered by an arcane law. As those words trailed off, the chaotic space behind him trembled, fading runes of fate, veiled spirals, branching pathways, and collapsing loops, glimmered like dying constellations trying to rearrange themselves. Threads of possibility flickered, each strand splitting, merging, and rejoining. It was as if the very architecture of destinies was rewriting itself under his breath. His voice rang like the turning of an unseen cosmic wheel at that moment. So, your void law can't do anything to me as long as I have the protection of my arcane law. His tone stabbed with the cold elegance of a dagger forged from the last moment before inevitability strikes, sharp, timed, and absolute. The void shuddered as Immortal Nimrod felt that faint, unwelcome pulse of startle. Although this faintest pulse seemed buried and hidden, it was still not enough to escape Destined Saint's perception. Oh my, I guess you still don't get it. Well, as you said, Immortal Nimrod, the bets are off, and there's no need to hold back anymore, and this also applies to us as well. Destined Saint continued without pause, voice smooth, calm, and derisive, like a gambler revealing he had been playing with a loaded deck since the start. So if you want to succeed this time, you have to reveal your arcane law that you've been hiding for ages and always avoid using and instead pretend to be helpless and escaped, leaving us wondering if you have it or not. The void eye constricted sharply as if something in the endless blackness recoiled, and at that moment, a faint tearing sound echoed as if reality itself was grinding its teeth. But today, I'm certain that you absolutely have a UGS, and you just don't want to reveal its existence for some reason. And if I'm not wrong, it also has something to do with the Cursed One. Oh, and I have another theory about why you're not using it. Do you want to hear it? His tone deepened, became more profound, and ethereal while carrying the cadence of a being who stood above past, present, and future simultaneously, like a librarian of inevitability. This time, Immortal Nimrod finally broke composure. I have had enough of your nonsense for today. Arcane law or not, you can't maintain it forever, and I don't need an arcane law to annihilate this fragment of yours. Bygone Emptiness, Chapter 1135. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, Part 3. Bygone Emptiness. The declaration fractured the stillness and a cataclysm surged forth. It wasn't an ordinary cataclysm. This one seemed to bring forth a timeless destruction that could annihilate anything. Every point of Destined Saint's existence, past, present, and future, collapsed into a single collapsing line, and fragments of void which remained for epochs bled into the attack. Screams of unseen laws echoed. The very causality seemed to have been ignited. The void attempted to erase not a moment, but the notion that Destined Saint ever existed. The attack crashed upon him like the memory of a dead cosmos' final heartbeat, and yet Destined Saint sighed. A soft, almost disappointed exhalation, while everything around him was being annihilated at an unimaginable degree. A sigh soft enough to be mistaken for resignation, but upon hearing it even the void quivered subtly. Sigh, a disappointing yet determined outcome. Destined Saint's tone was gentle, almost pitying, yet layered with a sharpness that sliced straight through the attack's intent. It carried the weight of someone who had seen the conclusion of a story countless times and felt nothing but regret that the act never changed. The moment those words drifted outward, the infinite darkness spasmed, the void eye splitting open in raw disbelief. Almost instantly, a howl erupted not from a tyrant in control but from a wounded beast whose certainties had been mutilated. How is this possible? Immortal Nimrod's voice, usually smooth and chilling like a whisper from a dead star, warped into something unhinged. The void law around him surged and collapsed erratically, as if the void itself was convulsing in humiliation. Fragments of the collapsing space churned violently, yet Destined Saint stood amidst the destruction like a stubborn spark refusing to die. To Immortal Nimrod, that spark was worse than a threat, for it was an insult. His flames writhed wildly as he genuinely looked like a madman unable to crush a roach that jumped willingly beneath his heel, yet refused to die no matter how many times he struck. Destined Saint spoke again, his flickering light tilting as if observing a pitiful beggar covered in filth. Now, don't be mad. Although I admit your law of void has reached an unimaginable profound degree, almost touching the boundaries of its final concept. However, I'm still an arcanist. His voice grew sharp, mocking, almost pitying, like a surgeon explaining to a delusional patient why their dying body refused to obey them. But just being an arcanist doesn't mean your concept of void isn't enough to destroy this fragment of mine. Rather, you seem to have forgotten something, or you wanted me to forget and fall into your trap. Hearing that, the void subtly shifted, trembling in disbelief and fury. A pity you almost succeeded, but almost still means you failed because you still underestimated us. The moment Destined Saint's voice trailed off, a mystical foreboding descended, subtle yet suffocating, like the moment before a prophecy manifests. The void eye froze for a heartbeat, and Immortal Nimrod said nothing. Not because he chose silence, but because his calculations had begun to collapse one after another. Destined Saint pressed on, mercilessly. Well, you failed to make me panic enough to flee and then failed again to make me believe this space has merged with the void. The void law stuttered unnaturally, like a cosmic heart skipping a beat. Oh, and your biggest failure. The light around Destined Saint sharpened into a blade of inevitability, is that you didn't succeed in making me forget that despite being close to the layer of abyssal void, this is still the border of layer of shadow expanse, which means it is still part of Zodiac Plains. So I'm still outside the void. A detonation of pressure rocked the boundary. Immortal Nimrod's purplish flames jerked violently as the first accurate indication that panic had finally stabbed through his arrogance. But it was just the start, because the next moment, Destined Saint spoke a single line, a line that did not echo, but unwound through the void like a law revealing itself. Nothing escapes the eyes of destiny, not a lie, not a secret, not even the void's shadow. The words carried a law that wasn't spoken but remembered, and the atmosphere twisted with the prelude of something that did not belong to eras, realms, or even existence. Behind Destined Saint, a silhouette appeared, but it wasn't fully formed, nor could be seen fully, like a phantom that broke understanding simply by existing. It was a hyperboloid, ever-shifting, ever still, like an impossible hourglass that changed shape and yet never changed at all, a geometry of inevitability that defined outcomes rather than measured them. The moment Immortal Nimrod saw it, the void eye constricted violently as the purplish flames collapsed inward. His avatar's hood snapped back as if struck, while his composure, scheme, and ancient calm all shattered. Why you can use it? The disbelief was naked in his words, as if it were the scream of someone watching their final, hidden calculations disintegrate before them. However, Destined Saint didn't answer because the time for answers had passed, and now that he had gotten everything he wanted, he didn't need to answer anymore. At that moment, his presence changed from a flickering remnant to a figure of pure inevitability, as if he had stepped out of all possibilities and become the author of them instead. Without hesitation, he spoke the first concept of fate. The concept of fate was mystical, ancient, and primordial, and comprehending it was nigh impossible even for most of the gods, for it was a concept that rewrote itself the moment one tried to grasp it. The inevitability of fulfillment. The moment the concept manifested, creation screamed like the groan of an ancient script being rewritten at the root. Thereafter, the merged space, the false void, the stretched boundary, and finally the endless black behind immortal Nimrod, all shattered instantly. The void eye, which had expanded to engulf realities, shrunk violently, snapping back into its prior scale as though forced by an omnipotent editor. In a blink, immortal Nimrod's avatar and destined saint's faceless silhouette stood again on the boundary line between the layer of shadow expanse and the abyssal void. The void behind immortal Nimrod seethed, however, no longer in dominance, instead in hatred and disbelief, as its gaze fixed upon destined saint, as though glaring at the one thing it could not devour like an inevitability. Chapter 1136, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, Part 4. After destined saint cast the inevitability of fulfillment, the oppressive might of immortal Nimrod's void law collapsed instantly as though meeting its natural bane. The suffocating tyranny that had merged the boundary with the abyssal void dispersed like a nightmare jarred out of existence. The vast void eye that appeared as if swollen across horizons was now shrunk back to the edge of the boundary between shadow expanse and abyssal void. It hovered there again, infinitely close yet impossibly distant, like something that should not exist outside its own realm, and beneath that colossal eye, immortal Nimrod's avatar reformed, the figure that had previously seemed one with the void. For a heartbeat his flames froze, and thereafter this slave can use arcane law. The space trembled from the shock in his voice, but beneath the outward fury lurked something darker. Abhorrence and a hint of fear, because immortal Nimrod knew this single act of destined saint had changed everything, and his sharp sting of calculation had gone horribly wrong. At that moment the void quaked around him with malevolent static, reflecting his unhidden and day-like disbelief. However, on the other hand, destined saint appeared utterly tranquil without even a fluctuation of any intent, as if everything was predetermined now. His form, even in its tiny, ethereal state within the fateless celestial, radiated a quiet overbearance, as though inevitability itself had chosen him to speak, and his reply held the weight of contempt. Ho. Arcane law, his tone suggested that he ridiculed the very idea. That wasn't the arcane law, but merely something I've personally created based on arcane law, not worth mentioning. Well, I guess this is to be expected since you couldn't use your arcane law, or perhaps you were abandoned by it. Right. Those words struck immortal Nimrod like a stake through the chest, and instantly. Arcane law or not, you still can't escape from me, nor can you beat me. If you have so much confidence in your arcane law, why have you been hiding in your turtle shell all this time? His roar tore through the boundary, shaking space like a storm of rabid comets. However, beneath that rage was his inner world, which churned frantically like a machine of ancient schemes suddenly clogged with fear, and his inner thoughts were like an inferno, raging. Why is this bastard suddenly so difficult to deal with? That slave never showed even a fraction of these abilities before whenever it would meddle with the void. Why now of all the time? Why? The calculations in immortal Nimrod's mind accelerated at an inhuman pace, unraveling and reforming. That ability was definitely his arcane law, which means he's bluffing, trying to shake me and cloud my judgment. Furthermore, even if he can invoke his arcane law through that slave, he shouldn't be able to cast another on that scale. Unless this was just a smokescreen and he's preparing something worse. A sick realization crawled up his spine as he really wanted to flay destined saint, because of the disguising schemes that always made him feel like countless insects were crawling in his very veins. Damn him, if only I could use it, the thought burned like acid. However, he didn't dwell on what was impossible, and another cold, sharp calculation surfaced at that moment. No, my target is the cursed one. I should have moved first, should have grabbed him instead of trading words with this damn nuisance. Immortal Nimrod's mind finally cleared as he finally gave up on teaching destined saint a lesson, because things were going south from the moment destined saint had appeared. At that moment, a darker scheme flashed through his mind, and the only way to overcome this stagnant situation. If I force this slave to the brink of destruction, the cursed one will be expelled. Destined saint won't sacrifice him since he wants him alive. If I corner him, he might choose to kill the cursed one himself. And that is enough, all I need is that heart. But his spiraling thoughts shattered the moment destined saint spoke again, and his voice was calm, yet profound enough to stiffen the void. Ho, I never confronted you because I wasn't sure about your true prowess, and you've always done well to hide it. However, not anymore. A profound, arcane aura erupted from destined saint, seemingly ethereal, ancient, and terrifyingly pristine, as arcane runes suddenly came to life and flickered around him. The subtle hyperboloid behind him suddenly collapsed behind his silhouette, as if fates tried to realign themselves, only to be crushed again beneath the weight of something higher. Seeing this, the void eye convulsed violently as a tremor of genuine dread seeped out of immortal Nimrod, because he recognized the intent behind that aura, and he knew that he had to stop it. "Don't you dare, voidless!" However, just as his words left his lips they died, and what followed was utter silence, making the void eye quiver in disbelief. At that moment, from behind Destined Saint, the phantom of Hyperboloid appeared again, but this time it was vast, luminescent, and transcendent. A hyperboloid silhouette of fate, warping geometry and time as light flowed from it like threads of destiny, and wherever that light touched, even the void retreated. The phantom rotated, each rotation rearranging countless unseen destinies, and thereafter Destined Saint's voice spilled into existence, grand, absolute, and resonating through both space and void. "Since I got what I wanted, I'll let you experience my true arcane law, but it's a pity that you won't be able to remember it." His tone held a weight reminiscent of a prophecy already completed, like a sovereign decree of fate. The very next moment, Destined Saint spoke as if truth carved into inevitability. "Within the myriad destinies, nothing escapes its ordained conclusion. Fate governs all cycles, yet fate itself does not end, for it simply waits for you to reach what was always yours." At that moment, his aura shifted, smooth, seamless, and flawless as the intent vanished, yet paradoxically became absolute. The air stilled and the void recoiled while Destined Saint's voice transcended into something divine and arcane. The Winter of Past, Chapter 1137. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, Part 1. Within the true silence, the kind untouched by time, laws, or even the void descended like a falling veil. The hyperboloid behind Destined Saint shone brighter and brighter, until every strand of its geometry sharpened into threads that resembled past destinies resurrecting from extinction. Immortal Nimrod's void eye widened, and his avatar spasmed in disbelief as, at the moment the words "the winter of past" left Destined Saint's lips, the very reality convulsed. However, it wasn't an explosion, nor did it seem like a collapse. Still, it was the sensation of all existence being yanked backward by the roots, as though creation suddenly remembered that the present was nothing but a stubborn lie. The next moment the space cracked, and ethereal kaleidoscopic threads, thin as spider silk yet thicker than world rivers, shot out from the hyperboloid. At first there were millions and then billions. Before the next moment they were innumerable, so many that even the void lost count. Each thread subtly glimmered with a different color, emotion, echo, and forgotten intent. Some were warm like childhood memories, others were cold like karmic debts abandoned eons ago. Some murmured with long-dead possibilities like choices never taken by anyone, anywhere. At that moment, reality screamed as the boundary between shadow expanse and abyssal void quivered like a dying beast. Immortal Nimrod's form froze, his purplish flames stiffening, not because he chose stillness but because he was expelled from time's right to move. What is this? Why can't I move? His thoughts were raging with horror which he can't express because of that silence. And the void eye behind him suddenly shrank violently, as if fate's threads were throttling it. At that moment, Destined Saint's ethereal, fleeting voice sounded like a faint dying whisper, but at the same time it was like an absolute decree. Provernal passed. The next moment, a faint wind blew, whispering like the softest echoes of forgotten memories brushing the surface of existence, and images of long-discarded probabilities drifted around Nimrod like harmless dust. Thereafter, Destined Saint's voice appeared again. Vernal passed. The dust turned into blooming visions, and the void's own past choices materialized like real scenes, showing the moments he had hidden, moments he had severed from himself. Immortal Nimrod's flames hissed as his composure fractured. Estival passed. Suddenly, past memories solidified as they swallowed the present like a devouring beast, and for an instant it felt as though the past was more real than the present, and the void shuddered. This is impossible. This is not fate. This is not memory. This is Serotinal passed. But it wasn't over, as his thoughts were disrupted again by every lost opportunity he never allowed himself to consider, crystallizing around him like mirrors of what he could have become. Immortal Nimrod trembled as each reflection was a blade cutting through certainty. Autumnal passed, old causal threads, the ones he had severed, decayed and fell away before pieces of his void dominion flaked off like dying leaves in front of immortal Nimrod. Hibernal passed. This time Destined Saint's voice was majestic and inevitable, like the final moment has arrived. And it does indeed. The past froze, became absolute before it became the truth, and immortal Nimrod, despite his power, despite the void behind him, despite his arrogance, could not negate a truth. At that moment, the threads of the hyperboloid seemed to tighten, and suddenly it began to turn like an hourglass, and with it, the space folded inward as time coiled like a serpent eating its tail. Immortal Nimrod, I hope the inexorable winter of past isn't too cold for you. At that moment, Destined Saint's phantom grew brighter, while the void eye dimmed and shrank further, like a divine punishment erasing pride. The realm shattered backward from horizon to point, from complexity to simplicity, from consequence to cause, until only primordial silence remained. At that moment, immortal Nimrod was struck by a horrifying realization, but alas, it was too late. However, in that singularity, immortal Nimrod had finally realized that Destined Saint had played him, and extremely badly so, to say the least. Furthermore, he couldn't even resist, and according to Destined Saint's assessment, immortal Nimrod couldn't use his arcane law, but he definitely has a universal godly scripture. However, Destined Saint seemed to be extremely confident when he revealed this so-called arcane law, as if even if immortal Nimrod had it, he wouldn't have been able to resist it. As for why, immortal Nimrod finally realized in his last conscious thought, before even thought was reclaimed by the past, was a scream drowned in disbelief. That's a universal godly Abel. Then everything Nimrod, Destined Saint, the boundary, the void's presence, the hyperboloid, everything collapsed into reversal. It wasn't vanished but rewound as if none of it ever happened. As if the entire conflict was merely a dream the universe decided to forget. In the next instant, boom! Jacob witnessed the exact same scene of the cosmic gateway of the Verdantia Life galaxy being blown into ethereal particles, while his cloak fluttered gently and the vitality-laden air of the Verdantia Life galaxy trembled. Everything was exactly as it had been before everything began. But this time, an imperceptible layer of frost lay over the moment, a hint of the winter of past still clinging like morning dew on the edge of time. Furthermore, Jacob's eyes were unfocused, as if he were in a dream despite the ripples from the cosmic gateway's destruction, and his aura was unstable. At that moment, Immortica's familiar, eerie voice suddenly echoed within Jacob's mind, like the rumble of 1,000 bells, and the cursed book said something familiar. How nostalgic ... In the silence between choices and chances, destiny weaves its noose. However, it wasn't followed by that familiar laughter. Instead, the very next moment, Immortica spoke another unseen part, the part the cursed book hadn't spoken the first time. And when the rope snaps and rewinds, a story erased seeks its rightful stage again. For some, threads refuse to forget even when the past is forced to. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 1138. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Part 2. For a heartbeat, Jacob stood with an empty expression there, as if the world existed, but he did not. The cosmic gateway's explosion rippled outward again, vital essence churning and scattering like luminous motes across the Verdantia Life galaxy, precisely as it had moments or ages ago. The time felt wrong, the space felt wrong, and even Jacob himself felt wrong as his bones hummed with a hollow ache, as if some invisible hand had reached inside his mind and tugged. For the first time since acquiring the cursed immortality, the sensation of being himself felt subtly misaligned. The ghostly light within Jacob's disguise, the deathless prince, flickered, mirroring his real eyes, however, not with confusion, but with the eerie stillness of someone who knew something had gone terribly, impossibly missing. A mystical hum echoed faintly within his skull before the next moment, suddenly, how nostalgic! Immortica's voice drifted through him like a cracked bell tolling inside a tomb, and instantly his unfocused gaze twitched. Somewhere deep, where his consciousness lay trembling, an icicle-thin shard of fear stabbed into his awareness, and the cursed book's following words fell like a falling guillotine. Some threads refuse to forget even when the past is forced to. Jacob didn't hear the maniacal laughter after, because right there and then the world snapped, however, not outwardly, but inside him, as if a dam bursting, like a seal tearing open. It was as if a corpse remembering how it died, as memories, all of them, came crashing back, starting from the sudden assault, and then the vision of his own rotten consciousness drifting in the mystical emptiness. Thereafter, waking up within the dreamscape nightmare realm after some weird encounter in that emptiness. And then Immortica suddenly controlling the dreamscape nightmare realm and telling him how Nyx saved his consciousness. Then Immortica shows him everything and unravels Alexandra and Destined Saint's attacks. Before learning about the hunter stalking the cursed ones through eternity, immortal Nimrod of the universal void. But the most terrifying part was the clash between two cosmic entities, both of whom were heirs to the universal godly scripture. Especially Destined Saint, with his terrifying, incomprehensible abilities and the sheer elegance with which he stripped Nimrod bare, rendering his calculations worthless and silencing the void itself in the end. Lastly, the moment Destined Saint invoked it, the winter of past, and forced the reality with everything in it, immortal Nimrod including, was yanked backwards by the spine. All of that, every second of horror, every glimpse of power of a true arcanist that defied reason, rushed back into him in one shattering instant. At that moment, Jacob jerked violently, and a crack tore through the space behind him as his skeletal nerves misfired. The infinity symbol suddenly materialized on his apex crown, and his cursed heart activated with raging pulses, sending a ripple of a vague yet infinitely profound power through his entire body, like the aftershock of a divine seizure. His empty sockets blazed, not with flame but with absolute paralyzing dread, because he remembered it all. His jaw tightened until thin fractures webbed across the bone. That wasn't a dream, right? His thoughts were pure chaos, scraped raw by something far older than panic. The cosmic gateway's motes continued drifting beside him, serene and innocent, oblivious to the metaphysical slaughter that had just been rewound. However, Jacob trembled, not in weakness, but in comprehension as he vividly remembered just watching immortal Nimrod, a being who toyed with laws, be rendered helpless, and dragged backward through the jaws of his own severed past. He had also watched Destined Saint peel apart the present with his universal godly scripture, as if it were a page from a manual he had written. But the worst of all, Jacob knew everything that was going to happen if that wasn't a dream, like a spectator gripped by those arcane forces and forcibly hurled back into a moment that no longer existed. Furthermore, as he remembered the hyperboloid collapsing and remembered the inevitability of folding time like paper and then being dragged back, he remembered everything, the sensation of being uprooted from himself or from the reality. It was still crawling on his inner bones like frostbitten maggots. However, for some reason, the cursed heart seemed to be affecting his emotions, causing them to go haywire and mind-shattering from that unimaginable experience, because he had basically just experienced something that not even the gods were worthy of experiencing. At that moment, Jacob felt like breathing, despite not being able to, a useless, unnecessary habit he had forgotten, yet one he desperately needed like a mortal. I died and then I was erased. His body trembled as his empty eyes flared into focus, then contorted, not in fear but in something colder, sharper as a realization that made his tremble faintly with pure apprehension, but a hint of ecstasy because he just realized that. Destined Saint pulled me back, and from his words he didn't seem to expect anyone to remember, but somehow I did. However, Jacob didn't need to think twice before realizing why he seemed to have escaped that fate of not being able to remember, and he jolted back to reality. Cursed immortality, it was you, Jacob roared in his mind as he knew it was only the cursed book that could have done that and nothing else. But what Jacob didn't understand was how this happened. After all, he had remembered everything, as the Destined Saint seemed absolutely sure that even immortal Nimrod wouldn't be able to remember what had happened once he cast the winter of past. According to Destined Saint, immortal Nimrod had a universal godly scripture, which means Jacob should also be affected. Yet, he seemed to be only affected for a moment before he wasn't. Furthermore, Jacob was sure that Immortaka's words seemed like some sort of trigger that actually helped him escape from Destined Saint's winter of past, and he clearly remembered Immortaka had spoken them before, but not altogether. However, those cryptic words that Jacob thought had meant something were actually meant for this exact purpose. An impossible realization struck Jacob at that moment. If that's true, then doesn't this mean Immortaka had already predicted everything before it even happened? Even Destined Saint erasing the future, or it was some kind of vision. At that moment, Immortaka spoke, another unfamiliar action. Now, don't just stand here if you know what I mean. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 1139. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Part 3. Now, don't just stand here if you know what I mean. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Jacob instantly jolted back to reality because he knew what Immortaka was implying, especially if what he experienced or saw were the events of the future. Yes, they're here. Jacob knew he didn't have time to mull over what had happened or to interrogate Immortaka as he looked at the residue of the destroyed cosmic gateway. Without hesitation, he revealed his true form in the next moment. Infinity blood sacrifice. While Jacob was making moves contrary to his previous self, not far from him, Alexandra, draped in the cloak of a cult, was closely watching Jacob. Moreover, unlike Jacob, her actions were without any change and her thought process without any defect. However, the fateless celestial seemed to be flickering profoundly as if observing Jacob's every reaction. At this point, Jacob was supposed to bluff so he could drag Alexandra out of hiding, but nothing like that took place. What is he doing by just standing there? Alexandra also noticed something strange about Jacob's actions, but didn't suspect any anomaly with his behavior since it was her first time experiencing it. At that moment, the fateless celestial suddenly shifted, and an ethereal eye appeared within the constantly shifting Möbius strip, which was even invisible to Alexandra. What is this anomaly? Destined Saint thought with a hint of uncertainty because even if Alexandra was oblivious to everything, Destined Saint wasn't, and he wasn't expecting Jacob's action to alter suddenly. Something is not right, you need to move now. Destined Saint's grave voice urged Alexandra at that moment as if he didn't care about revealing his existence at this point. Alexandra was startled for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, knowing that Destined Saint wouldn't leave her alone. Destined Saint, I guess you were always here. Alexandra greeted in a sarcastic tone. However, she didn't know that her dialogue sent a wave of foreboding through Destined Saint's mind, and he urged her again. Miss, I want you to move right now, Destined Saint urged again, and this time Alexandra clearly felt the urgency in his tone, which was quite surprising, considering how Destined Saint had never revealed his genuine emotions. What is going on? Is he just pretending to be worried, or has he discovered something about that bastard? Alexandra's eyes narrowed ever so slightly as she looked at Jacob, who was in his true form. Just now, I clearly sense a faint yet extremely familiar aura from that bastard, which means he's really the one who had it. And if not because of Destined Saint's presence and Old Chaos warning, I would have summoned Old Chaos to confirm. Nonetheless, that feeling just now and Destined Saint's strange reaction, could it be he had found out about my real goals? Should I move or not? What if it's a trap? Alexandra mused gravely as Destined Saint didn't know he had just made a mistake. The deal was, I'll do it on my own and you'll only provide me with some assistance. Although he seemed to be wide open, there's something strange going on with him, you don't need to warn me, Alexandra coldly stated. She had no intention of hearing Destined Saint's command unless she was certain that her own life wasn't in danger, or if this wasn't Destined Saint's scheme to get rid of her as well. You don't understand, there's another entity that has hidden itself, and in my current state, I can't counter it. However, this entity is also after the Cursed One, and he's waiting for us to take care of the Cursed One before he swoops in and captures him. Furthermore, this entity is our mortal enemy. Right now, you need to immobilize the Cursed One as quickly as possible so I can take you away from here. So I'll urge you again, miss, move right now or I won't be able to help you. Destined Saint's voice towards the end was icy, threatening even. Alexandra was shocked as she hadn't expected this sort of development, but she started to doubt Destined Saint even more, rather than realizing the gravity of the situation. If there is such an entity, he should have told me earlier. Why now? There is something wrong here and he seemed to be desperate for me to attack. Alexandra thought about dropping everything and running away because she didn't like how things were going, especially if that entity were real. If she offended the entity, it would be a disaster for her. Not to mention, Destined Saint might not even help her escape and leave her here on her own, or even worse, use her to slow that entity down. Destined Saint seemed to have sensed something, and he finally realized he had just panicked and ruined his prefect setting, where he would slowly manipulate Alexandra into helping him and drag her onto his side. This is the aftermath of using the Winter of Past. I'm losing my rationality, I need to go into seclusion as quickly as possible before the true aftermath begins. He thought as his calm rationality was running thin, and he knew it wasn't because he was agitated, it was the aftereffect of the Winter of Past. Furthermore, Jacob's off-the-script action had seemed to affect his rationality even more because it raised a huge question in his mind, which should usually be impossible. If that was true, Destined Saint doesn't want to find out what he'll do in his current state. I would like to apologize for my tone, but you need. Before Destined Saint could persuade Alexandra, something shocking happened as a profound aura suddenly emanated from Jacob. Alexandra also felt it, startled by a sense of déjà vu that struck her. This feeling. Destined Saint wanted to ask what Alexandra meant. Still, he couldn't because suddenly, Jacob's infernal eyes seemed to have moved right in Alexandra's direction, as if he could see past the invisibility of the cloak of occult. Jacob glared at the empty space with a cruel and indignant look as if he would never forget this grudge and repay them with interest. At that moment he commanded, carry through, I wish to teleport where? Cost. 100% infinity blood, or 1,400,000 years of lifespan. Lifespan 1,510,500 years, all youthful. The next moment Jacob vanished without a trace, leaving Alexandra dumbfounded before a sudden realization struck her as she finally understood why she felt that way. As for Destined Saint, a terrifying thought surfaced before he quickly surpassed it because he could feel vague yet terrible aftereffects rising just by considering this possibility. Because it would mean the Cursed One was unaffected by his prowess, which was essentially his very foundation. Did he know? Chapter 1140. The mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the aureole behind. Part 4. Hidden within the folds of space was Immortal Nimrod's avatar, and he was stalking Jacob like a hunter with patience. As for how Immortal Nimrod was able to found this place despite Jacob using the gluttony mask, it was only known to Immortal Nimrod. Furthermore, he didn't seem to be aware of Alexandra's presence yet, as he impassively stared at Jacob entering the cosmic gateway of the Verdantia Life Galaxy. However, just when Immortal Nimrod was about to follow, he was stopped in his tracks as his eyes flickered with astonishment because, unlike the matriarch Ephra, he could clearly see and felt what just happened. The next moment the cosmic gateway was destroyed, but Immortal Nimrod didn't seem to be flustered by it. If anything, he appeared slightly ecstatic as a shrewd light flickered within his void like sockets. Although he still didn't notice Alexandra's presence, Destined Saint's cautious move to destroy Jacob's exit route turned out to be the exact mistake that revealed Destined Saint's presence to Immortal Nimrod, because Immortal Nimrod was probably the only existence that was most familiar with Destined Saint's power. Well, Destined Saint, you just won't give in, do you? But even you wouldn't have accepted that your little trick just now had revealed your presence, and even an idiot could deduce that you are after the Cursed One. But trying to get the Cursed One before me, you're underestimating me too much. Today, even if I have to suffer from the backlash of the Zodiac Plains, I'll get the Cursed One. However, since you're already here, I'll let you toll my burden and capture the Cursed One. As for destroying the Cosmic Gateway, do you think I won't be able to get inside? Naive, immortal Nimrod sneered with derision as he merged with the space current, then easily found the dissipated space channel of the Cosmic Gateway, and like a space current, he flowed into it like space itself. This action could even make someone like Destined Saint put a lot of effort into completing it, but immortal Nimrod was doing it without any hint of discomfort. Even for mythical beings, it was impossible because if by some impossible coincidence a cosmic gateway was destroyed, the false space would turn into a part of the Zodiac Plains and merge the elemental planet or elemental galaxy back within the Zodiac Plains after thousands of years. Within a second, immortal Nimrod had found the false space of the elemental galaxy. Instead of exiting through the cosmic gateway, he shifted his path and hid himself within the space of the Verdantia Life galaxy. Furthermore, immortal Nimrod was using some mysterious methods to make himself seamlessly one with the space. Since Destined Saint was unaware of this avatar of immortal Nimrod, he wasn't able to detect immortal Nimrod until he showed himself and caught him off guard, while almost ruining everything for the former. Right at that moment, immortal Nimrod's expression suddenly went blank before returning to normal. However, this subtle anomaly didn't go completely unnoticed because of how powerful immortal Nimrod was, but still, he couldn't pinpoint the source of this anomaly. For some mysterious reason, a hint of uneasiness rose from the depths of his soul. What is this? Is that bastard Destined Saint going to make a move? Immortal Nimrod grew solemn, for he could only justify this strange feeling by blaming Destined Saint. Although immortal Nimrod was right, he didn't even consider that he had just experienced the winter of past, and right now, he was reliving his past without any knowledge about it. On the other hand, his mortal enemy, Destined Saint, had already devised a plan to counter immortal Nimrod, not to mention the knowledge about immortal Nimrod's biggest secret, as well as probably his only weakness. Immortal Nimrod's confusion and wariness turned into excitement when he thought about how Destined Saint was going to make things easier for him by capturing the Cursed One, and he would finally get what he had been waiting for countless years. However, what happened next flabbergasted immortal Nimrod, and absolute fury overwhelmed his very being because he suddenly felt that familiar sensation for a fleeting moment before the next instant, Jacob vanished. He fled. Just like that, he fled. Immortal Nimrod was on the verge of going berserk because Jacob's action just now was too cowardly. After all, in immortal Nimrod's view, even though the destruction of the cosmic gateway would raise some alarm, Jacob was fully capable of handling any situation within the entire Middle Plains, so he should have at least stayed to see what had actually happened. But Jacob seemed too cowardly, and at the first sign of discomfort, he decided not to risk anything. He fled without even considering his initial goals, abandoning all the effort he had put into reaching this point. However, for this exact reason, immortal Nimrod knew that hunting Jacob wouldn't be easier, especially after what Destined Saint had done last time. I've lost another precious chance after going through all the trouble to finally pinpoint his location. Immortal Nimrod wanted to explode and destroy this entire space. Still, he controlled himself because now he knew he wasn't the only one who was capable of tracking down Jacob. A ghastly killing intent flared in his eyes as he scanned the space. It's all that bastard's fault for doing things so clumsily. Furthermore, I need to be wary of his next move and make sure he won't get to Cursed One before I do, or things will turn complicated for me. It's good that I was able to detect his existence before it was too late. While immortal Nimrod was adjusting his plans while berating Destined Saint, the former didn't know what kind of impact Jacob's so-called cowardness had left on the latter's mentality, almost pushing him to the verge of insanity because everything seemed too unrealistic. If immortal Nimrod knew, he would have been the first one to gloat. But at the same time, he would have become even more wary of Jacob because even he wasn't able to escape the winter of past. Chapter 1141, The Gift Gatherer of the Mariontist Kingdom. The Serpent Abyss Forest, which was once a labyrinth of venom, rivalry, and living nightmares, had now become something else entirely. It has turned into a kingdom that breathed in strings since the ascension of the Mariontist, and everything had changed. Where rivers once gurgled with toxic currents, they now flowed with eerie calm, their surfaces threaded faintly with silver filaments, dancing like veins beneath the water. Where beasts once roared from the shadows, now they crept, their wills shackled and their instincts muted. Where war cries once echoed between towering trees, there was only the synchronized cadence of puppeted steps. The forest no longer felt alive, but it felt directed as if an invisible hand conducted every breeze, every movement, and every silence. In the far reaches, tribes like Lamia, Naga, Viper, Serpent, once the sovereigns of their domains, now marched in perfect unison. Their eyes glowed faintly, robbed of flame and fury, guided by strings woven into their very souls. All day long they harvested, they uprooted, and they dug as they gathered everything of value, like venom pools, rare herbs, spiritual ores, even ancient bones of forgotten beasts, and treasures hidden for countless years that were once protected by those tribes in chaos. Everything was piled into enormous mounds, sorted by eerie precision, and delivered to the heart of the forest by countless puppets of the forest. On the other hand, at the center of the Mariontist kingdom, where the Lamia Queen's palace once stood proud and wild, now an intricate nest of ethereal strings pulsed with living order. What remained of the palace had been woven into something alien, a throne of coiling roots and puppeted vines, suspended by soul threads that glimmered with unholy cadence. Upon this throne sat the Lamia Queen, Autark's current vessel and also the controller of the entire forest, who had unified every tribe that once seemed impossible. Her beauty was flawless, but her aura carried the chill of a being who no longer belonged to any race or realm. Behind her, the evolved Mariontist totem, an obsidian centipede of monumental scale coiled around the tree pillars, its countless luminous legs flickering like celestial harp wires. This totem was the very core of Autark's control over the entire forest, and as long as it exists, the whole forest is destined to be under Autark control with no exception. Before Autark, two elite Lamias stood motionless, eyes hollow yet filled with shimmering, ethereal strings. On the sides, the husks of the former tribal kings, the giant serpent chief, the viper matriarch, the Naga warlord, knelt as silent gatekeepers, their towering forms bent in reverence. Hundreds of thousands of puppets busily moved crates, baskets, and floating sacks of resources into a vast, spiraling formation, like a ritualistic mandala crafted from the entire forest's riches. Autark watched all this with eerie serenity, as if he weren't simply collecting resources but arranging them precisely and deliberately with care, as if preparing a grand offering or a present. With every passing second, the centipede totem behind him pulsed with anticipation, each vibration echoing with longing as if waiting for someone. At that moment, Autark's fingers twitched faintly once, twice, before resting upon the armrest of the throne. A familiar whisper escaped her lips like a chant, too soft for ears, but the strings shimmered in response. "He will come, soon I know he will come." At that moment, all of a sudden, the forest suddenly froze as every puppet halted mid-step, and the poisonous rivers rippled once before the air trembled. Autark's head rose sharply, emerald eyes narrowing with a hint of unexpected surprise because he also sensed something, and those puppets were projecting his rapidly shifting thoughts. Someone is attacking. With a single thought, the centipede totem behind him curled inward as its countless legs quivered in a single, unified tremor, like ready to clash with whoever dared to infiltrate his domain. Suddenly, a presence surfaced, and Autark's sharp killing intent halted because, from the depths of her soul, she felt an unfamiliar yet familiar presence that was far yet suddenly near, approaching like the collapse of 1,000 distances at once. A hint of bewilderment surfaced in Autark's usually emotionless eyes before she whispered, "This," but before the Lamia Queen finished speaking. "FW?" It wasn't the soul of space tearing nor the time folds, but instead all laws simply parted like curtains pulled aside by an unseen hand, and the next moment, a tall skeletal figure donning a black windbreaker. At the same time, his head was covered behind a long hood with only his infernal flaming eyes visible. This skeletal figure didn't teleport, nor did he seem to be summoned. He was revealed as if he had always been meant to stand there. At this moment, his infernal eyes glimmered behind the hood, and his aura leaked a faint shiver of infinity, still fading from his previous wish, for this person was none other than Jacob. But before either could react, a pulse or strong connection surfaced and Lamia Queen's eyes widened. At the same time, Jacob paused, looking at the graceful, half-humanoid, half-snake woman adorned in primal attire, who gave off an imposing aura of astonishment. There wasn't any need for Jacob nor Autark to say any word because their connection, like a thread, thin, ancient, and absolute, snapped into existence between their souls, was enough to confirm their identities. Furthermore, Jacob didn't seem to be so shocked by appearing right in front of Autark because his entire wish was, "I wish to teleport where Autark is." And the power of the wish didn't disappoint him either. When Jacob realized that he needed to get out of that place before the inevitable fate of being captured or worse, getting killed by the clash of those two terrifying existences, he decided to make that wish count and decided to retrieve the missing Autark. Although he had paid 1.5 million years of his lifespan for this wish, he didn't care in his current situation, for his life was more important. Nonetheless, he won't forget this loss and pay his enemies back 100-fold. However, to his surprise, he wasn't expecting to find Autark in his current appearance while surrounded by those legendary kings and that centipede totem behind him, curled protectively around its vessel, and threads tensing like blades ready to strike. Nevertheless, Jacob was glad that Autark was fine and felt slightly emotional, as if seeing an old friend, which was rare and probably the result of what Jacob had experienced in that nightmarish future. Nodding in greeting, Jacob whispered in recognition, Autark. Autark wasn't the one who showed excessive emotions as if it wasn't in Autark's nature, yet still, he stood from the throne as the Lamia Queen's coils shifted with quiet authority. Without any hesitation, Autark kneeled in front of Jacob and with a hint of excitement in his emotionless voice called, Welcome, sir. Chapter 1142, The Residues of Change. Welcome, sir. Jacob silently looked at Autark, kneeling in front of him in the body of Lamia Queen for a while before he finally nodded in acknowledgement. Jacob impassively replied to Autark's greeting, There's no need for ceremony. I'm glad you're without any harm. In truth, Jacob was slightly agitated ever since he had found out about Autark's awakening and being hunted down by everyone who was after the throne of death. Although Autark was fully capable of surviving, Jacob was still worried since Autark had always been by his side, not to mention the special connection they shared as the former experiment subjects of Decker. They both have truly come a long way from that underground, gloomy lab to the apex existences of the legendary plains. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't the one who would reminisce about the past or show excessive emotions now that they have been reunited. After all, the circumstances that forced him to found Autark this way were anything but safe. Autark was unaware of what Jacob had experienced all this time. He had been either in his evolution phase or after he completed it, but Autark was a highly intelligent being, a fantastic insect that had achieved something his entire species couldn't, so Autark felt Jacob's well-hidden indignation. As Lamia Queen rose, her subjects remained kneeling without exception. It was the Autark's way of showing Jacob the utmost respect and reverence. Jacob also noticed all those legendary kings unified, empty expressions like puppets. He couldn't help but remember Immortality's words about the Autark's true capability of turning an entire nation into puppets, and now, witnessing it himself, he felt those words still couldn't do justice to the scene before him. You have built something extraordinary for yourself here. I'm very happy for you. Jacob impassively commented with genuine praise. Autark humbly bowed and replied emotionlessly, They are just fools who didn't know what was good for them and seek chaos when they have their individuality, so I have no choice but to reform them into unified, systematic beings. I merely help them reach their true potential by giving them one mind and thought. Now they all serve one unified purpose free of worldly corruption. Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment because it was his first time hearing Autark speak so cynically, and he knew something had changed after Autark evolved into a legendary rank fantastic insect. And what purpose would that be? Jacob asked curtly. Autark replied without hesitation, Of course, that would be to serve Sir's interest, for that is my purpose. A peculiar intent flared in Jacob's eyes as he could see there wasn't any hint of lies within Autark's answer, and he was secretly glad that Autark didn't seem to have changed or didn't show any sign of breaking free from his control, or things would have taken a sharp turn for them both. I'm glad you feel like that and your efforts won't go to waste. I'll make sure of that, however, right now. A chilling intent flared in Jacob's eyes as he remembered those terrifying enemies after him who he couldn't counter and only fled by paying with his very life. It's time for you to return by side. Gather everything you wish to gather and all of your puppets as soon as possible. We are leaving the legendary plains. Autark didn't show any reaction to Jacob's command, and without hesitation followed Jacob's will, the totem behind him, and the invisible singles throughout the entire forest. Jacob felt slightly better seeing Autark's absolute obedience before he opened the portal to the infinite space, and entered, leaving behind another command for Autark, Send everything and everyone inside. As per your command, sir. Autark bowed in acknowledgement before he quickly started to transport everything he had gathered in all this time to the infinite space alongside his puppet army. After all, from the start, Autark's true purpose has always been to go back to Jacob, and now that time had finally arrived. Once Jacob was inside the infinite space, he felt like he had returned home and felt infinitely safer from outside because he knew his enemies couldn't trace him while he was inside this space. However, Jacob didn't have time to rest because there were too many questions that needed answering, especially the existence of Destined Saint, the most dangerous existence because of his terrifying ability to erase the future and force everyone to relive the past. Although Jacob wasn't at Destined Saint's level, he was still sharp enough to guess that rule-defying ability could only be a universal, godly scripture's godly ability like his own. At that moment, Jacob appeared within the mechanized sovereign tower and transmitted his cold voice into his soul. Nyx, what is the last thing you remembered? Nyx, within the nightmare realm, sitting on her dreamlike throne, seemed to be sulking after Jacob found Autark, and even sensing his reaction, was startled when Jacob suddenly asked that strange question. What do you mean? She perplexedly replied. The last thing I remember was seeing that annoying insect again. Jacob's voice turned colder. I don't have time for your mood swings. What I'm asking is what was the last thing you remembered before I left the Witch Race's elemental galaxy? I mean, do you feel anything strange, like you're forgetting something or anything unusual? Jacob clearly remembered how the last time he remained conscious was because of Nyx's interference, and he was grateful for it. Now he put great importance on Nyx's existence, for even the heirs of universal godly scriptures like Destined Saint and Immortal Nimrod couldn't detect the beast of primordial nightmare. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't going to show his gratitude to Nyx because she would become more insufferable, not to mention that it would be meaningless if she didn't remember anything. Nyx was becoming more annoyed by Jacob's question, but she could feel his seriousness and replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. You simply blocked my vision once you were in the witch race's territory. Suddenly, Nyx stopped as if she had remembered something, and Jacob sensed it as his eyes flickered with sharp intent because he had also discovered something now that Nyx mentioned it. Wait, this is strange. I didn't remember you connecting my vision again. Furthermore, for an instant, I felt something was wrong, and then I was very sad, but that feeling was very elusive, and I couldn't comprehend what it was before you suddenly decided to find the insect out of nowhere. Before I knew that feeling was gone. What is going on? Nyx couldn't help but ask, uncertain. Jacob thought for a moment before he replied, Nothing is wrong. Please focus on the nightmare plan and gather all the lifespan as quickly as possible without slacking. Because if you don't, terrible things will happen to us. Chapter 1143, Infinite Possibilities. Nyx still had many questions for Jacob after sensing his sudden urgency and hearing his strange questions, but Jacob dismissed her because he couldn't explain what he couldn't understand himself. Once he cut the connection with Nyx, Jacob felt exhausted, but he knew everything was far from over, and without hesitation he coldly called, Cursed Immortality. This time the cursed book appeared without a hitch, as usual. Before Immortica's jolly yet eerie voice teased, Hee, you handled everything pretty well for someone who considered himself dead. Jacob didn't even have the mind to retort or feel annoyed at Immortica's usual attitude, and instead got straight to the point, so I really came back to the past, huh? Does it matter? Past, present, and future are illusions. As long as you take control of the moment, that's what it truly means to be alive, Immortica profoundly remarked. Illusions? Jacob was perplexed and became more confused, but he couldn't move on and asked the main questions he wanted answers to. I don't have time for your riddles. Just tell me what that Destined Saint's arcane law is. Is it destiny or time? And don't give me crap about you not knowing anything because you knew from the beginning. Oh, the law of destiny and time are comprehensible as you know it well. Then why do you think that universal godly scripture is related to just destiny and time? Why not both? Or why can't a universal scripture play with time and density like fiddles? Why place a limiter on your imagination? Do you still not understand, despite being my heir all along? The answer to your questions lies within you. As for how we know, don't you get it? When destiny pulls strings and time jiggles, there are infinite possibilities. Do you get it? Immortica's voice turned profound without any hint of the cursed book's usual carefree tone. At that moment, Jacob felt he was suddenly struck by a lightning bolt when he heard Immortica's final words, and all the hints dropped by Immortica fell into place. There are infinite possibilities. Infinite. Jacob muttered as his eyes flared like suns, as if he was on the verge of comprehending something extremely cruel to his very existence. However, as quickly as that feeling arrives, it eludes him even quicker, as if he were missing something to capture it like a vessel. Tusk, a pity really, you still didn't have the longevity path glory gem, or it would be very entertaining. Immortica curtly stated, but it seemed what I was trying to imply finally got to you. Jacob regained his focus and at the same time finally understood what had just happened, especially after Immortica clarified it. He felt like his resentment for Immortal Nimrod was growing to a peak. I was probably about to comprehend the arcane law, but because of that bastard, I missed my chance again. Jacob gnashed his exposed teeth as he wanted to torment Immortal Nimrod with every fiber of his being. Still, when he remembered how cunning and powerful Immortal Nimrod was, he felt utterly helpless. I'll get it eventually. Jacob's voice lacked confidence, but he quickly got to the main topic, as many of his questions were still unanswered. Anyway, so what you're trying to say is, Destined Saint is hiding his true arcane law, or others simply can't guess it because his arcane law seemed to be related to both destiny and time. However, the godly ability he activated didn't seem like a causal rewind of time, nor did it seem like he had brought back the past using predetermined density. It was more like a do-over where he would not only erase his past mistakes, but also hold an absolute advantage over his enemies. Nonetheless, I was able to remain unaffected by it, or as you said, we remembered everything because my arcane law, Infinity, can counter whatever arcane law Destined Saint had, and he clearly didn't have any idea about it. Jacob tried to summarize Immortica's words to the best of his ability, with a hint of elation when he realized how powerful his own arcane law was, which could even counter Destined Saint's godly ability. His hate for immortal Nimrod grows even more because the latter held the primary component that allows Jacob to comprehend this terrifying power. Heh, mostly correct except for one thing, Immortica suddenly chimed in. He had no idea about it because now. Jacob's heart sank when he realized what Immortica was trying to imply. He knows now because he was supposed to be the only one who knew what was going to happen. However, my action directly diverged from the past he had foreseen, and I managed to escape. If I were destined saint, I would probably be going crazy if I suddenly found out that my godly ability doesn't work on a being that I considered a bug that I can crush or manipulate as I pleased. His tone grew grave, and a hint of unease surfaced in his eyes. That's why the next time he comes after me, he won't be there just to obstruct immortal Nimrod anymore, but also to get rid of future danger that could endanger his very existence even more than immortal Nimrod. Ha 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 ha, that's what I find even more entertaining. However, you're overthinking it too much, since to reach that exact conclusion he needs more evidence. After all, in his perspective, you weren't completely unaffected, were you? Immortica playfully alluded. Jacob was startled. He didn't immediately understand what Immortica was implying. However, when he thought more carefully, he finally understood, his eyes flickering with realization. Indeed. Only my mind wasn't affected by his ability, but my body and soul in a way were affected, or was it? What if I complete phase 4 of my scripture or acquire some treasures, and that cunning weasel decides to erase that present? Will my progress go back, or will that treasure I've acquired be returned to where it was? Jacob quickly posed this question, as it was essential to understand how much Destined Saint's ability could affect him. Immortica suddenly burst into wanton laughter. Ha 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 ha. Now let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is all for you to find out. I can only reveal what you understand or experienced. I can't help you confirm your theories. Besides, it'll be more interesting this way, don't you think? Chapter 1144, Debtor or Creditor. Jacob's train of thought was disrupted by Immortica's abrupt yet expected rip-roaring cliffhanger, and he knew it was time to move on, for he wouldn't get more out of the cursed book. Nonetheless, Jacob had already gotten more than enough hints about Destined Saint's prowess, not to mention he learned an unexpected fact about his own arcane law. Infinity exists in everything and in every possibility, because this is what infinity is supposed to be, but it's more than that. And the sheer irony of all this is I'm deprived of this power. And all of this is because of that perverse bastard. Jacob felt the very marrow in his bones raging with fury and indignation every time he remembered why he couldn't comprehend the arcane law of infinity, especially now that he had learned about one of its terrifying properties. Still, he kept his rage in check since he couldn't act upon it, even if he wanted to, because his opponent was too shrewd and powerful. Alright, I won't ask you about Destined Saint after you confirm just one last thing from me. Jacob's eyes turned sharp as he knavishly asked, almost sounding like Immortica, just like I have to pay a price or meet certain yet extremely steep conditions to cast Cursed Immortality's abilities, does Destined Saint have the same restrictions? Furthermore, how steep do you think they are, or if that backlash would make him incapacitated for a while? Jacob had first-hand experience in using the infinity blood sacrifice, and it can make any wish come true as long as he has the lifespan to squander. As for the infinite remains, even though Immortica refused to reveal the depths of this ability until he experienced it, and Jacob hasn't yet, he still has a feeling that it won't be without any strings attached, because if it isn't, then it would be too powerful. Truth be known, I can't comment on this, but every cause has an effect and every action needs a force to carry it. This is all I can say. I am Immortica, cryptically stated. Jacob's eyes flicked with a hint of understanding, and he no longer asked anything further related to this because he had already gotten an ambiguous yet definite answer. So he does suffer from a backlash. As to what extent, I can't be sure, Jacob mused with a hint of gloat. Now, Jacob's eyes abruptly ablaze with killing intent as he uttered, I need to know more about immortal Nimrod. After what I saw, the first thing I'm curious about is whether he really has a universal godly scripture, because Destined Saint seemed pretty convinced. Furthermore, if I'm not wrong, the whole reason Destined Saint used that demented ability is that he probably wants immortal Nimrod to think his schemes and secrets are still secrets. As for why, my guess is limited, because if Destined Saint was willing to pay such a price to have this kind of advantage over immortal Nimrod, so he's probably scheming something huge. Or he's probably going to craft a trap for immortal Nimrod and deal with him once and for all. A hint of uncertainty surfaced in Jacob's tone, but what I can't understand is, why couldn't immortal Nimrod use his arcane law? After all, it would usually imply that he didn't have a universal godly scripture. However, Destined Saint at that time seemed to have discovered something which should be the reason behind immortal Nimrod's inability to use his arcane law. And that fact irked immortal Nimrod enough to reveal such a reaction at that time. Well, you did pay attention. Immortality suddenly teased, making Jacob's expression chill slightly before the cursed book continued at the same pace. Before you start complaining, I'll tell you the answer to your main question, which is if that so-called immortal fellow has a universal godly scripture or not. And the truth is, Jacob's eyes flickered with anticipation, with a hint of both worry and hope. He was worried because he didn't want immortal Nimrod to really have a universal godly scripture, and for the same reason he hoped it would be true. He has it, Immortality revealed languidly as if revealing something trifling. The flames in Jacob's hollow sockets instantly flared intensely when Immortality confirmed what Destined Saint presumed, and he no longer had any doubt about this secret because, at this point, he trusts Immortality probably more than himself without even knowing it. But before Jacob could demand an explanation about immortal Nimrod's inability to use his arcane law, Immortality ambiguously asked with a hint of slyness, "Heh, as for why he can't use his forbidden arcane law. Haven't you already guessed it?" Jacob suddenly stopped and didn't speak because Immortality wasn't wrong, for he had already thought about the reason, not to mention Destined Saint even said it. And immortal Nimrod was even provoked by it. At this moment Jacob finally spoke, his tone like a sharp blade cutting the silence. "The Cursed One. You are the reason for his inability to use the arcane law, and that's why he has been hunting your heirs so he could regain his true prowess. Am I right? Ha 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 ha." Immortality suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, and this was all Jacob needed to know that what he just said was most likely true. However, he couldn't help but feel even more indignant because essentially, it wasn't his fault at all, and everything was related to cursed immortality. But because he was now the heir of the Cursed Book, he also became the debtor of everything related to the Cursed Book, which includes an overpowered cosmic entity, immortal Nimrod, as an enemy. The most ironic part about this whole situation was that, just like immortal Nimrod needed to hunt down Jacob to regain his power, Jacob also needed to retrieve the Longevity Path Glory Gem from immortal Nimrod to progress further on his path of immortality. Just why? No, I mean, how in the world did this happen? It's plain ridiculous that because of you, a UGS's heir has lost his ability to use his arcane law. Or should I say that UGS has turned into a vegetable? Is his UGS so weak? Jacob couldn't help but question with skepticism, utterly floored by this complicated yet utterly messy situation. Chapter 1145, The Kind of Immortality. Immortality suddenly stopped laughing upon hearing Jacob's words and scoffed. "Heh, as I've said before, every cause has an effect, and it's not my fault that immortal fellow is greedy. In fact, his current situation has nothing to do with me, he brought it upon himself." Jacob was startled because Immortality might not have directly admitted it, but those ambiguous words clearly indicate that Jacob was right. It's just that there was more to the current situation than he knew. Jacob asked with uncertainty, "What do you mean?" That's for you to find out. At least until you retrieve the Longevity Path Glory Gem, I can't reveal these matters to you because I'm restricted. However, you have already gotten first-hand experience about the gist of it, and now it's on you how you'll use it to your advantage." Immortality curtly stated, as if ending the topic without giving clear answers, as usual. Jacob's eyes flickered with indignation, and he was speechless because this was essentially telling him to complete an impossible mission before he could get the reward. And he didn't like it at all. Nonetheless, as Immortality stated, since he now knew about the crucial fact that immortal Nimrod couldn't use his arcane law, and the reason behind the latter's hunting him was directly connected to immortal Nimrod's inability, he could prepare accordingly and maneuver it to his advantage. However, Jacob knew that to gain this vague advantage, he had acquired another opponent in the face of Destined Saint, and that guy wasn't a handicap like immortal Nimrod. He held tremendous sway in the entirety of Zodiac Plains. Alright, I won't ask about it anymore. But I still have a question that I don't understand. You said the heirs of UGS aren't restrained or restricted by laws and orders, so I can't understand why Destined Saint would need a proxy or join hands with that woman, Alexandra, to do his bidding. Furthermore, immortal Nimrod seemed to be just restricted to the universal void, and he couldn't enter without suffering from consequences, according to the Destined Saint. Well, I can assume it has something to do with his current situation, or Destined Saint serves as some deterrent, so he didn't dare come. Moreover, Destined Saint seemed to have done something to make the laws of the legendary plains stronger or alter them so immortal Nimrod can't do anything here, yet he did exactly that, which caught Destined Saint off guard. Just what is going on exactly? Jacob asked, as this question was haunting him just as much as finding out the truth about immortal Nimrod. Well, this is easy, consider it this way. If Destined Saint wants to enter the middle planes from the upper planes, he needs to cross a vast expansion of the universal void. Now, you tell me, if that immortal fellow is restricted to the universal void or has made it his playground, do you think he'll allow Destined Saint to cross with his real body simply? Not to mention, the universal void contained horrors that even destined saint won't dare to confront, UGS heir or not. And I'm pretty sure even that immortal fellow won't dare to provoke those horrors unless he has absolute authority over the universal void, which is impossible, especially if he didn't have his arcane law. Finally, do you remember when you completed the cursed totem skeleton? Hadn't I told you about the consequences of completing it all at once? Hee hee. And you chose exactly that path and ended up weakening the protective layers that separate the universal void and Zodiac Plains. Thus, that rampage of the Zodiac beasts ensued. So to quash that anomaly, I'm sure they have invoked the Zodiac Will, which ended up restricting everyone's movement, especially those who could ignore the rules, whether UGS heir or not. Although it still won't completely restrict a UGS heir, it won't be that easy. And that's probably why Destined Saint or anyone else above the allowed ranks couldn't enter the Middle Plains, not until the effect of that invocation fades away completely, just to be on the safe side. Realization dawned on Jacob at that moment, and on top of that he was speechless. He didn't know what to feel because he wasn't expecting that he had unknowingly played such a massive role in restraining both Immortal Nimrod and Destined Saint's movement within the Middle Plains. No wonder Destined Saint said everyone fears the Cursed One. It's not just because of the ridiculously mysterious abilities of cursed immortality, but also the effects it has on cosmic scales that could basically flip the balance of the universe. I'm afraid that if not because of this situation, Immortica wouldn't have bothered to reveal so much about the events of that day. However, it still won't change the fact that I'm in extreme danger, and neither Destined Saint nor Immortal Nimrod would leave me alone. I was thinking of leaving the Middle Plains before, but now that Immortica has revealed the restrictions, is it the correct choice to do so? After all, upper planes are filled with gods far stronger than me, and that place is the home ground of Destined Saint and his clique, mentioned by Immortal Nimrod. Once I'm there, I won't be protected by Universal Void, and I have no clue how that place works. That's why staying within the Middle Plains still is relatively safe, especially if I can cope up in the infinite space and gather lifespan until I'm ready and have the means to protect myself from those guys. The more Jacob thought about this matter, the more his decision to leave the Middle Plains wavered since he knew what kind of domain he was walking into, especially with Destined Saint looking for him. However, this doesn't mean Jacob was willing to stay in the Middle Plains forever, even if he could live virtually forever with Nyx's help. He didn't want this kind of immortality. Although his goal was to live forever, this doesn't mean he was willing to live like a mole his entire life. As he rose above the level of power and discovered new things, his primary purpose of immortality wasn't just to carry his wife's memory anymore. Now, unbeknownst to even Jacob, he wants immortality for himself as well, the kind that allows him to be a true immortal above everything else. Chapter 1146, Secret Fraternity on the Move. Deep within the endless folds of hyperspace, where starlight was stretched into razor-thin ribbons and causality itself lagged a heartbeat behind motion, a stealth spacecraft cut through the space in absolute silence. The spacecraft had no banners or factional insignia, as its hull was layered with overlapping runic plates that swallowed light rather than reflect it, and every fluctuation of energy around it was smothered the instant it appeared. Even legendary kings, if they happened to glance this way, would perceive nothing but empty transit lanes. Inside the vessel, the atmosphere was dense with pressure because of the two figures standing within the central command hall, their presence alone bending the surrounding space. The first was a handsome man, tall and refined, draped in treasure-laden robes that shimmered with restrained brilliance. Each fold of cloth was embroidered with ancient sigils that pulsed faintly, as if breathing. Yet what truly betrayed his identity lying beneath the elegance was his skin, covered in runic scales, smooth, interlocking glyph plates that crawled faintly beneath his flesh like living inscriptions. They glowed softly in rhythm with his breath, emitting profound pulses that distorted the surrounding laws. Most telling of all, behind his eyes, something inhuman stirred, however, not with bloodlust nor madness, but the cold, instinctive awareness of a magic beast wearing a human form, and a perfected one at that. He was a being who had crossed the boundary between beast and men long ago, for he was a quasi-myth, and one whose foundation was frighteningly complete. Beside him stood the second figure, broad, towering, and giving of overwhelming pressure. He was a hobgoblin, yet nothing like the crude monsters of the lesser planes. This one was massive, like a giant, his frame forged into a walking fortress of corded muscle and dark green obsidian skin. Tribal runes were carved directly into his flesh, glowing faintly crimson, not painted but etched by law itself. His tusks curved upward like crescent blades, each one engraved with battle scripts. His armor looked primitive at first glance, layered with bone, meteor iron, and dragon sinew, but each piece radiated authority and spoke of accumulated slaughter. Power rolled off him in oppressive waves like refined violence. He was probably one of his kind, a hobgoblin who had transcended his race. A king without a tribe, another quasi-myth forged by endless war. The silence between them lasted several heartbeats before the runic-scaled man finally spoke, his voice smooth, cultured, and utterly devoid of emotion. So, the information is confirmed. A holographic star map bloomed between them, showing a rapidly approaching coordinate cluster, faint, distorted, and deliberately obscured. The hobgoblin crossed his arms, his muscles flexing with suppressed force. Confirmed enough, he rumbled, his voice like grinding stone. The coordinates align with three independent anomalies, one temporal scar, one causality distortion, and one absence. He paused, lips curling into something between a grin and a snarl. That last one reeks of a curse. The runic-scaled man's eyes gleamed faintly as he nodded. Then that source didn't lie. The hobgoblin snorted. However, since when do we trust anonymous whispers? The man turned slightly, the runes on his skin shifting into new configurations. Since the Zodiac beast calamity, he replied calmly. Since the path of legend closed, since every failed divination pointed toward deliberate interference, and most importantly, since the Holy King has disappeared. The moment the last part was mentioned, the hobgoblin's expression turned gloomy as a faint killing intent flicked in his eyes. It has to be those mythical coalition bastards. They are on to us, and that's why they got rid of Holy King. The man didn't retort, as if he had the same trail of thoughts as his companion, as he impassively stated, "There is no proof that mythical coalition knows about our existence, nor do they have anything to do with the disappearance of the Holy King. The myth of White Swordsman has already been confirmed." Moreover, that day, it wasn't just the Holy King who had disappeared, but some mysterious, powerful existence also took away the champion king without any chance to resist. Even the coalition founders are wary of that existence and have continued to hold up in their secret base without even daring to come out. Nonetheless, this is also the perfect chance for us to move without worrying about those meddlesome fellows. Furthermore, the upper planes aren't happy about Holy King's disappearance either, and her backers seem to be raising hell over there because of her. But even they couldn't figure out what happened to her, and divination wouldn't work. So my people have told me to stay the hell out of this matter, and I suggest you do the same and focus on the task at hand. Our objective is to locate the legendary master and kill the cursed one. That's why the whole reason this secret fraternity was founded in the first place. The hobgoblin's expression tightened with suppressed rage, but he didn't retort as he thought. I was told the same. In the end, he nodded reluctantly. I have no interest in pursuing this matter, don't worry. I'm just skeptical because if this isn't the coalition, then whoever this existence was, they are capable of subduing quasi-myths like Holy King. That's why I have some doubts about this source. Who is it anyway? Has that old guy told you about it? This time the man's expression turned solemn as he shook his head. No, but he seemed to be pretty confident in this source. Furthermore, he possessed the same deterrent power as the Holy King. Not only that, but his backer seemed to be in the same league as the Holy King as well. That's why he is in charge right now. And that alone makes it dangerous. The hobgoblin couldn't help but scoff with a hint of displeasure. Exactly, the man replied. That's why we need to be extra careful. Even if this is a trap, as long as we are working together, we can always escape. Thereafter, silence followed as hyperspace rippled around the vessel, stretching time thin. Finally, the hobgoblin spoke again sternly. Although I don't like you, I'm glad you are here. The runic-scaled man smiled faintly with disdain. You're not so likable either. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed coldly. Don't worry much. Even if it's a trap, only something worth killing would dare bait us. It's been a while since I've had a decent fight. Suddenly, the hobgoblin burst into amusing laughter filled with a deep, thunderous sound that rattled the ship's interior. Ha! Spoken like a true beast. He leaned forward, cracking his neck. You are right, I doubt that kind of existence would lower themselves to bait us, so if this lead is false, we erase the trail. If it's true, his tusks gleamed. Then we bring back the head of the cursed one. The runic-scaled man turned toward the viewing crystal, watching the destination grow closer. No, he corrected calmly, we confirm first. Kill second and report nothing unless the upper planes demand it. After an unknown time, the spacecraft shuddered as it exited hyperspace, slipping silently into real space near an uncharted stellar graveyard. There were many dead stars with lingering space frost and darkness, a perfect place for a curse to hide. The hobgoblin rolled his shoulders, power surging. The runic-scaled man's smile widened imperceptibly. They were both ready to depart, as what they'll encounter here would affect many things in the grand scheme of the legendary plains. Chapter 1147, The Scheme Unfolds. The moment the spacecraft slipped entirely out of hyperspace into the darkness, both quasi-myths could only see before them an expanse of the star ocean that felt fundamentally wrong as it stretched far and wide without any trace of light. The usual rivers of starlight were absent, no nebulae glimmered, no astral tides flowed. Even distant stellar echoes, those faint pulses that seasoned existences used to orient themselves, were absent. What remained was a vast, silent stellar graveyard, with dead stars hanging like blackened corpses, their remnants frozen mid-collapse. Shattered stellar cores drifted without radiation, and space itself appeared thicker, as if light had once tried to exist here yet failed. The runic-scaled man stepped forward, his gaze piercing the darkness. "Just what is this place?" he said slowly, as his voice carried no fear, only genuine curiosity. "Although the star ocean is extremely vast, places like this, places without light, are few and rare. This almost feels like a graveyard of stars." This was Myth of Myriad Cry, a quasi-myth born from a mythical magic beast lineage whose every breath resonated with layered laws. His runic scales faintly adjusted, reacting to the abnormal absence of law in this stellar graveyard. Beside him, the massive hobgoblin folded his arms, tusks glinting dully in the darkness. "You're not wrong," he replied, his deep voice rumbling with restrained caution. "I've been to such a place once in my lifetime." His eyes narrowed, memory stirring. "That time I didn't encounter any immediate danger. These places lack sufficient mana, and even laws seem to avoid them, as if higher powers abandoned them long ago." He paused for a moment before his expression hardened. "Nonetheless, that is exactly why they're perfect. Perfect for hiding, perfect for severing causal traces, and perfect for practicing unorthodox methods like curses." This was the myth of Earth, a quasi-myth forged through endless warfare, whose dominion lay not in refinement but in crushing territorial inevitability. His presence alone caused nearby spatial strata to subtly compact. Before Myth of Myriad Cry could respond, "ZZT." A burst of static echoed through the vessel as a cold, mechanical voice followed, destination confirmed. 100 miles ahead. Both quasi-myths immediately fell silent as their postures shifted. The earlier conversational ease vanished, replaced by the stillness of apex predators entering hunting ground. The spacecraft continued forward, gliding into deeper darkness where even dead stars thinned out until eventually nothing remained. There was no stellar debris, astral dust, or even any trace of radiation residue. Only absolute emptiness reigned supreme. Myth of Myriad Cry's pupils contracted as his runes pulsed faintly. "This is too clean, be cautious. We scout only, confirm the target's existence and withdraw. No unnecessary engagements." He turned slightly toward his companion. "If the Cursed One is truly here, and if even the upper planes are wary of him, then drawing him out recklessly could be far beyond what we're prepared to handle." "Understood." Myth of Earth grunted in agreement as he raised a hand and issued a silent command: "Enter deep stealth. Maximum concealment." The ship's systems responded instantly, suppressing even the faintest conceptual fluctuations before they could advance. After a few seconds of silence, destination reached. The announcement echoed hollowly. But what lay ahead made both quasi-myths frown, because in front of them was nothing. Not a spatial anomaly nor a hidden formation ripple, and even the residual curse signatures seemed superficial. It was just a dark, empty space. Myth of Earth's eyes hardened as he ordered coldly, "Scan this place." However, before the command could fully propagate, the darkness moved almost instantly as space contorted without any warping or bending, but it folded inward like a veil being pulled shut. Thereafter, from every direction, countless symbols erupted into existence, ancient, vast, and blindingly precise. They didn't float, they locked into position, forming a spherical lattice around the stealth ship. Each symbol radiated layered laws filled with seals, runic anchors, and causality pins. At that moment, the spacecraft's stealth field shattered instantly before the alarm sounded. "Warning, unknown formation detected. Law override failure, escape vector SEALED." The runic cage is finalized. Myth of Myriad Cry's expression sank as he muttered, "Quasi-myth rank formation confinement, and it's not curse-based." Myth of Earth's tusks clenched as he knew what this implied. "We've been baited." At that exact moment, both of them understood that this was not the Cursed One's doing, for this was a net made explicitly for them. Outside the runic sphere, the surrounding darkness twisted violently, collapsing inward before exploding outward in a silent cosmic upheaval. Suddenly, a colossal warship emerged. Its hull was vast beyond comprehension, shaped like a bastion forged from starlight and abyssal alloy. Massive constellations were engraved along its surface, each one glowing with restrained authority. This was no ordinary vessel but a flagship, and not just any flagship but a true warship of the Zodiac Knight Federation. However, there were no crews visible, nor legions mobilized, and not even command decks bustling with activity. Inside the flagship's core chamber, only 3 figures sat before a vast projection as they watched the trapped stealth ship in silence. The figure in the center slowly raised his hand, resting a formation plate in his palm. Its symbols shimmered brilliantly, exactly identical in structure to the colossal runic sphere imprisoning the quasi-myths. It seemed like a miniature mirror of absolute control, and it was because this formation was precisely the core of the runic sphere, which had trapped a legendary king-rank spacecraft. not to mention even rendering two quasi-myths helpless. These kinds of formations had long vanished from the face of legendary plains, and every one of them was being controlled by an equally exalted existence. Moreover, even if the Zodiac Knight Federation had it, they wouldn't be foolish enough to make its existence known so easily. Yet here it was, such a formation was being used to entrap not one but two quasi-myths, which makes it even more extraordinary. This is precisely why, for the first time since entering the starry graveyard, fear, cold, and unfamiliar finally surfaced in the hearts of two beings who had long forgotten what it meant to be hunted. Chapter 1148, The Scheme Unfolds. Part 2. Once the formation was set, everything happened so fast that both quasi-myths weren't able to overcome their disbelief, and before they could react, the next moment, the world inverted without any spatial transition. There was no sense of movement or teleportation. In one instant, the two quasi-myths were trapped within the runic sphere aboard their stealth craft. The next, they were kneeling upon a cold, obsidian-black platform inside the Zodiac Knight Federation's flagship. Their knees struck the ground not by force, but they appeared right in that humiliating position. Not only that, but runic chains were wrapped around their bodies like living serpents, each link carved with layered inscriptions that pulsed in synchronized rhythm. These were not ordinary restraints, as every rune was a refined extraction array, draining not just energy, but law and siphoning fragments of their very mythic foundation. More terrifying still, a translucent, peculiar membrane clung tightly around their forms. It looked flexible, almost soft, like a thin layer of liquid crystal, but no matter how Myth of Earth strained, not a single muscle responded. His warforged frame, capable of cracking continental plates, was rendered utterly inert as if his strength had never existed in the first place. Myth of Myriad Cry inhaled slowly, his runic scales flickering erratically as the membrane disrupted the resonance between his laws and his flesh. Law isolation membrane, he muttered grimly with a hint of apprehension, and soul drain chains layered on top of it. Both of these things have long vanished from the legendary plains. Who could have? Suddenly his eyes lifted abruptly, and Myth of Earth did the same as before them stood three figures seemingly forged with shadows. All were cloaked, but not in fabric alone, but in something deeper as dimensional veils that obscured their outlines, making their silhouettes flicker between clarity and distortion. Their faces could not be seen, no matter how the eyes tried to focus, as if perception itself slid away from them. They stood in a shallow arc, elevated slightly above the kneeling quasi-myths. At the center, the one holding the formation plate, the same plate whose symbols mirrored the runic sphere that had entrapped them, the plate hovered calmly in his palm. Its runes rotating slowly, steadily draining power from the restrained pair as if feeding on their existence. Myth of Earth's tusks clenched so hard that cracks spread along their engraved battle scripts. Kneeling, he growled, his voice vibrating with murderous intent. Me. A massive surge of power suddenly coursed through his veins as if everything would explode at his almost suicidal attempt to break free from that humiliating position. However, the chains wrapping around his figure merely flared before pain erupted. Although the pain wasn't physical, it was conceptual, like something was peeling away the meaning of strength from his body. Still, his eyes burned with defiance as he glared at the cloaked figures. "Show yourselves, dogs of Zodiac Knight Federation," he snarled with unhidden rage and hatred. "Do you Zodiac Knight dogs truly believe that you can hide your identities from me? Do you have any idea what you've done and who you are offending? Furthermore, who gave you the courage and means to pull something like this? If you reveal everything, I'll spare your race. Or do you really believe that you could hold us forever?" In the face of Earth's furious threats, all he got was utter silence as the cloaked figures did not respond immediately, or they simply felt no danger at all. On the other hand, Myth of Myriad Cry's gaze was colder, sharper, but beneath it lurked something unfamiliar. Disbelief, as he was more rational than Myth of Earth. "Zodiac Knight Federation, it's impossible," he said quietly. "Even within the Federation, there should be no one capable of deploying a complete quasi-myth suppression formation without alerting the mythical coalition. Not to mention those coalition bastards won't leave any myth within 3 factions, let alone use such a precious formation on us when they should be hiding such a trump card to stay on top." Myth of Earth calmed down slightly as he stared at his companion with disbelief before he shot a sharp glare at the 3 silent assailants. Myth of Myriad Cry's eyes narrowed, paying no attention to Myth of Earth, and yet despite all odds, here we are. The membrane tightened subtly around his chest, disrupting his breath, not suffocating him, but reminding him that even breathing was now permitted, not natural. "You didn't capture us by coincidence," he continued, staring directly at the central figure. "You baited us, you knew our route, our stealth, even our caution." A faint pulse rippled through the formation plate. At last, the central cloaked figure spoke, his voice calm, measured, and disturbingly close despite the distance. "Well, my lords, quasi-myths or not, one should not overestimate themselves." The words were humbled and carried no arrogance but only certainty. You were not captured today, the figure continued. You were captured the moment you chose to investigate this place. The figure to the left shifted slightly, and the moment you believed the Cursed One was your prey, or should I say Myth of Reverend believed so, but was too afraid to come here personally, so he sent his minions to test the waters. When Myth of Reverend was mentioned by the figure on the left, Myth of Myriad Cries, and Myth of Earth's pupils shrank violently as realization dawned on them. So the source was you, Myth of Earth growled, stating the obvious, while Myth of Myriad Cries remained silent, which were heavy as myriad words. Heh, no. The source was real. The figure on the right let out a soft, almost amused breath, just incomplete. At that moment, the central figure stepped forward as the formation plate's light intensified and the chains tightened further, drawing faint strands of luminous essence directly from the quasi-myth's cores. You came here to confirm an existence, he said calmly. So did we. Myth of Myriad Cries' eyes widened slightly as if guessing something. Confirm what? The cloaked figure tilted his head as he said softly that even beings like you can still be made to kneel. The experiment was a success. Chapter 1149. The Scheme Unfolds. Part 3. In the hidden depths of Star Ocean within the mythical coalition's pagoda, far removed from the commotion of schemes and interrogations, there existed a private domain reserved exclusively for one existence, just like any other myths residing in the lavish pagoda. However, these personal chambers belonged to one of the oldest members of the mythical coalition, which certainly had its merit, and this particular myth was none other than the myth of White Swordsman. At this moment, this place was silent. However, not the ordinary silence of empty halls, but a cultivated stillness, refined to the point where even stray thoughts seemed reluctant to linger. The chamber was circular, its walls forged from pale astral stone veined with faint sword runes that pulsed in slow, steady intervals, like the breath of a slumbering beast. At the center of the chamber sat the myth of White Swordsman. He was suspended slightly above the ground in a lotus posture, his robes unmoving, his presence sharp yet contained. Around him hovered countless phantasmal swords, translucent and pale, their edges undefined yet terrifyingly precise. Some were straight, others curved, some broken at impossible angles. Yet every one of them radiated absolute sharpness, as though they were concepts of blades rather than weapons, as they revolved slowly, silently around the myth of White Swordsman. Behind him, faint and vague, loomed the silhouette of an astrolabe, yet not a normal one. Its vague shape was elongated, its axes sharpened, its entire form resembling the outline of a colossal sword blade, as if law itself had been carved into a weapon. This was the myth of White Swordsman's quasi-astrolabe, the proof of his talent and of how profound his understanding of the sword law has become. If not because he was born in the legendary plains, he might have already been a lesser god, yet all that talent has been wasted away with time. Maybe that's why he was now willing to do anything to get the chance to ascend to the higher realm, which he longed for more than anything else, even his life. Suddenly, at that moment, his eyes snapped open, and in that instant the phantasmal swords shattered like mist under sunlight, vanishing without a sound. The astrolabe silhouette collapsed inward, dissolving into nothingness as if it had never existed, and the chamber returned to stillness. But the myth of White Swordsman frowned. A deep, unmistakable crease formed between his brows as he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the chamber with sharp vigilance. "Just what the hell is this?" he muttered quietly as if perplexed at something. However, there was no fluctuation of law or spatial distortion, nor detectable traces of any magic. Yet something had brushed past his perception, fleeting yet invasive, like a shadow slipping across a blade's reflection. At that moment he did not hesitate, and with a flick of his wrist, he produced an ancient, pale formation plate, its surface etched with interlocking sword runes and isolation sigils. The moment it activated, a corporeal sphere bloomed outward from his body, sealing the chamber completely with layers stacked upon layers. Sound, space, laws, and even intent itself were locked away as every prying eye, whether mortal, mythic, or otherwise, was severed with this ancient formation the myth of White Swordsman had discovered long ago in his journey towards the top. Furthermore, the reason behind activating this formation was simple. He didn't trust the absolute secrecy of the mythical coalition's pagoda despite never discovering anything unusual in his chamber. He had been especially on edge ever since he had met with the coalition founders, and he always felt that something was missing, but no matter what he did or asked his friends, nothing seemed wrong. However, that feeling never left him, and all he could think of was about that encounter that left Myth of Secrets comatose even to this day. He felt that mysterious existence may have done something to him, so he was even more agitated and always meditated to calm himself. Once this formation was activated, only then did the White Swordsman exhale slowly despite not feeling completely assured. The next moment, a runic gray ring emerged from his finger, materializing as if it had been hiding beneath his skin all along. Its surface was dull and unassuming, yet the inscriptions upon it twisted unnaturally, refusing to settle into any stable pattern. He stared at it for a brief moment and then, with visible reluctance, his expression tightening as if disgusted with himself, he spoke, "Vermin live in shadows, yet they rule the light." The words sounded crude, almost childish, and yet the moment the sentence left his lips, the ring shimmered violently. The runes rearranged themselves, locking into a precise configuration as a ripple spread outward. The next moment, above the ring, a projection formed, hazy and unstable at first, like a reflection seen through disturbed water. But slowly the image stabilized, depicting a figure sitting. The projection was blurred, its features indistinct, but its posture alone carried an oppressive familiarity. One leg was crossed over the other, hands resting calmly, casually, as if this was an expected call, not an intrusion. The air inside the sealed sphere grew heavier as the Myth of White Swordsman's pupils contracted, as if he could recognize that sitting silhouette despite the blur, and for whatever reason, Myth of White Swordsman seemed fearful. His earlier composure cracked, if only for a heartbeat, replaced by naked astonishment. "You," he said slowly without hiding his surprise, and then his voice hardened, sharpened by disbelief and suppressed tension. "Myth of Reverend." The projected figure did not move, but somehow the White Swordsman could feel it, an icy smile that sent a chill down his spine. "Oh, you still able to recognize this humble self? It's been a while, fellow White Swordsman." A gravelly voice filled with regal strength sounded. Before Myth of White Swordsman could inquire about this sudden twist, the Myth of Reverend spoke as if guessing former's thoughts. "I know you were expecting Myth of Myriad Cries on the other end, but I have to disappoint you, for all contacts with fellow Myriad Cries have been ceased abruptly." Chapter 1150. The Scheme Unfolds. Part 4. Myth of White Swordsman was startled when he heard the abrupt news about Myth of Myriad Cries and couldn't help but feel alarmed because this was another fellow myth, not some fable legendary. "Wait," suddenly Myth of White Swordsman's eyes widened as he looked at the silhouette of Myth of Reverend. "Why did I only remember you when I saw your figure? Myth of Reverend. Did you cast some spell on me?" The more Myth of White Swordsman thought about this strange yet eerie problem with his memories of the Myth of Reverend, the more he couldn't help but think about the weird feeling he had after meeting the Coalition founders. However, he wasn't some ordinary person. As a quasi-myth, he knew many things, and there were many bizarre abilities and laws out there that could affect one's mind in a way that one couldn't even comprehend, not even a quasi-myth. That's why, when he remembered the Myth of Reverend, he had only seen his silhouette, yet he couldn't recall him at all before. Myth of White Swordsman was alarmed because this time he was very sensitive to his surroundings and to any changes in himself. If Myth of White Swordsman wasn't so alert, he might not have realized about this strange phenomenon and would have continued as if nothing was weird. Yet that's precisely what made him even extremely wary of the Myth of Reverend, because he also remembered more details related to the latter after remembering him. The Myth of Reverend, a figure with an unknown origin, and not even the Myth of White Swordsman could find any traces of him in the history of legendary plains. But what Myth of White Swordsman was able to find made him feel dreadful, and he stopped his investigation in the past. However, whatever he had found, it compelled him to accept the Myth of Justice's invitation and join the secret fraternity. Lastly, the Myth of Reverend was trusted by the Myth of Justice, Holy King, and apparently the first myth approached by the Upper Plains to search for the legendary Master Key and hunt down the Cursed One. Moreover, Myth of White Swordsman has only come into contact with Myth of Reverend once in the virtual star world, and according to Myth of Justice, Myth of Reverend doesn't like to reveal himself to others and is very introverted. But when White Swordsman thought about those memories in his mind, his heart trembled, for those memories were filled with flaws, the biggest being he couldn't recall what he found in that investigation at all. Myth of White Swordsman's aura suddenly flared as killing intent surfaced in his eyes as he looked at the calmly sitting silhouette of the Myth of Reverend, as the latter didn't speak at all, as if he was watching the former in amusement like a clown putting up a show. "How unexpected," Myth of Reverend finally uttered with a hint of surprise, as if slightly astounded by Myth of White Swordsman's violent reaction, or seeing him, remembered what should have remained forgotten. "What are you talking about? You did something to me, haven't you?" The Myth of White Swordsman's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, as if he had found the culprit behind his chaotic state of mind and unease. "I hadn't done anything to you, fellow Myth, but someone else sure has done an excellent job." Myth of Reverend chuckled as he ambiguously implied. Myth of White Swordsman's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, "Are you trying to shift the blame now that your little trick has failed? Tell me the truth, are you the one who's been scheming against myths behind their back? Now you've done something to the Myth of Myriad Cries as well. Am I your next target?" Strangely, Myth of White Swordsman started to connect everything that's been happening to the myths, like the Myth of Holy Justice, then Champion King, and Myth of Secrets, to Myth of Reverend. Furthermore, after Myth of Justice went missing, Myth of Myriad Cries became White Swordsman's new contact in the secret fraternity. And now he has also gone missing, and the one who revealed this news to him was none other than Myth of Reverend. Hence, he believes in his conjecture even more. But unexpectedly, Myth of Reverend didn't panic or seem frustrated at all, despite Myth of White Swordsman blaming him for something he hadn't done. Instead, the Myth of Reverend praised with admiration, "Marvelous, truly marvelous. It must be the work of that mysterious coalition master. I'm truly in awe of their abilities." Myth of White Swordsman almost went wild with anger because he felt Myth of Reverend was making fun of him by putting on such theatrics. "Let me help you, fellow White Swordsman, and then you tell me if this work is magnificent or not." At that moment, Myth of Reverend did something as he raised his blurry arm, and the runes of the ring on White Swordsman's finger started to shift and turned ethereal violet. Myth of White Swordsman was alarmed when he felt a mysterious soul force suddenly invade his body through that ring, because this should be impossible since, without his permission, no foreign soul force could enter his body, especially with the phantom of the celestial astrolabe present. Yet this soul force easily invaded his body, and the most terrifying fact was that he knew it was the doing of the Myth of Reverend, and the latter wasn't even in the vicinity, doing all of this remotely. At that moment, Myth of White Swordsman decisively raised his hand surrounded by sword law and chopped it towards his other hand. He didn't try to put off that ring usually because he knew it would be useless, so he decided to dismember his hand, which was quick and certain work. However, just when Myth of White Swordsman's hand was about to touch his hand, something astounding happened as that violet energy suddenly shifted and cast a barrier around his hand. Bang! The moment White Swordsman's hand touched that translucent barrier, it was repelled without being able to place a scratch on it, despite being an attack imbued with law. At that moment, Myth of Reverend snickered, "Commendable yet foolish. Now open your eyes to the truth, Myth of White Swordsman." The next moment, the Myth of White Swordsman felt a profound intent invade his mind and his eyes went blank. The next moment, he saw the same scene of himself sitting in front of the coalition founders. Chapter 1151, The Scheme Unfolds, Part 5. At that moment, the Myth of White Swordsman recalled everything that had happened, including both coalition founders' conversation while he was under the Myth of Oracle's strange spell. Disbelief was written all over his face as he broke into a cold sweat despite his current power rank, not to mention the strange mind state and agitation he had been feeling all this time, which vanished as relief washed over him. It was like everything was back in place and he had escaped a cage. "Hess, now you know," Myth of Reverend couldn't help but snicker. "Your memories have been tampered with and I helped you regain what you have lost." Myth of White Swordsman snapped back to reality as he looked at the sitting silhouette with a complicated look, which also contained a hint of dread because he still couldn't comprehend how the Myth of Reverend had done it. Moreover, after he remembered everything, he was sure that the Myth of Oracle was powerful, at least in her ability to interfere with one's mind. Yet the Myth of Reverend was still able to cancel them. "Although these memories are indeed new, how should I believe you hadn't put them there to cover your own tracks? Furthermore, in those memories, I was clearly under the Myth of Oracle's spell and spoke the truth about the secret fraternity. Yet I didn't mention your name while I clearly knew you were involved. So forgive me for being skeptical about this whole thing and not being able to trust you completely." Myth of White Swordsman impassively stated that he was now more vigilant towards Myth of Reverend and the coalition founders. "Well, you do have a point, but I know that you know better than me whether those memories are false or real," Myth of Reverend coolly stated with a hint of amusement. Myth of White Swordsman was speechless as he couldn't retort because, just as Myth of Reverend had said, he knew those memories weren't false. And with his mind now calmer than ever, he believed Myth of Reverend even more. Without waiting, Myth of Reverend continued. "As for why you weren't able to mention me in front of them, it's pretty simple actually. You see, I'm a very private person, which makes me cautious, and I know there are abilities far beyond what you and I can comprehend. That's why, as a precaution, I have placed a secret method on the members of the secret fraternity. This method is harmless and won't do anything except when someone like the Myth of Oracle you just mentioned tries to probe something about me. You will forget about me completely until you meet me again. Furthermore, this method also served as a contamination against these sorts of abilities, meaning no matter how perfect the ability or spell is, this method will contaminate it and make the victim restless until they are liberated. Usually, if you keep doing what you've been doing and follow that feeling left behind by my method, you would have been able to break free from that ability eventually. I just happened to accelerate that process as the owner of that contamination." Realization dawned on Myth of White Swordsman at that moment, and he finally understood the meaning behind Myth of Reverend's cryptic words that he had spoken at the start. Nonetheless, Myth of White Swordsman was still skeptical about all of this. He felt that the myth of Reverend was powerful, allowing him to place a method on even quasi-myths without them realizing anything. Moreover, that method was potent enough to make them forget everything about the myth of Reverend, keeping his identity absolutely secret. Myth of White Swordsman inhaled sharply as he decided to put these thoughts back into his mind, because he knew he couldn't trust everything until he personally investigated this. If everything were as the myth of Reverend had said, he would make the coalition founders pay for playing with his mind. What about myth of Myriad Cries? Why do you have his secrecy ring? Furthermore, why did you decide to show yourself to me? I thought you were a private person. The myth of White Swordsman was coldly questioned. I was played. Myth of Reverend's voice turned cold and sharp when he said those words, and even Myth of White Swordsman felt killing intent. Played, do you mean? Myth of White Swordsman probed. Myth of Reverend coldly replied, indeed, I was given false information about the secret fraternity's target and sent Myth of Myriad Cries and Myth of Earth to scout. However, when they reached the target location, their secrecy rings went dormant, and their soul sigil plates lost connection as well. This could only mean they were confined to at least a quasi-myth rank confinement. Which means whoever has done this is pretty strong. Not to mention they have the means to take care of not one but two quasi-myths simultaneously, with no ability to flee or send even a distress signal. Lastly, the secrecy ring was invented by me, so I naturally have ways to transmit all the contacts to my ring in case something happened to the secret fraternity members. That's why when Myth of Myriad Cries was contacted, I was the one who answered, and the timing couldn't be more perfect because I was also going to contact you since everything has turned into a mess. And as of right now, Secret Fraternity only has you and me as quasi-myths, while other members are mere cannon fodder. Myth of White Swordsman was stumped when he heard the distressing news about two more quasi-myths of Secret Fraternity having gone missing after Myth of Justice's disappearance. And he couldn't help but feel dread as if an invisible hand was gripping around his neck. What do you expect me to do? Myth of White Swordsman curtly retorted, 3 quasi-myths of your organization have already vanished and your so-called target is in the wind. Furthermore, have you even considered the possibility that the target might be the exact reason all of this has been happening to us? When I joined your little group, I wasn't told about these sorts of dangers, not to mention other hidden parties interested in the same thing. Moreover, you have been hiding who knows where while manipulating things behind the scenes, safe and sound. Myth of White Swordsman decisively spat without mincing his words, sorry to break it to you, but I'm not going to be a part of your little organization anymore, for everything related to it is already doomed. Myth of Reverend didn't react excessively at Myth of White Swordsman's bluntly drawing a line between them, and it almost seemed as if he was expecting it. You don't have to worry about me asking you to do some mission for me because even I'm not foolish enough to believe you will follow this doomed cause, even I won't. Myth of Reverend impassively stated, all I'm asking you is this. Myth of White Swordsman narrowed his eyes when he heard this and was curious about what Myth of Reverend would ask of him, but when he actually listened to what it was, he was flabbergasted. Myth of Reverend cynically asked, help me join the mythical coalition. Chapter 1152, Where to Run, Part 1. The Serpent Abyss Forest had entered a state of absolute convergence after Jacob's arrival. From every direction, from every poisonous ravine, from every hollowed burrow, from every forgotten ruin buried beneath coils of ancient trees, Autarch's puppets moved in unity and without excessive movement. They moved like ants answering a single, unquestionable will as Lamia warriors slithered in flawless formation. Naga battalions marched with synchronized steps, and vipers, serpents, and monstrous hybrids carried crates, bones, ores, relics, venom cores, and treasures ripped from the forest's deepest memories. Above them, invisible ethereal strings shimmered faintly, taut yet elegant, binding every will into one purpose, and at the center of the forest, the portal to infinite space stood open. It was vast, silent, and terrifyingly calm, like an aperture of pure abstraction, where direction, distance, and hierarchy no longer held meaning. One by one, thousands upon thousands of puppets crossed its threshold, vanishing without a sound, like grains of sand slipping into an endless sea. With those puppets, countless resources followed along with the forest's ancient bones, which were stripped and sent through. Anything that held even the least value was carried into the space without leaving behind a sliver of it. Furthermore, if anyone was foolish enough to sneak into the portal of the infinite space, then their fate was already sealed, for everything was under Jacob's perception, even if he wasn't paying attention. On the other hand, within the infinite space, Autarch stood at the heart of it all, her emerald eyes reflecting the procession with mechanical serenity. The centipede totem behind the Lamia Queen pulsed steadily as its centipede form coiled protectively, every luminous leg vibrating in harmony. This was not a retreat of the puppets but was a harvest completed, and yet just as those final legions of Autarch puppets approached the portal, the space above the Mariontist kingdom rippled. At first, it looked like a mirage, like heat haze above scorched ground, But then the ripples spread wider, waves overlapping chaotically, as if the fabric of reality had briefly forgotten how to remain solid. At that moment, even if there was a quasi-myth preset and they were monitoring everything with their sole sense, before they could react, the disturbance calmed seamlessly as if nothing had happened at all. The sky returned to normal, and the forest continued its march with no alarm raised, no detection array triggered, nor Autark's perception catching hold of anything unusual. Probably even if a true mythical had been present, they would have seen nothing because what stood there was not truly inside space. Behind the final, thinnest veil of reality between perception and absence stood a small figure as he hovered silently, barefoot, his porcelain skin untouched by shadow or light. His pure white eyes stared unblinking at the scene below, reflecting the forest, the portal, and the infinite procession of puppets vanishing into something that did not belong to the Middle Plains. In his small hand he held a white hexagon. It was ethereal, weightless, and impossibly still, with no colors, light, or even darkness existing within it, only white. Yet the longer one stared, the more unsettling it became as inside the hexagon something moved but not energy, law, or time. It was like fine sand in a boundless desert, rippling gently under unseen winds, waves passing through perfect stillness without disturbing it. This small, childlike figure was none other than higher god Whiteness, who had paid a terrible price to come back after he was ejected from the Middle Plane by Constellation arbiters. Nonetheless, with the absolute command of his master, he didn't hesitate to return, but after returning, something out of the ordinary happened. In actuality, Whiteness thought he had to take the risk and traveled all the way back to the Lesser Plains, just like he was originally intended to do. But all of a sudden, the compass granted to him by his master suddenly turned active the moment he entered the boundary of the Middle Plains, which shocked him greatly. Now that he saw those constant ripples within that compass, Whiteness's breath grew uneven as his fingers tightened imperceptibly around the hexagon compass. "This," he whispered, his voice trembling despite himself as his pure white eyes widened, reverence and disbelief colliding violently within them. "According to the Supreme One, this compass shouldn't be active unless I'm within the same space and time as the heretic. But the Supreme One also told me that the heretic's position is in the Lesser Plains, and I've confirmed it myself before. However, now not only has the compass been activated, but it has also led me to this place without the previous obstruction. Nonetheless, just a few moments before it again went dormant and only showed vague ripples just as the Supreme One had warned me about." The more Whiteness thought about it, the sharper his expression grew with certainty. But since this compass is still showing a vague reaction, this means that the heretic had come into the legendary plains, and for some time it had become careless to reveal itself, probably because it was evolving and happened to alert the Supreme One. A hint of a cold smile touched Whiteness's lips. "That heretic probably wouldn't have imagined that I would be its tail, not to mention after offending the Supreme One. The only fate that awaits you is eternal misery. Now, even if you use some trick to completely isolate or even use severance to detach yourself from the universe, it's meaningless." Now that Whiteness knew that he no longer needed to take the risk of traveling towards the Lesser Plains, he was filled with power and confidence, as if that terrible price he had paid were all worth it as long as he could detain the heretic. At that moment, his gaze snapped toward the portal to infinite space, and his eyes narrowed with realization and a touch of unease. "What is that portal?" he murmured as faint agitation crept into his tone. "Even my vision, as suppressed as it might be, can't see through it all. Is that the trick the heretic used to elude the Supreme One?" The hexagon pulsed faintly as if responding to his turmoil, and Whiteness clenched his jaw. At that moment, he truly believed that the heretic was no longer just a heretic, but he was a variable that should not exist. Chapter 1153, Where to Run, Part 2. Reaching his own conclusion, Whiteness's expression twisted with part awe and part malice. However, he didn't spring into action right away as he continued to observe the strange, unified movements of the entire forest. Although he couldn't fully summarize what was going on, he could tell that whatever was happening, the heretic should be the one behind it, and that portal led to his target. However, Whiteness instinctively hesitates to enter that portal because he cannot detect danger or see through it, which makes the higher god, who is currently not at full capacity, vigilant. He was hoping for the heretic to come out so he could avoid this risk, but he was going to be disappointed because, after a while below him, the last of Autark's puppets vanished into infinite space at this moment. Whiteness's expression twisted with a hint of panic as he saw the portal begin to close. He remained where he was, unseen, untouched, yet profoundly shaken. "I'm one of the higher gods under the Supreme One's command. How could I be afraid of some heretic's tricks who isn't even a god yet?" Whiteness thought as he binds his resolve. The next moment he vanished from his hiding spot, and just as the portal to the infinite space was about to vanish, a hint of white flash pulsed, and with that everything returned to normal. However, the once-dreaded forest, filled with poisonous races and exotic poisons, has turned into a desolate, barren wilderness, and there is less than a 50% chance of it returning to its former glory in tens of thousands of years, if not millions. Inside the infinite space, order reigned. However, not the kind forged by harmony, but the kind imposed by absolute authority as countless puppets stood gathered in vast concentric formations, stretching beyond conventional distance. Mountains of resources were piled with surgical precision, venom cores stacked like crystalline pyramids, ancient bones arranged into lattice-like arrays, ores humming faintly with suppressed spirituality, treasures sealed within floating sigils, and precious natural treasures that once demanded rivers of blood now lay silent and obedient. The infinite space itself accommodated everything without leaving a sliver behind. At the forefront, Jacob stood motionless, having finally made an appearance after receiving Autark's message about the finalization of the migration, wanting to see for himself what Autark had achieved alone. His skeletal frame was still, his flaming eyes calm, reflecting the scene without greed, excitement, or satisfaction. It was as though this overwhelming harvest, enough to ignite wars across the legendary plains, was nothing more than a routine accounting to him. After all, in this short time, he had witnessed something terrifying. And after that, Jacob no longer felt any excitement about these treasures, as he already knew without strength that they were worthless. Not to mention, this level of treasures no longer interests him. Beside him stood Autark, still wearing the Lamia Queen's body, posture straight, head slightly lowered, emerald eyes unwavering. Jacob observed the final convergence for a moment longer before he spoke, his voice flat and impassive. "You did well, have them all move to the tower. We can use all the helping hands we can get." Autark didn't hesitate for even a fraction of a breath as she ordered, and behind her invisible strings trembled, "As per your command, sir." The gathered puppets moved as one, splitting into flawless streams that flowed toward the towering silhouette of the mechanized sovereign tower in the distance. Even the infinite space subtly adjusted its structure, pathways forming where none had existed before, as if reality itself was assisting in the execution of Jacob's will. Jacob raised his hand, and at that moment the portal leading back to the Serpent Abyss forest began to collapse, its edges folding inward, sealing the middle plains away like a closed wound. That was when Jacob's eyes flickered. Before it was subtle, so subtle that no one else noticed. But Jacob stopped, a hint of astonishment igniting in his eyes because others might not feel anything. He, as the owner of the infinite space, as its absolute ruler, felt it clearly and instantly acted. The next moment, the infinite space responded instantly, freezing in a state of suspended anticipation. Jacob's gaze sharpened, his expression unchanged, yet the cold intent behind his eyes deepened. It seems a rat has snuck in with your puppets. And since he entered at the very last moment, it's obvious that he's been hiding and waiting for this exact moment. Their stealth skills are probably stronger than yours, or they are using some kind of treasure. But it doesn't matter. Autark's pupils constricted imperceptibly when she heard an intruder had snuck into Jacob's domain by taking advantage of her puppets, and killing intent rose from her very soul as this was nothing short of humiliating. But before she could respond, Jacob merely flickered his bone finger, and the infinite space trembled not violently, but reverently, as if acknowledging a superior presence asserting ownership. Jacob's voice echoed, no longer confined to sound alone, as he declared coldly, "I should commend you for your courage. However, even if you are a quasimyth with the support of a quasimyth-ranked treasure, if you think you can keep yourself hidden, then you have no idea where you have dared to intrude. Show yourself." The moment the words fell, the infinite space came alive. Invisible layers peeled back, distance folded inward, abstract vectors twisted as if grasped by unseen hands. The very concept of concealment was seized and inverted. The next moment, something was dragged out, but it wasn't summoned or revealed. Instead, it was extracted. Space convulsed, and a small figure was violently expelled, crashing onto the ground before Jacob in a silent burst of distorted stillness. The infinite space instantly stabilized, returning to its mystical state. But when Jacob saw the small figure, for the first time since his return, he froze. Before him stood a childlike figure, barefoot, porcelain-skinned, with pure white hair cascading like frozen light. His eyes, entirely white without iris or pupil, were wide with disbelief. In his hand he still clutched a white hexagon, an object so unnervingly still that it seemed disconnected from all known spectrums of existence. No light, no darkness, only white, and within it strong ripples moved like desert sands beneath an unseen storm. This child was none other than whiteness. Chapter 1154, Where to Run, Part 3. Jacob wasn't expecting the intruder to have a childlike appearance, but appearances can be deceiving in the Zodiac Plains. Furthermore, since this child was able to sneak into the infinite space without getting noticed by Autark all this time, it was apparent that he was anything but ordinary. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't afraid at all because this was infinite space. And just as he had been able to detect and force whiteness to come out of hiding, he was confident he could confine it as well and make whiteness into another test subject. On the other hand, whiteness staggered slightly, his composure shattered completely. His white eyes trembled as he looked around at the infinite space bending obediently to Jacob's will, at the puppets frozen mid-motion, and at the tower looming like an execution scaffold. Impossible, this is impossible. Whiteness was still in shock after what just happened, as he still couldn't believe a demigod of the legendary plains was not only able to see through his stealth, but also had been pulled out like filth clinging to a blade with a method completely unknown to him, a higher god. Besides, whiteness wasn't just any higher god, for he was a unique existence because of his very origin. And he had crossed veils, evaded laws, and slipped past perception for a very long time without getting caught or noticed even once, unless the other part was on the same power level as his master. Furthermore, when whiteness entered the infinite space, he certainly felt how profound and mysterious this independent realm was, even more mysterious than any realms within the upper planes that he had been inside. Moreover, he intended to observe first before making a move, but Jacob didn't even give him a chance to breathe before pulling him out in the open. And now whiteness was also feeling a powerful, mysterious force of suppression wrapping around his very godhood like a coiling serpent. This suppression was the last thing whiteness was expecting to confront within the legendary plains, because something that could suppress a higher god like him is extremely rare, even in the higher planes, much less in a backwater place like the middle plains. Whiteness's breath hitched, disbelief flooding his childlike face as he whispered hoarsely, "You." His grip tightened around the hexagon, his mind reeling, this space, this authority. This intrusion, for the first time since accepting the Supreme One's command, whiteness felt something he had long forgotten, a sense of unease and fear. The moment unease bloomed in whiteness's heart, he reacted on pure instinct and moved to retreat. Yet the instant he attempted to withdraw, nothing happened. Whiteness's eyes narrowed as he discovered, to his absolute horror, that there was no outside to return to because the exit had vanished. However, his horror stemmed from the fact that the exit wasn't sealed, obstructed, or concealed, it simply no longer existed. A cold wave crashed into Whiteness's mind as he instinctively reached outward, attempting to reconnect with the surrounding space to anchor himself to external coordinates, deeper space layers, or distant void. Anything, as a matter of fact, but there was no response or resonance. It was as if the universe beyond this place had been erased from relevance. Whiteness's breath caught as dread seeped into his bones. As a last-ditch effort, he tried to use the space of infinite space to flee, but it neither rejected him violently nor resisted him actively. Instead, it ignored him. The space here did not respond to his will, nor did laws acknowledge his authority, and concepts refused to align with his intent. It was as though every layer of existence within this realm already belonged to someone else in whiteness. Despite being a higher god, it was nothing more than an uninvited intruder with no permissions granted. Even movement felt wrong as his limbs obeyed him, yet the space between actions felt heavy, viscous, as if reality itself disapproved of his presence. "This space," Whiteness muttered hoarsely, "is sacred." The realization struck like lightning because those existences who can create such realms shouldn't even glance at the legendary plains, not to mention they absolutely weren't allowed to exist here. At that moment, his gaze snapped back to the skeletal figure standing calmly before him. Jacob, who seemed to be watching him with indifference, like a spectator watching a clown performing a show. After all, Jacob knew that as long as he didn't allow it, whiteness wouldn't be able to use any law or concept. But Jacob still hadn't realized that whiteness wasn't native to legendary plains, nor was he immortal. At that moment, whiteness forced himself to steady his breathing and evaluate with ruthless clarity as he stripped away fear and shock, and then he saw it. Jacob radiated no divine aura, nor was there any true godhead resonance, omniscient hum, or transcendental authority that marked a being who had crossed the final threshold of becoming a god. Instead, what stood before him was an existence at the absolute apex of the demigod realm, so complete and refined that it felt suffocating. A being standing at the very edge of divinity, one step away from godhood. Yet that final step could not be taken within the boundaries of the legendary plains, as the rules forbade it and the ceiling rejected it. Lastly, the heavens themselves suppressed it. But Jacob stood so close to the mythical realm that the difference felt almost academic. On the other hand, whiteness didn't even spare Autarch a glance. A legendary king, no matter how unusual, was irrelevant to his perception, as a higher god did not concern himself with ants. Relief, but twisted and dangerous, flickered through Whiteness's chest as he thought, a demigod, no matter how abnormal, is still beneath me. Yes, this space is terrifying. Yes, the suppression is real. And yes, the situation is wildly outside my expectations. But power hierarchy is absolute, for even weakened, even suppressed, a higher god is still a higher god. At that exact moment, the white hexagon in his hand violently trembled, not faintly or subtly, but it shook like a maddened compass caught in a magnetic storm. Chapter 1155, Where to Run, Part 4. This reaction made Whiteness's gaze snap down and then slowly lift back to Jacob, as he knew better than anyone that the hexagon compass's orientation was unmistakable. Now it was pointing directly at Jacob, and the realization crystallized instantly. "So it's you," Whiteness whispered with startle and murderous certainty intertwining. "The heretic." Heretic? Jacob was startled when Whiteness called him heretic, and his eyes compressed into condensed beams as he couldn't help but think, is he referring to the Cursed One? Could he be another one of Destined Saint's minions or related to immortal Nimrod? How did he find me so quickly? His eyes shifted incisively to the hexagonal compass, which was shaking violently in Whiteness's hand. "Don't tell me it's because of that disc." Apparently, Jacob was very sensitive to this topic, and with how strange Whiteness was behaving and that peculiar white disc in his hand, he couldn't help but connect Whiteness with his enemies. But what both Jacob and Whiteness hadn't expected was that the compass wasn't pointing at Jacob. Instead, it was reacting to Autarch in the body of Lamia Queen behind him. Nonetheless, in Whiteness's mind, everything aligned at that moment, from the impossible concealment, severed causality, the isolated realm, and finally the compass's erratic behavior. Whiteness has already considered Jacob guilty of heresy against his master, making the latter his target. On the other hand, Jacob became extremely wary of Whiteness, but he also knew that this was an opportunity to capture one of the enemy's minions since he had intruded in the infinite space on his own. Even if Whiteness ended up not being related to Destined Saint or immortal Nimrod, he might know something about the Cursed One or heretic, and that hexagon disc seemed to be some kind of guiding treasure. Without hesitation, Jacob stops holding back and uses his full authority of the infinite space to capture Whiteness. When Whiteness felt that suppression suddenly growing stronger and weighing down on his very being, he became solemn, for he was not afraid of Jacob, but what he feared was this space. After all, this realm could suppress a higher god like him while thoroughly ignoring the cosmic hierarchy. The most important fact behind Whiteness' fear was that this place has severed him from the Supreme One's gaze, making his imagination run wild to extremes. Someone is helping this heretic, or rather someone had helped him, but that someone did not show themselves even until now. Whiteness's mind raced. A being capable of creating or empowering such a space would not casually expose themselves. But they would also not kill a higher god lightly. They would be bound by taboos, by unspoken accords like the Supreme One. Suddenly, Whiteness's eyes revealed a hint of madness when he thought about how that existence didn't directly move to restrain him and probably used this space's suppression to warn him or tell him that the heretic was under their protection. Even if you are a taboo existence, even if you are capable of evading the Supreme One's gaze, so what? The madness in Whiteness's eyes grows deeper. For the Supreme One, I will sacrifice my own. In Whiteness's heart, his own life didn't matter as long as he could get rid of this heretic for the Supreme One and eliminate this hidden danger. Furthermore, when Whiteness creates this hidden existence behind Jacob in his mind, he also considers why such an existence might be hiding in places like the legendary plains, and considers various possibilities. The biggest one being this existence had to be injured or hiding from someone, and if that was the case, then it means this hidden existence can only use limited power. This means he still had a chance. If I stalled, I would die. If I spoke, I would lose initiative. If I hesitated, the suppression might deepen. But if I killed the heretic first, this space, no matter how terrifying, might lose its anchor. Once I escaped back into the legendary plains, this isolated domain would become a liability rather than a sanctuary, and whoever is hiding here is doing so for a reason. They cannot step openly into the Zodiac Plains, Whiteness concluded coldly, and if I escape, I live. At that moment, his loyalty crystallized as he would die for the Supreme One's will if needed, but not pointlessly, and he would not fail. Right at that moment, Jacob finally sensed something awry, especially when Whiteness remained standing despite his full effort to put him under a seal like his other specimens. Furthermore, he had already connected Whiteness with beings like immortal Nimrod and Destined Saint, which made him instantly think that he might be another being like the fateless Celestial. Without hesitation, Whiteness moved. Jacob's eyes trembled violently at that moment. When the white hexagon in Whiteness's hand shattered into countless fragments of blinding pallor, each fragment unfolding into layered sigils that did not radiate power but erased reference. He's not completely suppressed by the infinite space, and according to Immortality, only divine treasures like the Temple of the Blazing Flames couldn't be fully suppressed, while the divine soulless pagoda is still considered dangerous because of its artifact spirit soulless. And since this guy can also move despite the suppression of the infinite space, this means Jacob's eyes of judge turned profoundly bright as he finally turned serious because he knew what it meant to have such an opponent within the infinite space. Before, he was full of confidence and was using the infinite space suppression without using any of his own abilities. But now things have changed completely because the opponent was probably above the quasi-myth rank or might even be the mythical king rank. Whiteness also noticed the instant changes in Jacob's demeanor. But it was none of his concern as he had already decided to end this with a single as his childlike form blurred, his presence stretching, folding, expanding as something vast and alien stirred beneath the surface. At that moment, Whiteness gave no warning or declaration, but only intent vast and supreme completely outside the realm of mortals. "Kneel," Whiteness whispered softly, his voice carrying the weight of an execution decree, "and be erased, heretic." With that, the higher god struck, unleashing his attack directly at Jacob, intent on annihilating him before the unseen master of this space could intervene. Chapter 1156, Where to Run, Part 5. The word kneel had not yet fully faded when Whiteness moved without any warning, neither buildup of law nor any distortion of space, nor any divine radiance as a matter of fact. Whiteness seemed to have only moved a single step forward, and then the infinite space seemed to tremble, not aloud but conceptually. Whiteness's small, barefoot body vanished from where it stood, and in the same instant a fist appeared before Jacob's skull, so close that the air between them ceased to exist. It was not a punch wrapped in mana, law, or divine light. Far worse, as it was pure godly physique condensed to the point that even laws were irrelevant. The fist carried no technique, no flourish, no mercy, but only finality. As a higher god, Whiteness's physical body had been tempered beyond realms, beyond evolution, beyond myth. Even if every divine law he possessed were sealed, even if his authority were crushed to dust, his flesh alone eclipsed mythical beings. If this blow landed, Jacob would not only die, but he would be erased by impact, shattered into fragments that would never again assemble into meaning. And even with his current skeleton totem, he can't resist such a power. Behind Whiteness, a blurry phantom surged. It was vast, vast beyond scale, its outline writhing like a predator chained within invisible bindings. Pale, malignant pressure leaked from it, pressing against the infinite space like claws scraping against glass. It was as if it wanted out, wanted blood, and wanted truth torn open. And for the first time since Jacob obtained the infinite space, he felt the true, unfiltered sense of deadly crisis. Furthermore, Whiteness's attack was so fast that even his mortal danger sense didn't have an opportunity to trigger because the power difference between them was simply too huge. And unlike immortal Nimrod, Whiteness wasn't trapped in a mere avatar. Nonetheless, the infinite space still gave Jacob the perspective to preserve Whiteness, a higher god, moves, and the ability to react, because every particle was connected to his very being as if one body. But the instinctual certainty won't change that if he remained where he was for even a fraction of a breath, everything would end, and he would be killed within his own universal godly artifact. Jacob's eyes of judge flared violently as there was no hesitation, calculation, or pride, as he did not try to block or counter because he didn't have the ability, and the only thing left was the infinite space. In that instant, he ordered the infinite space to move, and the infinite space answered instantly. However, this time he didn't try to suppress Whiteness further because he was already suppressing it to the limit, and instead the space stretched, but not outward or inward but between them. The distance separating Jacob and Whiteness, less than a finger's width a moment ago, was forcibly elongated into an impossible chasm. 1 unit of distance became 10. 10 became 1,000, and 1,000 became an abstraction, for Whiteness's fist did not slow, but it never arrived. The blow that should have obliterated Jacob instead plunged into an endlessly elongating corridor of folded space, the impact dispersing into nothingness as the infinite space seemed to stretch infinitely to ensure its master's survival. Whiteness's expression changed for the first time as his pure white eyes widened with fear and a hint of recognition. So they moved. Furthermore, Whiteness felt it clearly now as the suppression did not deepen. Instead, another will had acted decisively, meaning the existence behind Jacob had interfered. After all, this was the only possible explanation Whiteness could use to fill in the blanks of his imagination, as he didn't even consider for a moment that the master of this space was the quasi-myth, the heretic, standing in front of him. He thought the master of space had saved Jacob, also confirming that Jacob was important to them and that their prowess shouldn't be any less than his master's, but they absolutely can't be more powerful than his master. With that realization, Whiteness's heart clenched as his divine power collapsed further, crushed to a ridiculous degree, sealed layer by layer until even calling upon his higher authority felt like shouting across an infinite vacuum. If this continued, he would be captured once all of his divine power and authority were sealed and would be at the mercy of the existence behind Jacob. I've lost my chance. But despite that, the existence behind the heretic still didn't move to fully suppress me, which could only mean they can't move. Whiteness's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of mirth when he only felt the power of suppression, nothing else. Furthermore, Jacob was only saved because of this strange realm space, and no one retaliated, which gave Whiteness more courage and led him to believe the situation was still salvageable. On the other hand, knowing the gravity of the situation, Jacob instantly shifted him and Whiteness away from the vicinity of his tower, Autarch and his puppets, and shifted the battlefield to a remote corner of the infinite space. After all, Jacob knew this guy was terrifyingly strong, and if he wasn't careful, everything he had built in this space might turn to ruins, especially the mechanized Sovereign Tower. In this case, Jacob was lucky because Whiteness's entire focus was on Jacob and that existence behind him, so he didn't pay attention to this detail at all. Not to mention he didn't care about a bunch of ants as they were irrelevant. Furthermore, in his last attack, Whiteness had sacrificed the hexagonal compass to gain advantage over the suppression power of the infinite space, and now he could never know who the real heretic was, or he would have discovered the truth instantly at that moment. Now in Whiteness's eyes, Jacob was the real heretic, and his loyalty to the Supreme One burned like frozen fire as his resolve crystallized. At that moment, an absolute madness swirled in his eyes as he decided, I guess I will stop hiding. Even if I pay everything, I will not let the heretic live. Whiteness did not pursue Jacob as he stopped mid-motion, and then a peculiar aura suddenly gushed out of his very being as he started to change. Chapter 1157, Alethian Albus. Who are you really? Jacob finally spoke, wanting to buy time to decide what to do with Whiteness now. After all, he can always expel Whiteness from the infinite space with his authority and even consider it at this moment. But when he thought about the gains, especially the method Whiteness used to find his location so soon, if he could somehow restrict Whiteness, he was hesitant. Moreover, Jacob was already certain that Whiteness was beyond the ranks of legendary planes, meaning he was from either the upper planes or the void, and probably had information he desperately wanted, especially about his enemies. That's why Jacob was unwilling to simply let Whiteness escape and still feel there was a chance he could deal with Whiteness within the infinite space if he used some of the abilities he had never used before. Cursed Immortality. Jacob summed up the cursed book right away because he needed some insight into the exact power rank of Whiteness and what kind of being he was, and only the cursed book could provide him with that. Besides, Whiteness was already within the infinite space, and here, the cursed immortality always exists without revealing its form. Not only that, but Jacob didn't even consider Whiteness another holder of a UGS because it would be simply absurd if another one showed up. That's besides, Immortica seemed to always have something cryptic to say whenever a UGS heir appeared, so he was certain Whiteness didn't have any. But the moment he decided to seek help from the cursed book, the Whiteness figure suddenly started to change, and a profound aura suddenly magnified from Whiteness. Furthermore, Jacob instantly felt something within Whiteness desperately fighting the restrictions, as if something terrifying wanted to crawl out of Whiteness's body, and the restrictions seemed to be losing ground. Jacob was astounded before a chill went down his spine, as in that instant the infinite space went quiet as a suffocating pressure descended. Tusk, it's not your fault. It's because of the imperfection. Immortica's carefree voice suddenly sounded within Jacob's mind at that moment. Jacob didn't even bother to reply or seek an explanation because he knew exactly what the cursed book was trying to imply, as he felt it too. Whatever he's doing, he's succeeding, he thought gravely. But he was slightly relaxed for some reason when he heard Immortica's voice because not only had the cursed book shown up, but it didn't seem to worry about Whiteness at all, as if it had nothing to do with it, or simply whatever Whiteness was up to, it could be contained. Moreover, it confirmed Jacob's guess that Whiteness has no UGS. As stillness encroached upon the space itself, Whiteness's childlike body did not grow or expand but simply unfolded like an illusion breaking apart, revealing the reality behind it. At that moment, white chitin bloomed outward like layered veils, porcelain plates overlapping with flawless symmetry. His small limbs elongated, reshaping into elegant, razor-edged appendages that refracted no light. A mantis-like form emerged, vast, cathedral-sized, yet impossibly slender. 6 wings unfolded behind him. Not wings of flesh or energy, but wings of folded space as white origami formed from compressed void. Each subtle movement causes space to hesitate, even though it is under Jacob's absolute control. Most absurd of all, where Whiteness's face had been, there were no eyes, and instead, floating at the crown of his head, a hexagonal white sigil slowly rotated. It seemed to be the same hexagon that Whiteness had destroyed earlier, but now it felt like a low organ, not an artifact. Seeing the colossal mantis and sensing its ethereal presence, Jacob noticed something that sent a chill through even his tempered soul. The colossal insect cast no shadow, as if even light was afraid of touching its body. Jacob stared with absolute astonishment and dread as he encountered an insect hidden within a child's body, which was the least thing he had expected. This thing, Jacob muttered, his voice low, controlled but edged with disbelief. At this moment, Immortica's playful yet slightly stern voice rang, Alethian albus. Ranked 5th within the ranking of the top 100 fantastic insects, also known as the void mantis. The cursed book revealed Whiteness's true origin without Jacob asking a single question. Furthermore, that Alethian albus is a higher law god, with 5 crown rings in its celestial astrolabe. A void mantis is born in the depths of universal void, and most of the time it won't even survive for a second. Which means the void mantis in front of you has not only survived, but has also dominated a region of the void, meeting all the requirements for its evolution and breaking into the realm of higher god no less. If I begin to tell you how harsh the conditions for that void mantis are to reach at his current rank, you won't even believe it, nor do you have time. But those conditions are even harsher than the eclipse Ellipse im Hof, brain hunter. All you need to know is that void mantis is a being known as the noble of void, and its unique law is null void, which gives it an absolute advantage in any type of space. And even time laws won't work against it. Jacob's eyes compressed to tiny beams when he heard all of that about the void mantis, especially the part about Whiteness being the 5th-rank fantastic insect on top of being a higher law god, a being above even mythical rank, making Jacob instantly drop all hope of capturing it or even killing it. Because he was not delusional enough to believe he could capture it alive or kill it, even if he could suppress his divine energy and even cut off Whiteness's connection with his unique law. He couldn't harm it physically at all, even with his full strength. Only now does he truly comprehend the gravity of the situation and why the suppression of the infinite space couldn't fully seal Whiteness. Because he was not only dealing with a terrifying, fantastic insect, but also the strongest kind of god, a law god. Chapter 1158, Void Mantis Strikes. As Immortica revealed the true terror of Whiteness to Jacob, the colossal void mantis inclined its head slightly. Not in respect or arrogance, but in certainty, making Jacob flinch with fear and his static, cursed heart starting to pulse wildly. At this moment, Whiteness's voice echoed, not from a mouth but from everywhere his presence touched. "Heretic," he said calmly but with a hint of hidden urgency, "whatever protects you has already moved once." The white sigil rotated faster suddenly, although I don't know whether they can move again. For they should have already if they could, and even if they can, I cannot allow it to move again. Ha 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 ha. Immortica suddenly burst into laughter despite Jacob's gloomy expression as if it wasn't the cursed book's concern. Jacob completely ignored Immortica's amused laughter, but deep down, he could guess what the cursed book had found so amusing about this whole situation. And he also noticed something strange. So he's thinking the infinite space has some higher existence as a master, who is protecting me, the so-called heretic. But if he's an underling most likely under immortal Nimrod, since he's an existence of the void, shouldn't he already be aware of who I actually am? Jacob couldn't help but think out loud so Immortica could also hear him and provide some insight. However, Jacob's thoughts had barely finished forming when reality itself lurched without any warning or declaration, as Whiteness did not care for answers. The colossal mantis moved as its 6 wings, those impossible constructs of folded space, flickered once, not flapping, not beating, but reordering position. One moment the void mantis stood still, cathedral-like and silent, and in the next it was already upon Jacob. The infinite space howled, not audibly but structurally, as that movement alone nearly tore a seam through Jacob's dominion as spatial layers bent sharply inward, collapsing like brittle glass forced to accept an alien geometry. Just with this move alone, the chasm of power and evolution between Jacob and Whiteness became clear. And even if Jacob was the heir of cursed immortality, he was still too weak to confront a higher law god, especially a unique higher law god like the void mantis of the fantastic insect race. With no hesitation or fear of consequences, Whiteness struck, and his attack was without any law or authority, but the power behind it was pure flesh. The mantis raised one forelimb. Long, elegant, and terrifyingly precise, and suddenly Whiteness whispered, but his voice reverberated in Jacob's very soul. "Veracity scythe." The mantis' primary raptorial limb descended. Beautiful and clean, yet at the same time was lethally fatal. The scythe-like forearm gleamed with porcelain-white chitin, its edge lined with fractal serrations so fine they did not reflect light at all. This was not a blade sharpened to cut matter, it was a limb evolved to sever laws themselves. The infinite space reacted instantly as Jacob forced distance to expand once more, and the space stretched, layers multiplying between the two. It was the same method that had saved him moments ago. However, this time, Whiteness seemed to have already considered it and no longer seemed worried about Jacob escaping, especially since that existence was still thinking of using this trick again to protect Jacob. Under Whiteness's merciless attack, the expanding corridor of folded space was cut and neatly sliced open, and it was also the beginning of true horror for Jacob. The Veracity scythe passed through expanding distance as if it were silk pulled too tight, its edge leaving behind a pale scar where space failed to reconnect properly. Seeing the Veracity scythe seem to be ignoring the distance in space, Jacob's cursed heart lurched violently as his skeletal fingers clenched, and his flaming eyes widened in astonishment. What? Jacob was completely clueless about how whiteness could still use his authority and laws despite being suppressed by the infinite space. Although Jacob knew that the suppression of the infinite space wasn't perfect, it still could help him avoid the previous attack of whiteness, and also suppressed him to the point where whiteness could be considered in the same realm as Jacob. However, Jacob had no clue that whiteness had completely stopped using his magic and divine power. Instead, he was using his innate fantastic insect physique, which he had evolved after overcoming countless deadly crises. Just like Autark, who can turn anyone into a puppet by simply infiltrating their brains and consciousness, and can use every single one of their abilities as if born with them, Whiteness's body is also like a weapon forged by the purest form of void law. Without even needing the magic power, he can use his body and perform unimaginable abilities and affect laws like not even a Zodiac beast of the void could perform. That's why Whiteness decided to reveal his true form, despite knowing that if he were to expose himself in the legendary plains in this state, he might really perish under the retribution of the Zodiac Plains. However, Whiteness had already noticed how special the infinite space was, as he thought. Since the existence behind Jacob could hide here without triggering the retribution of the Zodiac Plains, he might also be able to reveal his true form without any consequences, and he succeeded. Ignorantly, Jacob had helped Whiteness avoid death, and now the scythe grew closer and closer. The infinite space screamed again, pouring authority into reinforcement, compression, redirection, but the mantis limb ignored intent. Strangely, it did not oppose Jacob's control and simply did not acknowledge it. Jacob felt it this time, sharp and undeniable as a second wave of true deadly crisis, and this time it wasn't hypothetical and didn't seem to be avoidable either. If that limb reached him, his existence would be parsed, stripped down to its most honest configuration and discarded. This body, this thing, even without magic power. It's an ability unto itself. Jacob's mind raced as he knew he had underestimated Whiteness, or more accurately, he had misunderstood the void mantis. Suppressing Whiteness's divine authority had meant nothing, as this was not a god relying on law, for this was a fantastic insect, a void noble whose flesh had evolved where laws failed to survive. Even mythical kings, even perfected law gods were irrelevant before such a physique. Jacob finally understood that there was no victory here, or any chance of capture and containment, because even if he sealed every last shred of Whiteness's power, he could not harm it. Moreover, if this continued, the infinite space, his biggest reliance and trump card, would become his grave. Chapter 1159, Scales That Dare the Void Mantis, Part 1. Watching the Veracity scythe getting closer, Jacob's decision crystallized in an instant. This is way out of my league since I can't kill it. I can't restrain it. Then I'll just remove it. Jacob wasn't delusional enough to believe he still had a fighting chance to restrain or kill Whiteness at this point, nor did he believe he could pay the price of wishing to restrict a higher law god like Whiteness. Furthermore, Jacob wasn't expecting Immortality to take action because the price was simply too high to even consider, and neither the cursed book seemed to be interested in helping him. That's why he decided to directly expel Whiteness from the infinite space. He didn't even think about just removing himself and trapping Whiteness inside, because it would be like leaving a wolf behind in a henhouse. Not to mention the infinite space was his safe haven to hide from enemies like Immortal Nimrod and Destined Saint. That's why he can't entrap Whiteness inside. At that moment, his authority surged as he prepared to expel and forcibly eject Whiteness from the infinite space, regardless of consequence, regardless of backlash, because he was willing to die even if he knew there was a chance for revival. But just as Jacob's will aligned, just as the infinite space began calculating ejection vectors, Immortaka's voice exploded with unrestrained amusement. Ha! The cackle rang through Jacob's mind, sharp, delighted, almost mocking. Ha 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 ha, what are you afraid of? Jacob's eyes flickered violently when he heard those words, and it was as if time had stopped in that moment. Afraid, before he could respond, Immortality continued, voice dripping with glee and something far more dangerous. That thing. If that was a void mantis at its peak, this could have been complicated, but a void mantis flailing around with its toys broken. Hey heh, the cursed book's tone sharpened, excitement bleeding through its mirthful laughter. So what are you afraid of? You aren't even using half of your arsenal, are you blind? As Immortaka's cryptic words trailed off, the tension reached a suffocating crescendo as the Veracity scythe was already descending. Space itself had been flayed open, distance rendered meaningless, authority mocked, and the infinite space, Jacob's greatest refuge, was screaming under the weight of something that should never have existed within it. Jacob didn't have time to inquire, calculate, or mull over Immortaka's words. But Immortalita's annoying laughter still echoed in his mind, sharp and mocking, layered with something far more dangerous than amusement, because he had already picked up many clues from the cursed book's cryptic sentence. Furthermore, he almost got captured the last time by Destined Saint when he ignored Immortalita's words last time, so he instinctively played those words in his mind, and suddenly, a void mantis flailing around its toys broken. Jacob didn't even have the luxury of questioning what was broken or what toy Immortalita was referring to, but he got the gist. Whiteness wasn't at its full capacity and Jacob might be able to retaliate. "Arsenal, are you blind?" Then those last words suddenly resounded in his mind like thunderclap. Blind. Eyes. It struck him like a supernova detonating inside his soul as his thoughts snapped inward, violent and absolute. "Are you hinting at the eyes of Judge?" Ha 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 ha. However, only Immortalita's demonic laughter sounded, but Jacob was over 90% sure that he had guessed it right, as his mind instantly flashed with the ability he had sealed away since the moment he acquired it. The same ability he swore never to use lightly, or never against beings beyond his comprehension. Especially not against a higher law god of the fantastic insect race. Jacob's cursed heart thundered at that moment because if Immortalita was wrong, and if this failed he wouldn't just die, but he would be judged unworthy by his own law and lose it forever. But there was no other path as the Veracity Scythe was already within the final margin. And Jacob knew Immortalita had never been wrong or said something without reason, despite the fact of the cursed book's cynical and perplexed nature. That's why Jacob instantly dropped the idea of expelling whiteness, and his flaming eyes burned brighter than ever before. And for the first time since he had acquired the eyes of Judge, they began to change. The fire within them collapsed inward, condensing, restructuring, until the flames twisted into something abstract and terrifying: scales. Not physical scales, but overlapping glyphs of judgment, balance, and verdict, endlessly folding into one another, rotating with cold, inexorable precision. At that moment Jacob declared, "Scales of justice." The moment the words left his mouth, time stopped as if placed under review, and the infinite space fell utterly silent at its master's behest. Even Whiteness's Veracity Scythe halted mid-descent, its edge suspended less than a breath from Jacob's skull. Whiteness also felt it instantly, and he was again aghast because this time it wasn't suppression or sealing, but something far worse, because even time law was ineffective against a void mantis of his exalted caliber. At that moment the eyes of Judge flared, and a profound, formless aura erupted from Jacob's skeletal frame, flooding the infinite space like a cold verdict descending upon reality itself. Behind Jacob, a vague and immense outline of an astral framework, faintly etched into existence like a celestial instrument manifestation, the celestial astrolabe. Although it was incomplete and fragmentary, it was still a sight to behold, especially within the vicinity of the infinite space. It seemed more complete and absolute. Moreover, this time, Jacob's celestial astrolabe seemed to have a profound and unique aura around it, completely different from its usual manifestation as the infinity symbol rotated slowly, endlessly folding into itself, neither beginning nor ending, representing continuity without mercy, judgment without finality. But it wasn't even the beginning, for right at that moment, the scales of justice manifested. They did not descend from above or rise from below, as they simply appeared, as if they had always been there and reality had merely forgotten to acknowledge them. Two vast pans of translucent, obsidian-white construct hovered before Jacob. They were asymmetrical and unequal. One pan bore the infinity symbol, deeply etched into its surface, cracked and weathered, as though it had weighed countless eternities. The other was too smooth, yet it was reflecting nothing, not even light. Between them stretched chains not of metal, but of cause, intent, and existence as they hummed softly, symbolizing the beginning of the judgment. Chapter 1160, Scales That Dare the Void Mantis, Part 2. When the scales of judgment manifested, Whiteness felt their oppressive and uncanny nature, which somehow even affected a higher law god like him. Furthermore, the more he looked at the scales of judgment, Whiteness felt a sense of peculiar familiarity as if he had seen something similar before, and as a higher law god he never forgot. "What? Wait, those are..." Whiteness's voice rippled across space, no longer calm, no longer absolute, as if he finally remembered where he had seen similar scales before. But Whiteness was in utter disbelief, as if he didn't want to believe for a moment that the manifested scales behind Jacob and the scales he remembered were related, for the latter belonged to an ancient race that had long since become extinct. Furthermore, that race's extinction was shrouded in mystery, and that mystery was linked to another existence, apparently the last surviving remnant of that ancient race. Lastly, that last member of that ancient race was even stronger than Whiteness. On the other hand, Jacob was submerged in a profound ethereal sensation after activating the scales of justice, the innate domain-type law ability of the eyes of Judge. He feels as if his consciousness has ascended from a selfish mortal to an unbiased law for whom everything was equal, Yet at the same time, his beliefs govern equality. Furthermore, the runic marking on Jacob's skeleton totem was glowing bright as drop after drop of the infinity blood, seemed to be channeling into Jacob's unique scales of justice. Ha. It took you so long to figure this out, despite my giving you advice about knowing your tools instead of fearing them. I guess it is still fear and desperation that drive you to take these steps, which is quite entertaining by the way, hee. Feel it and remember it, this is your law ability, fueled by none other than your arcane law. Consider this a unique talent of being my heir and another function of infinity blood, which can fuel every innate law ability you possess in the face of adversity. Way beyond your rank. Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of realization after learning such an important detail about himself, but no anger or indignation surfaced in his eyes in his current state. And Immortality wasn't done either as the cursed book continued. However, don't go overly crazy for this. Still, use your lifespan, albeit far less than wishes, because this has nothing to do with my abilities or infinity pedant. Nonetheless, it still comes with a cost. In that Void Mantis case, he had paid a terrible price to enter the legendary plains by sacrificing not only all of his accumulated divine power, but also all the crown's rings of his celestial law astrolabe. Or you won't be completely sealed off from all of his law energy in the current state of infinite space. Nonetheless, as a Void Mantis, as long as he can retain all the power of his racial body at the higher god rank, he can recover everything he had sacrificed to be here. However, normally, he wouldn't be able to reveal his real body in the legendary plains without getting killed by the universal retribution, but in the infinite space, he was able to do so for obvious reasons. Haha. But it still won't change the fact that the Void Mantis in front of you is a higher law god without any divine power or crown rings, and even his divine soul has been damaged greatly after he sacrificed his foundation. That's why the infinity blood you'll use will burn down around 100,000 years of your lifespan to activate the scales of justice, while if that was a real higher law god Void Mantis, haha. Immortaka's voice faded away with its amusing and foreboding laughter, and the cursed book no longer spoke, as if everything that needed to be told was told, and now everything was on Jacob. Jacob didn't react much, but all that information was enough to reveal what had just happened, as all his fear and anxiety from moments ago vanished as he glanced at Whiteness with his glyph-like eyes, making Whiteness's colossal frame flinch. At that moment, Whiteness null void law stirred violently, instinctively recoiling, and the white hexagonal sigil at the crown of his mantis form spun erratically, emitting sharp ripples as if screaming in protest. Theirs is an arch-justice human hiding in this place. A fleeting hint of surprise flashed past Jacob's eyes when he heard arch-justice human, but he didn't speak as he found it meaningless. At that moment, the scales moved slowly, as if by inevitability, an invisible weight began to pour into the pans. The invisible weight didn't originate from power or rank but from deeds of Whiteness. At that moment, Whiteness was being judged according to every belief of Jacob as myriad fleeting scenes started to flash past Jacob's mind. Jacob was startled because those scenes were foreign and belonged to none other than Whiteness, and since Jacob was the judge, he naturally got to see the sins of the sinner before the judgment. In those countless scenes, every kill Whiteness had committed in obedience to the Supreme One, every being erased in the void, every hunt conducted without mercy, every truth dissected and discarded, every. Those scenes weren't accusations, they were being counted. Although those scenes were extremely vague and fleeting, they were enough to make even Jacob feel the chill down his spine, and he realized at that moment, despite his own selfish and demonic nature, he was nothing in front of Whiteness. Suddenly, Whiteness's vast mantis body trembled. No, this ability shouldn't have appeared here, shhe. The scales didn't seem to care about Whiteness's curiosity or resistance as Whiteness suddenly shrilled. It was as if something deep within Whiteness were being ripped apart, and it was indeed the case as a crushing pressure bore down on Whiteness's deeply hidden divine soul. At that moment, Jacob felt the scales were not favoring Whiteness, and suddenly those scales seemed to connect with his very being, starting to test his beliefs, values, and resolve. Chapter 1161, Scales That Dare the Void Mantis, Part 3. Suddenly, ambiguous thoughts started to flash past Jacob's mind at a terrifying rate. Is obedience justice? Is annihilation necessary? Is survival a virtue? Is killing evil? Is helping someone necessary? Although those thoughts were random, they questioned Jacob's morality and seemed to be empowering the scales of justice to pass judgment on Whiteness. But Jacob remained calm as all those thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning bolts, because, despite his twisted mentality over the years, deep down he still holds the beliefs of his old world and knows everything he had done and is doing was nothing short of the work of a devil. Yet despite all of this, he embraced everything because it was all for immortality, which means Jacob also considered himself evil and in no way sought salvation by putting false beliefs in his mind. The moment the scales of justice connected with Jacob's beliefs and values, his cursed heart pulsed at a terrifying speed, and more infinity blood started to course through his bones before burning through the scales. Jacob didn't obstruct the burning of the infinity blood because Immortality had already revealed everything, and maybe for this exact reason, the cursed book even bothered to explain all of it. At that moment, Jacob's answer was silent but absolute, and the scales started to tilt, not violently or dramatically, but just enough. The infinity mark pan dipped while the other rose and an indistinct ethereal sound echoed. Judgment in progress. Whiteness, who seemed to have been frozen on his spot, was horrified when that voice sounded because he seemed to know exactly what this implied. He had never thought that one day he would experience the arch-justice human race's legendary law ability personally. He stared in horror as something he had never experienced began to take effect. The next moment, his perfect, terrifying physique grew heavier, but not physically, existentially. His movements slowed by fractions. However, the most terrifying part was that at that moment his null void law faltered, not sealed or erased, but weighed down, dragged toward Jacob's level by an invisible verdict. "Who, show yourself, do you want to offend the Supreme One?" Whiteness hissed, panic seeping through his once absolute certainty, and he finally started to use threat because he knew if this ability wasn't stopped, it wouldn't be the heretic who perished here. Furthermore, the things he had learned today were simply too shocking, and if they were spread, the entire higher planes would be stirred. Even if Whiteness perished today, he needed to report back to the Supreme One because the heretic's backer was none other than a hidden remnant of the arch-justice human race. But there seemed to be no way out, and he still hadn't killed the heretic. And now that hidden existence had used this terrifying innate law ability of the arch-justice human race. Lastly, Whiteness was so indulged in his own delusion about the hidden existence that he didn't even notice Jacob's eyes of judge. And even if he had, he couldn't identify them because even among the arch-justice human race, they were a rarity among rarities, a myth among the arch-justice human race's royal bloodline. Whiteness has only general knowledge of the arch-justice human race's abilities, but has no idea of their origin, and the ancient clan has been extinct for so long that many have forgotten about them. Nonetheless, according to Immortality, the Eyes of Judge is one of the 12 ancient and most powerful optical eye abilities of the Zodiac Plains, and it also ranked among the top 3 among the 12. So Whiteness couldn't see through them even if he had knowledge about the Eyes of Judge. On the other hand, Jacob stood unmoving, skeletal frame bathed in the cold glow of judgment as his glyph-like eyes burned steadily. He didn't show curiosity or fear about the background of Whiteness because he knew everything, but he didn't gloat either because it wasn't over. After all, despite putting Whiteness at bay and titling the scales of justice in Jacob's favor, the final verdict was still withheld, which meant the chance of backlash remained. Right now, the situation was on a knife edge. If the scales deemed Whiteness not guilty, Jacob would not only lose his lifespan but also suffer backlash and lose the law's ability, the scales of justice, forever. At that moment, Jacob would be at Whiteness's mercy. However, if the scales of justice tipped further, then even a higher law god would be forced to kneel. At that moment, Whiteness the Void Mantis realized something terrifying. This was a law that dared to judge gods, and the verdict was still forming. Right at this moment, the scales of justice trembled from completion, and the humming chains of cause and intent between the two pans grew taut, vibrating with a low, cosmic resonance that spread across the infinite space like a funeral bell tolling for an immortal existence. Thereafter, the infinity mark pan descended with inevitability, and the opposing pan rose in silent concession. A sound echoed again with no voice, no language, yet every layer of existence understood it with perfect clarity. Whiteness almost forgot how to speak, and Jacob listened with subtle anticipation. Verdict rendered, you have been judged guilty. The moment the verdict crystallized, the infinite space convulsed as a terrifying pressure erupted from the scales of justice, far surpassing suppression, sealing, or authority. This was not power exerted upon Whiteness, for this was judgment imposed within. The scales blazed, and the cracked infinity symbol upon the lowered pan ignited with pale, merciless radiance, its fractured lines glowing as if countless eternities were awakening at once. No, this is impossible. Whiteness shrieked at that moment because he felt exactly what was happening, but his voice fragmented, distorted, losing cohesion as if truth itself was tearing it apart. The hexagonal sigil above his crown spun wildly, emitting shrill ripples of null void law in a desperate attempt to stabilize. But it was already too late for the scales answered. At this moment, from the scale of justice's obsidian white frames, chains emerged. Chapter 1162, Judgment Rendered, Part 1. Once the judgment was declared, it was time to impose it, and at this moment, from the scale of justice's obsidian white frames, chains emerged. Ethereal, kaleidoscopic chains unfurled in absolute silence, and each link rotating slowly, engraved not with runes, but with the infinity symbol endlessly folding into itself. It was as if every link represented continuity, consequence, and judgment without end. Moreover, they moved without speed, yet whiteness could not evade them as one chain pierced forward, straight through the void mantis's chest. Furthermore, the moment the chain pierced through, there was no blood or wound. Instead, it anchored itself to whiteness's deeply hidden, weakened divine soul, completely ignoring the protection of his celestial astrolabe. But it was just as start as another pierced his raptorial limb, then another wrapped around the rotating sigil, and another stabbed into the folded space wings. Each impact produced no sound, only a violent collapse of presence. Whiteness convulsed as the chains sank deeper, locking into place with unseen clasps that snapped shut around his rank, authority, law, and existential mass, leaving him horrified. No, and stop. Even his voice seemed to be robbed as his thoughts screamed, the suppression surging not as a force but as equalization. Jacob watched as the glyph in his eyes seemed to be flickering mysteriously, and profound knowledge of a peculiar foreign law seemed to emerge deep within his soul. At that moment, the scales-like glyphs in his eyes of judge suddenly morphed into an ethereal infinity symbol, and the chains pulled downward abruptly. Thus, whiteness's null-void law screamed as it was dragged, weighed, and compacted, crushed layer by layer as crown rings that no longer existed still shattered again in principle. Whiteness felt everything, as the higher god status he had achieved after overcoming countless impossibilities began to collapse inward and compress mercilessly toward Jacob's rank. The pressure was absolute and unavoidable. Jacob could clearly feel that whiteness's innate law and even his physique weren't being sealed or erased, but it was getting lowered as if a god being dragged down from the divine sky and pulled into mortal earth. Jacob stood unmoving. The burning symbols of infinity in his eyes burned steadily as infinity blood continued to burn through the scales, fueling the verdict without mercy or hesitation. Moreover, Jacob wasn't even paying attention to whiteness resistance at all, because at that moment he was completely submerged in that peculiar law, trying to engrave it in his heart. At that moment, whiteness's colossal mantis body began to shrink. The colossal form that had once loomed like a cathedral of void did not vanish abruptly. Instead, it folded inward, as though creation itself were reversing a grand mistake. The layered white chitin dulled, losing its porcelain luster. Plates that once overlapped with flawless, godly symmetry thinned and simplified, shrinking into a more modest yet still alien configuration. The veils of armor no longer bloomed outward with authority, but clung close to a compact, predatory frame, refined rather than overwhelming. Whiteness's towering limbs contracted as the elegant, razor-edged appendages that had once refracted no light shortened, their edges no longer capable of severing laws. They retained their mantis shape, curved, lethal in design, but now belonged to a being bound by limits, no longer absolutes. Each movement still carried an unsettling precision, yet space no longer hesitated in fear. It merely rippled faintly, as though acknowledging an anomaly rather than submitting to one. The 6 wings of folded space were the greatest loss. Those origami constructs of compressed void unraveled silently, collapsing into thin, translucent membranes etched with faint geometric veins. They folded neatly against his back, no longer dominating dimensions, but still whispering of their void-born origin when they shifted, leaving behind brief afterimages like scars in perception. His body was no longer cathedral-sized. It stood only slightly taller than Jacob now, lean, slender, and insectal, yet unmistakably mortal in scale. The oppressive physical pressure that once crushed the very space was gone, replaced by a cold, unsettling stillness that clung to him like residual frost. Then came the most striking change, where the rotating hexagonal sigil which had once hovered as a supreme low organ cracked conceptually. The sigil shrank, slowing its rotation until it descended and embedded itself into whiteness's upper thorax, just beneath the collarbone, becoming a dim, branded mark. Lastly, where there had once been no eyes opened. They were faceted and pale like polished moonstone, reflecting the infinite space in fractured reflections. They carried no dominance, no omniscience, only sharp awareness and a restrained, simmering intelligence. Whiteness, now stripped to his reduced form, stood there, his smaller mantis body still beautiful in an alien, unsettling way. White chitin traced his limbs in clean, elegant lines, and faint infinity-shaped brands glimmered at key joints and along his torso, half hidden beneath the armor, silent reminders of judgment rendered and power lost. Right now, whiteness was a quasi-myth rank void mantis, no longer a higher law god. Suddenly, Jacob's eyes seemed to pulse, and the chains shimmered before vanishing, becoming invisible as they sank beneath perception. But they did not leave empty-handed, because where each chain had pierced whiteness, faint infinity-shaped marks remained, burned not into flesh, but into his very existence like brands of judgment. Suddenly, the pressure that seemed to be pausing whiteness vanished, and the scythe-like arm that had frozen inches from Jacob's skull was now utterly devoid of its former terror, and no longer reached him as whiteness staggered backward. His aura, once vast enough to make the infinite space trembled, was now gone. Even his physical pressure, once absolute, had vanished. Now the infinite space no longer reacted to his presence. At this moment, whiteness stood in front of Jacob as a true equal. Whiteness stared at Jacob's familiar figure, no longer from the perspective of a god watching an ant, but as a dreadful enemy. "What did you do?" His voice was no longer grand and imposing. Instead, it was small, fragile, and mortal. Jacob didn't answer, as the next moment the scales of justice slowly faded, their light receding as the verdict was completed. The infinity symbols in his eye sockets dimmed, returning to burning flames as the final trace of infinity blood burned away. The infinite space stabilized and silence returned. At this moment, Jacob returned to being himself, but something deep within him seemed to have changed, as if his mind had evolved as he looked down at whiteness, not with triumph or cruelty but with cold clarity. Chapter 1163, Judgment Rendered, Part 2. Whiteness's mind was still an utter mess because for him it was hard to imagine that he had returned to being a demigod void mantis. Not to mention that everything had happened so fast, with no chance to resist, seemed to have maimed his mind. Although whiteness was ready to sacrifice everything for his master, when his connection was cut off in the infinite space, he seemed to develop a will to survive. Moreover, he was willing to sacrifice his everything if he could kill the heretic. But he failed, and he knew that within this terrifying space he wouldn't stand a chance. Lastly, escape was out of the question because he couldn't flee even after revealing his real physique, much less now. At that moment, Jacob finally acted for the first time since whiteness had shown up. Slumber hex. Whiteness suddenly felt his mind go blank, and all the chaos in his mind seemed to have vanished. He didn't even try to resist because he felt relief and morbid peace as his body slowly fell in front of Jacob. Jacob looked on impassively as whiteness's body fell, since he had already expected it. After all, whiteness had been dragged to the same rank as Jacob, and when it came to the same realm, no one was Jacob's match unless they were heirs of UGS. Furthermore, Jacob didn't even try to interrogate whiteness despite knowing that it was a treasure trove of unimaginable knowledge. But Jacob won't be Jacob if he fails to utilize this impossibly rare opportunity to the fullest. How long will he stay in his current state? Jacob impassively questioned Immortality. "Oh, come on, you've just taken down a void mantis at higher law god rank with the cheap price of measly 100,000 years of lifespan. I think it's worth celebrating at least a little." Immortality pretended to whine. Jacob curtly replied, "I nearly died within my own universal godly artifact. Do you think I'm in the mood to celebrate? Furthermore, as long as this guy is alive, he'll still wreak havoc once he regains his power. So I need to know how long I have." "Heh, you do have a point there," Immortality chortled playfully, "but if you want to get rid of him, simply kill him and be done with it. All of your troubles will be gone." Jacob's eyes flickered coldly as he retorted, "You know exactly what I'm planning, so let's not waste my time. And tell me whether I have a chance or not." "Ha ha ha ha." Immortality burst into wanton laughter as if extremely amused. All right, to answer your question. If the scales of justice had been activated by a true archjustice human, it would have been limited depending on their bloodline and rank. However, in your case, the scales of justice have become your exclusive ability with no connection with the archjustice human race anymore, and calling them the scales of infinity won't be wrong. That's why, since the scales of infinity were activated through your infinity blood, the judgment will last as long as you exist. Jacob's eyes flared with astonishment as he wasn't expecting his law ability to be so overbearing to the point of lasting until he lived, which means if he became immortal one day, those who were judged by the scales of infinity would fall into eternal misery. At this moment, he looked at whiteness's unconscious body and asked, "Which means, as long as I'm alive, he will forever remain as a quasi-myth, with no room to break free from the scales of infinity's judgment." Exactly. Unless you want to terminate the judgment and pardon him, which by the way is very easy, just activate the scales again with him in the vicinity and think about pardoning him and done. "But I know you won't do that, hee. Immortality snickered. Realization dawned on Jacob at that moment as he nodded, and now he knows everything that he needed to know about the scales of infinity. But Jacob still has no plan to use them unless he were in a similar situation or had a massive lifespan. But Immortality wasn't done as the cursed book continued. "Oh, and if you are thinking of using the blood insect enslavement ritual array on him, it won't work because the moment you release him, the ritual will be undone. Another thing, if you are going to call the brain hunter, so you could have it not only claim the void mantis body but also regain the void mantis memories, I'll strongly advise you against it. Although the brain hunter will definitely be able to evolve again, you will deeply regret it. Lastly, you should never take the void mantis body or any belongings outside the infinite space. As for why I'm telling you all of this, don't ask or even think about it until you complete my next phase. but the other methods aren't so bad. Heh, Jacob didn't even flinch when Immortica perfectly guessed his inner thoughts as he was already used to it. But he was greatly alarmed when he heard the part about Autark because he was exactly planning to do what Immortica had just revealed. As for taking the Void Mantis body out or his belongings, Jacob was also well aware of what kind of existence he was dealing with, so even if Immortica hadn't warned him, he wasn't planning on doing any of that. But Jacob decided to remain silent since Immortica had already given him this huge piece of information, and he also couldn't deny the fact that if Immortica hadn't given him that clue about his eyes of judge, he might have already been dead. Do you think he's also related to those two guys? Jacob asked, clearly implying Destined Saint and Immortal Nimrod. He was especially inclined towards Immortal Nimrod because of Whiteness's origin, but he still feels something didn't seem to fit. He was also expecting Immortica not answer this question and brush it off like always, yet he still asked, well, I can answer this, but only this. Immortica unexpectedly replied, the answer is, no. Ha 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 ha. This time Jacob was startled as this was out of his expectations, but he quickly calmed down and no longer inquired about this topic, because he would soon know what was really going on if what he was going to do actually worked. At that moment, Jacob stopped talking with Immortica and finally decided to use the only method remaining to deal with Whiteness. And Immortica had already hinted that this method was feasible. Furthermore, this method was at the top of Jacob's list from the start because it will give him the highest return with the least losses from Whiteness. At this moment, Jacob transmitted his voice through his mind. Nix, since you've seen everything, I don't need to tell you what kind of existence we are dealing with and what kind of opportunity I'm going to give you. So I want you to implant a Nightmare Conqueror seed and use the Nightmare Sepsis on this Void Mantis. Chapter 1164, Massive Gains, Part 1. Nyx was eerily silent all this time as she didn't dare to disturb Jacob while he was dealing with Whiteness. Furthermore, everything happened so fast that Nyx didn't even get the chance to react before Jacob was fighting for his life. And when Jacob almost died, Nyx panicked but couldn't think of anything that could help Jacob. After all, Whiteness was a higher law god, and was just like Jacob, utterly helpless against such power. However, what happened was even more absurd as Jacob not only managed to escape death, but dragged down Whiteness from god to immortal, and now she can clearly feel that the impenetrable mind of Whiteness is now completely vulnerable. This is huge, Nyx finally spoke, her voice filled with disbelief and mirth. This insect is really a god. Jacob didn't try to hide from Nyx and replied, not just a god but a higher god of law path. Incredible, Nyx exclaimed as she was extremely thrilled because she knew what this implied. You are becoming more and more mysterious. I never thought you had such a hidden ability, but if you have an ability, why are we hiding from all the troubles? We can take down the entire legendary plains no matter who comes in our way, even gods or nothing. Jacob's eyes flickered coldly as he retorted, it's a nice thought, but apparently our opponents aren't just God, and this time I've been extremely lucky that this guy was reckless enough to intrude into the infinite space. More importantly, he probably doesn't even have 10% of his true power, yet he almost killed me and forced me to activate that dangerous ability. That's why I need to be more careful now. Oh, is that so? Nyx muttered with great disappointment, but she didn't let this affect her current mood as she quickly shifted to the main topic. No matter what, you have just captured a god, and even if you have sealed his power and physique, it won't affect the lifespan he has, right? I should be like this. Jacob calmly stated, his eyes flickering with anticipation. Although he didn't ask Immortica, the cursed book had already given him enough hints, and his theory was also like Nyx's about Whiteness's punishment won't affect his lifespan. That's why Jacob didn't hesitate to give Whiteness to Nyx, since Autark would be in danger if he tried to devour it, not to mention that, from the start, Jacob was inclined towards Nyx. After all, he had already seen what kind of prowess Nyx had even against opponents like Destined Saint, and he was here all because of Nyx's dreamscape nightmare realm. There was no doubt about it. Nyx was even more excited as she couldn't hide her joy. I can't even imagine just how high the lifespan of a god would be. Furthermore, I might be able to directly evolve again if I devoured his entire dreamscape realm. Jacob was already anticipating this before Nyx even mentioned it, and he knew once Nyx evolved, she would most likely be a mythical rank nightmare. Furthermore, the lifespan part was the most important to Jacob right now because, like Nyx, he was also expecting a high return after sacrificing 100,000 years of his lifespan. How long do you think it'll take you to devour his dreamscape realm and then create the Nightmare Sepsis fruit? Jacob inquired impassively. If the lifespan is high enough, I don't mind you going for evolution right away and abandoning the nightmare plan. But if it's also damaged or lessened greatly after he's sealed, then you have to delay until we gain enough for nightmare plan. When Nyx heard Jacob's words, she seemed to have awakened from her fantasies when she realized there was still the nightmare plan underway, and if she really started her evolution, everything she's been working for would be for naught. Moreover, if Whiteness's dreamscape realm was still at the rank of higher law god rank despite being in the sealed state, then it would take her a long time before she could fully devour it, not to mention that creating the nightmare sepsis fruit would take even more time. I need to implant the seed first to see how long it'll take, Nyx solemnly replied. She didn't dare to guess or raise Jacob's hopes because she knew how important this matter was to him. Jacob merely nodded as if he didn't care, but inwardly he was really hoping to get a huge amount of lifespan from Whiteness, which could save him a huge amount of effort and time. If I can get around 100 million years of lifespan from this guy, I won't have to be so restrained and might be able to pull off the impossible I've been planning. Although the situation has become somewhat tricky because of him, I can still make it happen. No, I have to make it happen. Jacob's eyes flickered with resolve, as he could clearly sense that Nyx had just sent a nightmare conqueror seed into Whiteness's unconscious body. Since Whiteness was also under Jacob's hex, his consciousness shouldn't have any barriers or resistance. This was another aspect of the slumber hex. Suddenly, Jacobs thought of another thing, and his thought moved, and the void mantis's unconscious body trembled, and three glowing lights flashed out from Whiteness's body. The three lights seemed to have a mind of their own. As soon as they escaped from Whiteness's body, they tried to escape. Futile, Jacob sneered as he used the infinite space's power to suppress them instantly, and they slowly floated in front of him. Since those three objects seemed to belong to Whiteness, and now that their owner was unconscious, even if they were divine objects, they couldn't do anything unless Whiteness removed his ownership. Not only that, but the judgment of the scales of infinity seemed to have also affected them as well. When those three lights were suppressed, transparent kaleidoscopic bubbles appeared before Jacob, and he could see their true form. One was an emerald brocade box. One appeared to be a monolith-shaped violet quartz crystal with black mercury constantly churning inside, and the last one was none other than the white hexagon compass. Chapter 1165 Massive Gains. Part 2. Jacob's flaming eyes flickered with a hint of surprise when he saw the white hexagon compass, for he clearly remembered that it had seemed to be the reason Whiteness had found him. However, as he looked closely, he saw fine cracks on the hexagon compass's pristine surface. Nonetheless, it was still a treasure cherished by a higher law god, so it was a peerless treasure for Jacob. But he still has no idea how to use it. At this moment, Jacob tried to probe it with his soul sense, but when his soul sense touched the hexagon compass, it instantly bounded back as if encountering an invisible wall. Furthermore, the hexagon compass was being suppressed by the infinity space, yet his soul sense seemed extremely weak, unable to penetrate its defenses despite its current state. Since he can't probe it with his soul sense or acknowledge himself as its new owner yet, Jacob decided to use another method. I'm sending something in your way, try to analyze it. He sent a mental command to Black Mechanic before the hexagon compass vanished from his sight. Although he wasn't sure, even Black Mechanic, with its terrifying mechanical abilities, could analyze this treasure. It was worth trying, as the compass can't escape or do anything harmful without Whiteness's control. Then Jacob's focus shifted to the other two items. The first was the emerald brocade box, which appeared to be an antique, yet the fluctuations it emitted were profound. Furthermore, this treasure seemed to be constantly trying to escape its confinement, but since its master had been utterly sealed, it greatly affected its own prowess. Or it was probably something similar, since Jacob couldn't make a clear judgment because of his lack of knowledge. However, this brocade box was clearly different from the hexagon compass, which didn't constantly try to resist him and only showed a vague intent. Moreover, since Whiteness didn't have anything else on his person except for these three things, he was sure that this box might be some kind of spatial treasure of an unknown rank. At this moment, something came to mind as his eyes profoundly flickered, and he spoke coldly. Now that your master has rendered useless, he won't be able to save you or take you back in this lifetime. However, I have no enmity against you. In fact, I appreciate sensible beings and won't make things difficult for you if you know your place. I know you are in there, artifact spirit. Show yourself. From his encounter with Soulless and the Temple of the Blazing Flames, he knows treasures beyond the rank of legendary seem to have their own spirits, especially treasures even beyond the mythical rank. The moment Jacob's voice trailed off, the brocade box trembled again, and this time the mysterious black brocade patterns on its emerald surface shifted. Jacob instantly felt that the box seemed to be trying to resist him even more and break free from the confinement of the infinite space. His eyes flickered sharply as he put more pressure on the box, completely suppressing its futile effort, and he spoke with killing intent. Since you want to resist and remain loyal to your owner, I respect that. Furthermore, I also think that you thought of me as some mortal trying to impeach the divine. However, I may not be able to do anything to you for now, but I don't mean I won't in the future, because I have already achieved the impossible by sealing away your owner. So if you still think I'm not qualified to have a conversation with you, then you can continue to resist. And once I have the means, there will be no mercy for you. And I still have everything I want after I disembowel you piece by piece. Jacob didn't wait to see if there was really an artifact spirit hiding in that brocade box or not anymore, because he knew one day he would be able to confirm it. And when that time comes, he'll do exactly what he just declared. Moreover, if he had an extensive amount of lifespan to spare, he didn't mind simply making a wish and wiping the artifact spirit's consciousness without any hesitation if it really existed. As he was about to shift the brocade box into the infinity pedant storage space, a feeble yet panicked voice filled with unwillingness cried, "W8. There's really an artifact spirit." Jacob halted, his eyes flickering with a hint of astonishment before he returned to his calm self and spoke coldly, "So you're finally willing to show yourself?" The feeble voice sounded again, and its tone was filled with exasperation. "Why you have to understand from my position? You are just a mortal and I'm a divine artifact. How could I bring myself to talk with an insignificant, I mean a humble mortal?" "Yet here we are," Jacob said impassively, his voice filled with ridicule, because in the end, no matter how arrogant this guy was, he still had to humble himself before absolute power. The brocade box's pattern shifted inwardly as if showing some kind of emotion, probably embarrassment, as the feeble voice spoke again. "Since you know what an artifact spirit is, you might know it's impossible to refine me while Lord Whiteness's divine sigil exists." Lord Whiteness. Is that the name of this void mantis? Jacob was secretly astounded as he impassively questioned, "And what is this divine sigil, something like a soul totem sigil?" Humph, the artifact spirit seemed to be filled with disdain as it chided, "What soul totem sigil? It's like comparing dirt to sky. Lord Whiteness is a higher law god of an extremely noble origin, and his divine sigil isn't something 10 higher law gods could extinguish by working together." Jacob was again startled secretly because he wasn't expecting Whiteness to be so powerful among higher law gods, and he knew exactly why that was the case. But Jacob still seemed to have greatly diminished Whiteness's strength, since he wasn't at his peak when he attacked him. However, Jacob wasn't going to be polite with this arrogant artifact spirit, as he coldly stated while emitting a terrifying pressure with infinite space help. "Well, it might be the case in the past, but don't forget that same higher law god is right now tasting dust right at my feet." Chapter 1166, Massive Gains, Part 3. Don't forget that same higher law god is right now tasting dust right at my feet. Jacob's overbearing words were extremely arrogant, but the artifact spirit couldn't retort because everything he stated was a hard fact, and the proof of it was really lying motionless in Jacob's feet. The artifact spirit took a while to find its voice again as it timidly spoke. I'm not berating you, but you clearly don't understand what I'm trying to explain." "I'm listening," Jacob coolly stated. The artifact spirit spoke with a hint of frustration. "Although I admit you have used unorthodox means to seal away Lord Whiteness's cultivation and physique, it's still considered a seal, not destruction or regression. Just like right now, because of the seal you have placed on Lord Whiteness, the divine sigil has also been sealed, putting me in my current state, or..." The artifact spirit halted when it noticed a coldness flickering in Jacob's eyes and quickly changed its words. "I mean, you can't wipe out Lord Whiteness's divine sigil, which is the basic requirement to refine a divine artifact. Even if you can somehow force Lord Whiteness to surrender his ownership over me or remove it on your own, which is virtually impossible, you still won't possess a divine sigil unless you can become a higher god." Jacob remained silent because he lacked extensive knowledge of divine artifacts or divine sigils, nor were his eyes of judge at a level that could detect truth or lies in a divine artifact. But considering this brocade box's current situation, it won't try to deceive him. Not to mention Jacob already has some understanding about divine artifacts. The divine soulless pagoda had lost most of its power after being sealed by someone, and its artifact spirit, soulless, seemed corrupted, tried to deceive Jacob, and ultimately helped him become the owner of the divine artifact. Nonetheless, Jacob still dared not release the divine soulless pagoda, knowing he couldn't control it, given his insufficient power rank and Immortality's warning. Lastly, the Temple of the Blazing Flame was even more powerful, as only with the help of a wish he was able to claim temporary ownership before sealing it into his infinity pendant. That's why he believed the brocade box, but it doesn't mean he didn't have other ways to control this divine artifact, especially after it was revealed that it had been weakened by Whiteness's sealed state. Furthermore, Jacob also reckoned from the artifact spirit's words that if Whiteness's divine sigil was removed from the brocade box, he might not be able to restrict this brocade box with just the infinity space anymore. Moreover, Jacob found a stark difference between soulless and the intelligence of this brocade box artifact spirit. "Since you were willing to talk, I presumed you had something else in mind, right?" Jacob inquired impassively, concealing his true intention. Just as Jacob expected, the brocade box's spirit seemed to become slightly lively as it quickly stated, It seemed you weren't lying when you said you like dealing with reasonable being, and I'm also like you. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to hand over every treasure below higher god rank. And trust me, each one of those treasures can cause a bloodbath between lesser gods, and some even coveted by higher gods. Moreover, among those treasures is also knowledge beyond your comprehension, especially the celestial law charts that can help you easily break into the mythical rank. So how about it? Are you willing to make this deal? The artifact spirit of the brocade box seemed to be filled with confidence, as if Jacob would agree to his offer without hesitation. And it wasn't wrong either, because if it were another quasi-myth, they wouldn't hesitate to promptly agree. But Jacob wasn't some quasi-myth. He was the heir of cursed immortality, and no amount of treasures was enough for Jacob, nor was he willing to let this priceless divine artifact go. Even if Jacob could be blinded by those treasures, he was foolish enough to release the tiger back to the mountains. After all, Whiteness' background was absolutely incredible, and if this brocade box returned and told what happened to Whiteness, the enemy would know many of his secrets. Lastly, this guy has just confirmed Jacob's conjecture about it being a spatial treasure of divine rank, and it also has many treasures, even higher god rank ones, which essentially make it impossible for Jacob to let it go. At that moment, Jacob replied impassively, "I'm afraid this deal is not possible between us." The brocade box's moving patterning seemed to halt for a moment in response to Jacob's unexpected reply. The artifact spirit's disbelieving voice rang, "What? Why, mortal, don't be greedy." Jacob remained impassive as he said matter-of-factly, "I might be greedy, but I have the privilege to be greedy in our current situation, while you, on the other hand, had nothing. I still stand by my previous decision of simply taking everything you have, including you, by force, and it'll only cost me some time. And deep down, I know you believed in what I just said is completely doable." The brocade box trembled as its patterns churned chaotically, but Jacob didn't wait for its response and continued with a hint of shrewdness. "How about you hear my offer now? Since you believed that I can dominate you in the future and put you in a world of misery, why not simply follow me now amiably? After all, this way not only I won't do anything to you, but you will also gain a master with higher potential than your Lord Whiteness. Moreover, I treat every one of my followers fairly, so all you needed to do is to place your loyalty in the right place." Jacob's words were like the devil's whispers as he noticed the brocade box's pattern again stopped, and he mercilessly stated, "Besides, you were just willing to abandon him anyway, so why are you hesitating now?" Chapter 1167. The Real Heretic. The brocade box remained silent under Jacob's scrutiny, as if really considering the pros and cons of accepting Jacob's offer. Furthermore, Jacob had just made it clear he wouldn't let the brocade box go, no matter what, and in its current state there was really no way to resist him. However, the artifact spirit was hesitant because Jacob was simply too weak right now. But deep down, the artifact spirit was really afraid of Jacob's threats and knew they weren't empty promises. At this moment, the artifact spirit finally spoke. "I can agree to follow you." Jacob's eyes flared with a hint of ecstasy as he thought he had really managed to convince this divine artifact to follow him on its own volition, which would mean he had just gained a treasure trove of a higher law god. But the artifact spirit wasn't done as it continued. "However, you need to first prove yourself. I need to make sure that you really have what it takes to surpass the higher law god rank Void Mantis." Jacob's eyes compressed into beams as he coldly inquired, "What do you have me do to make you assure? First, tell me what kind of fantastic insect are you and your rank among the fantastic insect race?" The artifact spirit inquired curiously. But Jacob was caught off guard by this unexpected question as his eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. "Fantastic insect? Why do you think I'm a fantastic insect?" "HMPH, don't try to deny it any longer. You are the heretic of the fantastic insect race that Lord Whiteness has been hunting for 25 years by the will of the Supreme One," the artifact spirit stated matter-of-factly. Jacob was startled when he heard this unexpected revelation, because if what the artifact spirit had just revealed was true, then everything Jacob had assumed about Whiteness's identity was wrong. Furthermore, the brocade box had no reason to trick him like this, or it could have offered a more believable excuse to confuse him, yet it seemed very confident. Moreover, there was something else that the artifact spirit just mentioned that made Jacob doubt. "Over 25 years. If you're trying to trick me, you should have checked your facts first, because over 2450 years ago." Before Jacob could complete his sentence, the artifact spirit promptly stated, "You were in the Lesser Plains, right? HMPH, I'm not trying to trick you because I don't have any reason to ruin our negotiation." Jacob was stunned as much as he was astounded, because the fact about him being from the Lesser Plains wasn't known to anyone within the legendary plains, not to mention the artifact spirit had perfectly guessed where he had been at that time, which means it was telling the truth. But for this exact reason, Jacob became more confused as he glanced at Whiteness's unconscious figure, and he really wanted to perform a soul search right away. He had thought he had everything figured out about Whiteness's intentions, but only now did he realize he didn't know anything. However, Jacob didn't want to risk destroying Whiteness's soul and ruining everything he had planned, not to mention the 99% chance he'd fail to perform a soul search on Whiteness despite his sealed state. That's why the only one who could make everything clear was none other than the brocade box, which seemed to know quite a lot about Whiteness. Suddenly, Jacob's eyes flickered with another shock as he thought about something else, and he quickly asked the brocade box for confirmation. Wait, you also said I'm the heretic of fantastic insect race, right? Then does it mean Whiteness was hunting a fantastic insect, not the cursed one? Of course, and what is this cursed one? Well, considering how you are declared the heretic by the Supreme One, I guess you are doomed to be cursed forever. But Lord Whiteness never mentioned anything about Cursed One, and all he wanted was to take the heretic back to the Supreme One. But in a worst-case scenario, like what happened earlier, Lord Whiteness has absolute authority to eliminate you despite the hidden existence behind you. However, the result was completely out of Lord Whiteness's expectation, and you even surpassed the Supreme One's vision. The artifact spirit was exasperated and even sounded frustrated, as it thought Jacob was still trying to deny everything or was deliberately testing it. However, the artifact spirit didn't know that Jacob himself was confused and shocked by everything he just heard. And he also could tell that Whiteness really wasn't hunting for the Cursed One, but the heretic of the fantastic insect race. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't a fool, and when he thought about the actual heretic, someone indeed came to his mind and he became more solemn. But he still needed to confirm it first as he asked, then what about that white hexagon? What is it really and why would it react in my presence? Oh, it was the compass bestowed by the Supreme One, which can point Lord Whiteness towards the heretic's general location because someone was constantly interfering with the Supreme One's ability to pinpoint the heretic's location. I guess the interference should be because of this space now. But for a short time, the heretic's position became clear, which enabled Lord Whiteness to found you. Furthermore, the compass instantly reacted to your presence, solidifying your existence as the heretic, the artifact spirit explained. At that moment, it was like thick mist had been cleared from Jacob's mind because he knew what had actually happened. And he also confirmed who the actual heretic was as he connected the dots at lightning speed. The Lamia Queen was standing right behind me when Whiteness confronted me with that compass specifically made to hunt down the heretic of the fantastic insect race. Lastly, Immortality had warned me that using it would mean going against the natural order and there would be consequences, and said something cryptic again that I didn't get that day. Yet I still went with it, and that day the heretic among the fantastic insect race was born and named itself Autarch. Chapter 1168, Void Monarch. The moment Jacob established Autarch's identity as the real heretic, everything became clear, and some of the blank spaces in this entire event started to fill on their own. For example, when the artifact spirit mentioned the part about the heretic position being exposed, which enabled Whiteness to track him all the way to the Serpent Abyss Forest, it was most likely because Autarch wasn't with Jacob. But this is still quite strange after all. Autarch was born way before I opened the infinite space, which means the interference mentioned by Whiteness's backer is probably related to me or cursed immortality. Jacob's eyes flared with a hint of surprise when he thought about this possibility, but he knew it was most likely true. Nonetheless, Jacob's mind stirred when he thought about what would have happened if he hadn't wished to teleport directly to Autarch's position, and instead had gone somewhere else, and allowed Autarch to roam on its own. At that time, Autarch would have been utterly helpless against Whiteness, and things turned out vastly different from now, and Jacob wouldn't even know what had happened to Autarch. Not to mention if Jacob had been captured by Destined Saint, things would become even more complicated. However, Jacob still grimaced when he thought about someone who could command a higher law god rank Void Mantis was hunting his most reliable commander, which means he had just gained another terrifying enemy. At this moment, Jacob's body suddenly emitted an icy cold killing intent, startling the brocade box and the patterns on it churned violently. Who is this Supreme One? Jacob demanded without emotion behind his voice. Only eerie killing intent and rage. The brocade box seemed to be hesitant, but Jacob's aura was simply too overbearing, especially with the infinite space multiplying it to an extreme degree, making even a sealed divine artifact sense faint dread. Could this space really cut us from the Zodiac Plains? Because the Supreme One is a taboo entity, and even by speaking their moniker or title, they will be able to sense it. And don't even dare to think that this is just your mortal sense, but once their sense is triggered, even I dare not imagine what would happen. But I can guarantee you there will be endless suffering. Lastly, even if I'm daring enough to utter the name of the Supreme One, you might not even hear it because the universe protects their names. Only those qualified ones could preserve them. The artifact spirit voice was filled with reverence, awe, and fear when it mentioned the Supreme One. It was even more afraid of the Supreme One than Jacob. On the other hand, Jacob turned even more grave when he heard taboo entity, because Immortica had already warned him once about speaking taboo entities taboo/true names. Furthermore, according to Immortica, the cursed book itself was a taboo entity of the highest caliber, but there were also other taboo entities within the universe. Moreover, only taboo entities can speak each other's names without worrying about the consequences. However, this only made this situation even worse than Jacob had imagined, as he always thought whiteness was working for either immortal Nimrod or destined saint. But now there was a taboo entity behind whiteness, and apparently they were hunting Autarch to the point of sending a higher law god rank void mantis. Moreover, Jacob clearly noticed this taboo entity seemed to inflict fear, even an arrogant artifact spirit, which shouldn't be taken lightly. Nonetheless, Jacob didn't let it affect him. He was deeply confident in the infinite space. After all, it was a part of a universal godly artifact, and it can even block the eyes of other heirs of UGS. You can speak freely here, Jacob spoke coldly, his voice carrying boundless authority and confidence. Are you sure? This is not a laughing matter. Shouldn't you consult the taboo entity who owned this place first? The brocade box still seemed hesitant and expressed deep doubts as it kindly advised. The brocade box still thought that Jacob was like the fox who borrows the tiger's mite, and that imposing aura he was emitting also belonged to that existence, which also made it believe that the taboo entity also wanted it to follow Jacob. Jacob became impatient, but he didn't try to clarify the artifact spirit's misunderstanding about the taboo entity, which in a sense was true. Do immortal Nimrod and destined saint consider taboo entities? Jacob suddenly gave these two names as he not only wanted to see if the brocade box knew about them, but also if these two could also be considered taboo entities. But even Jacob hadn't imagined that the brocade box instantly started to tremble as its patterns seemed to turn into utter chaos, as if suffering from divine tribulation. Why, you? How did you know the name of the Void Monarch? It stammered with horror. No, it's not important. You dare to speak it out loud. Do you have a death wish? Jacob's eye flared gloomily. Void Monarch. Are you talking about immortal Nimrod? So he is a taboo entity, fearless. The brocade box was flabbergasted as it couldn't help but persuade. You don't understand, mortal. Void Monarch isn't considered a taboo entity, but within the universal void, even a taboo entity might not be able to do anything to Void Monarch. Furthermore, the Void Monarch is a mysterious entity with abilities unknown to many, yet the name of Void Monarch is also considered a taboo name, and within the universal void or Zodiac Plains, those who are aware of his existence won't dare to utter it. Lord Whiteness has a deep history with the Void Monarch and could be considered a traitor of the universal void. Even to this day, the Void Monarch still hunts Lord Whiteness, but because of Lord Whiteness's exalted race, even the Void Monarch couldn't easily track him. Towards the end, the artifact spirit seemed to be filled with pride when it spoke about Whiteness's feat. However, Jacob wasn't paying attention to how it felt at all because the information he just gained was too astounding. Even immortal Nimrod couldn't track a void mantis. Jacob muttered under his breath and couldn't help but look at Whiteness with a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Chapter 1169, The Taboo Among Taboos. Even immortal Nimrod couldn't track a void mantis. The artifact spirit found Jacob's question absurd as it lambasted, of course. A void mantis ranked 5th within the entire fantastic insect race, and is the only fantastic insect that can be born in the universal void. Lord Whiteness had undergone many trials and life-threatening situations to achieve the impossible and evolved into one of the most fearsome beings within the universal void. However, the Void Monarch would never allow another being that could threaten his control over the universal void, and thus tried to control Lord Whiteness at first. But how could a fantastic insect fall under someone else's control? With the help of the Supreme One, Lord Whiteness was able to break free from the Void Monarch's control and escape the universal void. Moreover, Lord Whiteness also freed me from the tyranny of the Void Monarch as well. As for what exactly happened before then, Lord Whiteness never divulged that information to me or even the Supreme One. Apparently, that time was something Lord Whiteness never wanted to remember, and according to him, the biggest disgrace of his life. The artifact spirit's voice contained a trace of melancholy before it suddenly jolted as it quickly berated, but that's beside the point. Mortal, if you cherish your life, stay away from these beings like Void Monarch or the Supreme One. Right now, you have gained a new lease on life, and I suggest you keep hiding here if this space can really obstruct the Supreme One's vision. Moreover, as long as you are within the legendary plains, the Supreme One can't do anything to you because there is no one else like Lord Whiteness who can cross boundaries of the universal void without getting noticed by the Void Monarch. Besides, if you want to really have me acknowledge you as my owner, you have to listen to me and prove yourself worthy enough to at least hide from these beings. The brocade box said matter-of-factly. Jacob completely ignored the artifact spirit's last ranting, as he was still filled with astonishment about the past of Whiteness. and the vague history the brocade box had revealed between the void mantis and immortal Nimrod. A void mantis can even break free from the control of the heir of UGS. The fantastic insect race is really worthy of their fearsome reputation. But what even more interesting is this supreme one, who can compel a void mantis to do its bidding, almost to the point of doing suicidal things. Jacob's eyes compressed with shrewdness. Something is not right here. After all, this supreme one is coming after Autark, probably because I gain absolute control over the brain hunter. Could it be this is also about control or authority? He spoke coldly. You don't have to worry about these things, and I want to make it absolutely clear that even if I agree to your condition, it doesn't mean I'll follow your orders. It's the other way around. If you're not convinced, you may try to resist and see what happens. For a moment, the brocade box seemed to have forgotten its current situation, and since Jacob was listening to it, it thought maybe Jacob could be manipulated as long as Jacob cared about getting its acknowledgement, but it had clearly underestimated him. Jacob also sensed it, and that's why he drew a clear line between his authority and the brocade box's subservience. After all, no matter if this divine artifact was grateful to whiteness for freeing it or just pretending to be to gain Jacob's sympathy, Jacob didn't care the least bit. All Jacob cared about at this moment was that this divine artifact could provide him information about immortal Nimrod, especially about the latter's hideout within the universal void. But first, Jacob has to fully tame it and make it absolutely loyal so it won't hide anything. If what Jacob is thinking now could really be achieved, he needs the full cooperation of this brocade box. What about Destined Saint? Jacob inquired as to why this brocade box never mentioned Destined Saint even once, as if it didn't know anything. The brocade box remained silent for a moment before it spoke with a hint of exasperation. I never heard Lord Whiteness mentioning this name. But since you dare to mention this name within the same breath as Void Monarch, I guess this should be another powerful entity. Jacob was slightly surprised by the unexpected turn. After all, with Destined Saint's power, it shouldn't be possible for him to remain unknown. Not to mention, immortal Nimrod and Destined Saint seemed to be in a deep-seated mortal feud and were mortal enemies as he personally witnessed it. But when he thought about Destined Saint's mystical abilities, Jacob didn't dare to have any doubts about his abilities or capabilities. Jacob's eyes shifted on unconscious Whiteness for a moment as his eyes flickered with anticipation. Did Whiteness know anything about this? After all, if he was under the control of immortal Nimrod, he probably knows more secrets. I have to find a way to get every last one of his memories and then… At this moment, Whiteness's importance, or specifically his memory's importance, became priceless within Jacob's mind. As for the brocade box, Jacob decided not to reveal anything to it, as this artifact spirit seemed quite timid and probably would try to flee at any chance it got if it really knew about what kind of enemies were after him, and Void Monarch was just one of them. You don't have to worry about these things, Jacob impassively stated, but you still hadn't told me who this Supreme One is, and you don't have to worry about saying his name out loud in this space. As for whether I could really preserve it or not, I guess we have to see about that now. You're so obstinate. The brocade box seemed to be appalled at Jacob's persistence, making it think Jacob seemed to have turned a deaf ear to everything it had just explained. Jacob's ambience turned icy cold as he uttered, "Just say the damn name." The brocade box's patterns turned violently as if having a great battle with its very instinct before it finally uttered in trembling voice, "Fantastic, insect." Demiurge, Chapter 1170, The Real Intentions. The trembling brocade box uttered word by word as if having a great difficulty to portmanteau. When it finished, its voice turned extremely feeble while the pattern on it almost stopped as if waiting for the incoming retribution. Furthermore, the brocade box thought Jacob wouldn't be able to preserve the taboo name and even suffered a mental blow because of his recklessness. However, at that moment Jacob uttered, "Fantastic insect Demiurge." The brocade box instantly stopped trembling as if it had forgotten its fears. "You heard it," the artifact spirit almost shrieked in disbelief and astonishment. But Jacob didn't pay attention to its theatrics because at that moment, Jacob's mind was filled with shock and incredulity. A demiurge, so it exists. Jacob felt as if he had stumbled upon something terrifying because he also remembered something about this title, for it wasn't the first time he had heard it. When Autark had turned into an eternal slave, the first thing that he told me was that his loyalty and trust should only belong to the demiurge. At the time, I thought it was just a concept, some kind of inherited legend of Autark's race. I even said to him I would be his demiurge since he feels the same kind of loyalty and trust towards me, and that matter ended. Jacob's eyes flared violently with dense killing intent. However, who would have thought that a real demiurge would pop out of nowhere? And this demiurge's name is also Fantastic Insect Demiurge, pretty obvious. Now that I finally know who this Supreme One is, everything is starting to make sense. First, the fantastic insect race couldn't be controlled by anyone. The Void Mantis was the prime example. The Void Mantis betrayed immortal Nimrod despite its terrifying dominance in the universal void and earned the latter's hatred. But the Void Mantis didn't go into hiding. Instead, it sought shelter with the fantastic insect demiurge and even became its loyalist. Even if I assumed the Void Mantis was weak, and he needed a powerful backer to continue to grow and also serves as a deterrence to the immortal Nimrod, it still won't make sense for the Void Mantis, who had achieved the rank of higher god, to risk its life by traversing the universal void. Not only that, but it also sacrificed its very foundation just to get a chance to search for the heretic, and then even put his life on the line to get rid of the heretic despite knowing that there was a hidden one protecting the heretic. But what if it was the fantastic insect demiurge who had manipulated the Void Mantis into betraying immortal Nimrod, so the latter could become the former's strong general? And what if the fantastic insect demiurge has this kind of effect on every fantastic insect in existence? After all, when Autarch gained intelligence, the first thing he mentioned was his loyalty to the demiurge. Which means once Autarch reached a certain rank, he was supposed to do the same as Whiteness and join the fantastic insect demiurge. But I interfered, and whatever control the fantastic insect demiurge had on Autarch vanished. That's why Autarch became the heretic, and probably for this exact reason he needed to be eliminated. Jacob thought he had guessed almost everything, but he knew there was more to it. But it still won't make sense for the fantastic insect demiurge to send a higher law god Void Mantis right off the bat. Could it be the demiurge wants something from Autarch or the Supreme One felt threatened? Jacob was astounded at his own notion because this was simply too absurd, as this was a demiurge that seemed to have profound control over the entire fantastic insect race, and such an existence wouldn't feel threatened by a tiny speck of dust. However, nothing else made sense anymore, and Jacob decided to believe that Autarch had something the demiurge wanted. But he couldn't extinguish the thought of Autarch as a threat to the demiurge. Nonetheless, now that Jacob knew what terrifying existence was after Autarch, and not even immortal Nimrod could do anything to it, he knew he needed to tread even more carefully from now on. Jacob finally focused on the brocade box as he inquired, "What else do you know about the demiurge?" The brocade box seemed to have calmed down after realizing nothing had happened, even though it had said the taboo name and Jacob had repeated it. Unknowingly, it finally started to believe in the power of the infinite space, which can elude the eyes of even a demiurge. But it doesn't mean the brocade box was a simpleton. It had finally realized that Jacob had been fishing for information. Enough! The artifact spirit sounded exasperated. Information about these types of entities isn't easy to probe, not to mention most of the time, what they showed is the complete opposite of the truth. Moreover, knowing too much is only bringing ruin to oneself, and even Lord Whiteness knew about it and always tread carefully, and I strongly suggest you do so as well. Well, it seems I'll have to wait for it to calm down, Jacob thought as his eyes flickered coldly. But he didn't push any further because deep down he agreed with the artifact spirit, for even Immortica had warned him about these things. Now tell me, what kind of fantastic insect are you? The artifact spirit questioned again. Jacob thought for a moment about whether he should tell the truth or keep it that way. Eclipse Elypsim Hoff ranked 18th in the fantastic insect race, Jacob stated impassively. 18th. How's that possible? The artifact spirit sounded startled. Jacob guessed what the artifact spirit might be thinking as he coldly rebutted, "What? Can't you believe a fantastic insect, not even ranked within the top 10, can take down a Void Mantis? Or are you shocked that this fantastic insect managed to catch the eye of the demiurge and became a heretic because the Supreme One felt threatened by it?" The brocade box was really thinking something like what Jacob had just stated, but when he heard the last part it retorted without hesitation, "What do you mean by threatened? Do you even know what you're talking about? Then how will you explain all of this?" Jacob calmly questioned. It may seem like he was arguing, but in truth, he was cunningly manipulating the conversation to get more information out of the brocade box. This time the brocade box was speechless because, in truth, it didn't even think about this possibility, or that thought didn't even cross its mind. But everything was strange, and the artifact spirit, like Jacob, thought it made no sense to send Whiteness after such a low-ranking fantastic insect unless it was above Whiteness's rank. It might have made sense, but it no longer does. The artifact spirit replied timidly, I don't know. It really didn't know. Jacob didn't know whether the artifact spirit was telling the truth, but he had to live with it for now, and he decided to get to the point. All right, just tell me your condition now. Chapter 1171. Worthiness begets loyalty. All right, just tell me your condition now. The artifact spirit seemed to snap out of its stupor, and the brocade patterns on the box started to churn widely. Although it didn't dare to guess the thoughts of a demiurge, what Jacob had just said deeply rattled it, and the instinctive fear it held for such entities started to wane ever so slightly. Furthermore, if there was even a sliver of a chance that what Jacob had just said was true, Then doesn't this mean that if even a demiurge fears this eclipse ellipse im Hof, then it really has the potential to surpass even the void mantis? Yet at that time it didn't make any sense. Nonetheless, the artifact spirit decided to just go with the flow, and if Jacob really managed to complete its condition, then what Jacob had speculated probably holds some merit. The brocade box trembled lightly, as if steadying itself, before the artifact spirit finally spoke with solemn gravity. Very well, it said, its once feeble voice now carrying the weight of ancient law. Since you demand my conditions, I will speak them plainly. Jacob remained silent with a hint of anticipation. First, the artifact spirit said, you must acknowledge that I am not a weapon nor a mere storage treasure. I am a divine repository. I'm forged to accompany a higher law god. Until you reach at least mythical rank, you may not force me to activate my functions, nor will I help you. Jacob's eyes flickered coldly as he neither accepted nor rejected it right away, continuing to listen. Second, the artifact spirit continued, you must allow me to retain partial autonomy. I will not betray you nor conceal threats to your life, but I reserve the right to survive. Survive in a sense, if you feel I'm going to die or not meet your standards, you would abandon me and flee, right? He inquired impassively with a sharp edge in his voice. The artifact spirit hesitated before answering honestly, yes, but you're looking at it from your mortal mind. Once you reach the mythical rank, I will allow you to plant a seed of authority within my divine core. Again, it's not ownership, but only recognition. However, once planted, I will recognize you as my provisional bearer, not master. Despite that, unless you die, I can't get rid of the seed of authority. Jacob's gaze sharpened. And what happens if I die? Then I am free, for a divine artifact does not perish with its bearer unless fully refined. The artifact spirit declared without hesitation. But you don't need to worry. If you are what you said you are, then I will acknowledge you as a true master. Once you manage to replace Lord Whiteness' divine sigil with yours, and at that time our fate will truly be aligned. At that time, if you perish or fall under a similar situation like Lord Whiteness, I won't be able to escape the ruination. Well, even if I allowed it to retain some autonomy, I would be a fool to allow it to exit the infinite space before I remove every possible danger that led to betrayal. After all, even if you fall under such a situation again, you can make a deal with the person who brings me down, just like what it did with Whiteness. At that time, my secrets will be exposed. Jacob has already made up his mind as he nodded plainly, all right, I can accept it as well. So all you want me to do is to reach mythical rank and then remove Whiteness' divine sigil with mine. The artifact spirit said quietly, in short, yes, but you must allow me to witness your ascent. Should you stagnate, flee endlessly, or submit to another authority, this agreement will dissolve. Furthermore, you must remove Lord Whiteness's divine sigil yourself without any external help, or everything you said will be for naught. You must prove to me that you really have higher potential than the void mantis without any tricks or backdoors. At that moment, Jacob finally understood what the brocade box was actually after. His eyes sharpened as he thought, so all this divine artifact wants is to confirm whether I'm really what I claim to be, or if the demiurge is really wary of Autarch. Furthermore, it wants to personally witness everything, which means it wants me to let it out of the infinite space, which is impossible. At that moment, Jacob coldly stated, I can agree to everything you have just mentioned, but one thing, I will never allow you to leave this space. It's virtually impossible, and you should know why. Moreover, since you will not help me, there's no point in letting you out, nor am I planning on seeking your help. However, in the future, it's not out of the question, but not before you fully submit to me. The brocade box fell silent for several breaths as Jacob's demand was both valid and unreasonable, yet the divine artifact situation was grave. In the end, the artifact spirit felt like sighing and relented. All right, I'll follow this arrangement if that makes you less wary of me. Jacob's eyes flared with a hint of ephemeral joy before he became impassive again and nodded. As long as you prove yourself loyal, I won't make things hard for you, and in the future you'll come to know who I am. The brocade box didn't sense the ulterior meaning behind Jacob's words and finally stated, you will have loyalty once you prove yourself to be worthy. In the meanwhile, I will open a fraction of my inner vaults to you, and treasures below higher god rank and knowledge that will not kill you upon contact. However, Jacob wasn't in a hurry, despite a momentary greed flashing in his eyes, but he did not answer immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted as it moved, slowly, deliberately, to the final object he had retrieved from Whiteness's body. The monolithic violet quartz crystal, its black mercury constantly churning within. Jacob questioned, before we move forward, I want to know what this final item is. Chapter 1172, Void Ichor, Part 1. The moment Jacob mentioned the mysterious monolithic quartz, the brocade box suddenly stiffened its patterns, as if it had encountered something it had not wished to remember. You noticed, it murmured. What is it? Jacob asked, clearly noticing the trepidation within the artifact spirit's voice. For the first time since their conversation began, the artifact spirit's voice carried genuine unease. That, it said slowly, I don't know what it is, but it's an extraordinary object. Jacob's flaming eyes flared as his interest was instantly piqued. After all, if even this divine artifact has no idea what this quartz was, not to mention it wasn't stored within the brocade box as well, then it has to be extraordinary. How is it extraordinary? Could it be you can't store it in your so-called divine repository? Moreover, since you called it extraordinary, you definitely know about its uses or what kind of power it holds. Jacob inquired curtly. It's not like I can't store it in my divine repository. But its true value only materializes when a void-born, especially someone like the void mantis, keeps it inside their soul. Mind you, one can only keep it, not refine it. The words of the artifact's spirit echoed unnaturally within the infinite space. Jacob instantly understood the underlying meaning of the artifact spirit's words and demanded, "Explain." The artifact spirit continued with a hint of hesitation. Lord Whiteness called this quartz the Void Ichor because it has a profound effect on Void Mantis bloodline, and greatly helped Lord Whiteness in his journey towards becoming a higher god of the fantastic insect race. Moreover, this Void Ichor couldn't be sensed by even the Supreme One and Lord Whiteness, despite his loyalty towards the Supreme One never revealing its existence either. Which struck me as strange because Lord Whiteness or anyone, as a matter of fact, under the Supreme One's authority had never hidden anything from the Supreme One, for they simply couldn't. Yet this Void Ichor was an anomaly, an exception, and maybe for this reason Lord Whiteness never revealed it, nor I ever asked about it, since everyone has a right to keep their secrets. Truthfully, even I can't sense anything profound from it, and even under powerful perceptions, this Void Ichor would react and appear like an ordinary object. But it can't be destroyed. Only Voidborn seem to have a peculiar attraction towards it, especially the Voidborn with bloodlines like the Void Mantis, the artifact spirit explained. Jacob's eyes flickered in realization as he profoundly glanced towards the Void Ichor, and he could also sense nothing from it despite the infinite space. Yet when he tried to probe it with his soul sense, it seemed to have failed to preserve the Void Ichor despite it being right in front of him. An object that not even a demiurge can sense. It can also help a fantastic insect like the Void Mantis to reach the higher god rank, and then compel Whiteness to suppress its instincts and not reveal it to the fantastic insect demiurge. The more Jacob thought about this mysterious Void Ichor, the more astounded he became, and he felt he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, even more so than the divine artifact. Where does Whiteness acquire it from the universal void? Was there something else beside it? Jacob cynically asked as he wanted to know if there was more to this Void Ichor than this artifact spirit was letting on. The brocade box again hesitated, but Jacob's aura suddenly flickered at that moment, and the infinite space's pressure abruptly intensified. The artifact spirit knew Jacob was using the infinite space to sense its already weakened fluctuations, and because of its weakened state, the artifact spirit couldn't fool Jacob at all. After a moment of struggle, the artifact spirit spoke carefully. Lord Whiteness acquired it in the universal void, together with me. Jacob's attention instantly turned fully toward it as the artifact spirit had already revealed vague details about its past. You mean this Void Ichor was in the hands of immortal Nimrod before the Void Mantis stole it with you? Jacob instantly caught on and demanded, because anything related to the immortal Nimrod was vital for him. Indeed, and the Void Ichor was with the Void Monarch even before I fell under his hands. Moreover, unlike most of the Void Monarch's collectible items like myself, the Void Ichor was something the Void Monarch deeply cherished because he would come time and time again and just stare at it for an unknown amount of time, like someone who was obsessed. Yet instead of keeping it on his person, it was left within his secret vaults until Lord Whiteness arrived. When I asked how Lord Whiteness found the secret vaults, his answer stunned me for a long time. According to Lord Whiteness, when the Supreme One liberated him from the Void Monarch's tyrannical control, he was supposed to flee. But instead, from the depths of his bloodline, he heard a calling, so strong that he didn't flee instantly and took a deadly risk to find the source. And Void Mantis couldn't be contained as long as it wanted to find something within the universal void. So by following the calling, Lord Whiteness stumbled on the secret vaults of the Void Monarch. Jacob was astounded when he heard this unexpected secret, and he could already guess what the artifact spirit was trying to imply. He uttered while glancing towards the Void Ichor, "Let me guess that calling was actually coming from the Void Ichor, right?" "Well, isn't it obvious?" the artifact spirit sneered. "The Void Ichor attracted Lord Whiteness, and he seemed to be so obsessed with it, I almost thought it was the Void Monarch's avatar. However, unlike the Void Monarch, Lord Whiteness directly grabbed it, and I instantly knew it wasn't the Void Monarch because he never touched the Void Ichor." Under Jacob's astounded gaze, the artifact spirit's voice was filled with nostalgia and dread, as if terrified of even remembering the memory. But Lord Whiteness not only touched it but directly held it, and that was something that he shouldn't have done because the Void Monarch was instantly alerted. At that moment, Lord Whiteness seemed to have come back to his senses once he held the Void Ichor. Chapter 1173. Void Ichor, Part 2. The brocade patterns on the brocade box shuddered. Once the Void Ichor was touched, the Void Monarch was alerted, and Lord Whiteness seemed to have realized it as well once he regained his senses. In the end, Lord Whiteness also took me, because I had been closest to the Void Ichor, not to mention I'm not some ordinary divine artifact either. And lastly, anything within the secret vaults of the Void Monarch is a priceless treasure. But Lord Whiteness had already provoked the Void Monarch. And in his rage, the Void Monarch sent all of his armies of Zodiac beasts far and wide to find any traces of Lord Whiteness, while the Void Monarch himself went out in search. If it was just me that Lord Whiteness had taken, then I don't think Void Monarch would have reacted so violently. But the Void Ichor seemed to hold far more value than even I had anticipated to the Void Monarch. Nonetheless, the Void Mantis, true to its fable origin and race, managed to pull the impossible and escape the Monarch of Void unscathed. However, it doesn't mean Lord Whiteness had truly escaped the Void Monarch, and he almost successfully ambushed Lord Whiteness 3 times. If the Supreme One hadn't interfered, Lord Whiteness wouldn't be here. Although Jocko didn't fully believe everything the artifact spirit just told him, and there were many loopholes, he got the gist of what had transpired back then. Moreover, from this, Jacob learned 2 important things. First, the Void Ichor was very important to immortal Nimrod, or it held some sort of importance to the cunning Void Monarch. Second, the Void Mantis has the capabilities to infiltrate not only immortal Nimrod's secret vaults, but also escape his relentless pursuit in his own domain, which was a huge discovery. At that moment, Jacob couldn't help but manipulate the Void Ichor and pulled it in front of himself. The brocade box seemed to have guessed what Jacob was about to do and instantly went silent without any intention of stopping him. With a thoughtful yet wary look in his eyes, Jacob moved his skeletal hand towards the Void Ichor, and unlike before, the monolithic quartz didn't show any reaction to his approach. Jacob's eyes flickered with a peculiar glimmer as he glanced towards the brocade box and snickered. "It was you who tried to take the Void Ichor and the white hexagon with you and flee." The brocade box trembled slightly as if caught red-handed, but Jacob didn't even glance at it any longer, and he decided to remove the infinite space suppression on the Void Ichor. Jacob instantly caught the Void Ichor in his hand, and he felt nothing from it except for the black mercury constantly shifting inside and the perfectly carved shape. Nothing seemed to be extraordinary about this quartz. He even tried to use his soul sense, but nothing happened. "I guess it only works for Voidborn after all." The brocade box sounded disappointed yet relieved for some reason. Jacob's eyes compressed with uncertainty. "Is it really just that simple? Cursed Immortality, what is this item?" Jacob directly asked the cursed book at the end. Although he wanted to get less help from Immortica when he or even Divine Artifact couldn't identify something, not to mention that the item happened to be cherished by immortal Nimrod, he wouldn't hesitate to seek help. "Ha ha ha ha," Immortica's laughter sounded. "Aren't you the cursed blood progenitor? How about I give you a task, and I promise you the rewards would be out of your widest expectations if you managed to complete it." Jacob was startled by this unexpected reply, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. Furthermore, he could easily guess what Immortica's task was going to be when the cursed book mentioned cursed blood progenitor. "So this is blood?" Jacob impassively inquired. "Heh, indeed it is blood. As for what it is, as long as you can figure it out with just the immortal chapter you have comprehended, without using a wish, trust me, you'll reach new heights in your path of cursed blood progenitor. Oh, and you're fully capable of figuring out its mysteries. I can't wait to see the look on your ice face then, because you'll learn many more things, but only if you do as I said." "Hee," Immortica stated playfully. Jacob's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise when Immortica told him not even use wish, because he might be planning on using it when he heard about rewards. However, he won't dare ignore Immortica's warning as well, and since this could be beneficial for his progress in cursed blood progenitor, he decided to accept. "All right, I'll see if you're telling the truth or not," Jacob replied in agreement, and not just because of the rewards, but also because what he was planning happened for him to require the immortal chapter as well. Jacob then stowed the Void Ichor in the storage space, as he'd start working on it once he'd finished other important matters. "Where did it go?" The brocade box was startled and asked in an astounded tone. The brocade box was with the Void Ichor for a long time, and it has developed a peculiar sense towards it. Even when it was within Whiteness's divine soul, it could easily sense its presence. That's why it wanted to flee with it as well. But now that it had vanished in Jacob's hands, it couldn't sense even its traces, which was completely shocking. "You don't need to concern yourself with it," Jacob said impassively, as he had no intention of revealing his trump cards. The brocade box was speechless and wanted to retort, but stayed silent because Jacob was simply too mysterious. At that moment, Nyx's voice suddenly reverberated in Jacob's mind. "Hey, I've succeeded. But you might not like what I've discovered." Jacob was already planning on asking about how Nyx had progressed with the Nightmare Conqueror seed when he heard this unexpected statement. The flames in Jacob's eyes flared coldly. What is it? Chapter 1174, Nightmare Eater, Part 1. Well, Nyx clearly hesitated as she could already tell Jacob was too invested in anything related to whiteness, but she couldn't hide anything from him either because it was useless. The thing is, this degenerate god's dreamscape realm is too massive for me to devour in a short span of time. Furthermore, if not because of your seal, I won't even be able to touch his terrifying soul, much less infiltrate and plant the Nightmare Conqueror seed. Although I succeed without any difficulty, it still won't change the fact that I need to devour a god's dreamscape realm while I'm still not even a mythical being. That's why the time I needed to fully digest this guy's dreamscape realm is too long, and the same goes for nurturing Nightmare Sepsis fruit. Realization dawned on Jacob at that moment as he understood what Nyx was implying. With a thoughtful look, he inquired, "How long exactly do you need?" As long as he remained in the sealed state, around 5,000 years, and then probably 10,000 years for nurturing Nightmare Sepsis fruit. Nyx replied in a grim tone, "Moreover, I might directly start evolving into adolescence class once I devour his dreamscape realm. I can feel it." Which also means I can only create Nightmare Sepsis fruit after I evolve, and the duration of my evolution isn't clear either, especially into an adolescence class nightmare, which held huge significance for me as I've already told you before. Jacob's eyes contracted with astonishment, as even he hadn't expected 5,000 years to simply devour whiteness's lifespan, and then another 10,000 years to create the Nightmare Sepsis fruit. So that's how powerful a higher law god's dreamscape realm can be. Moreover, Nyx just said if he wasn't in the sealed state, then it would be impossible to get anything out of him. Jacob mused grimly, but 15,000 years are too long for someone like me, or even longer once Nyx started to evolve. Even if I forget about the Nightmare Sepsis fruit, there's still 5,000 years left. Or I can simply isolate myself within the infinite space and be completely focused on researching everything that I've planned, especially the Void Ichor. Moreover, in these thousands of years, those guys might give up searching for me and think I've fled to the upper planes. Jacob was truly considering whether he should really isolate himself for at least 5,000 years in the infinite space, if not for over 15,000 years, especially when he thought about those three UGS heirs, especially immortal Nimrod, relentlessly searching for him. But there was a huge problem between Jacob and his grand plan, lifespan 10,450 years, all youthful. A hint of bloodlust burns in Jacob's eyes when he thought about how dangerously low he was running on lifespan right now. After he used 1.4 million years to escape Destined Saint and immortal Nimrod's ambush, and teleported directly to where Autarch had been. And just now he burned another 100,050 years to be too exact to use the scales of infinity to sealed whiteness. If I fall into a similar situation with immortal Nimrod or Destined Saint, or run into another god, I'll definitely not be able to escape death. Jacob felt a chill running down his spine, and his survival instinct kicked in when he realized how dangerous his current situation had become. He finally spoke in a grave tone, "How much lifespan will we get from the Void Mantis? Is it worth spending 5,000 years? With this size of dreamscape realm, it's definitely worth it," Nyx exclaimed with a hint of excitement. "If I'm not wrong with this size of dreamscape realm, this guy probably has a lifespan of around 100,000 million years, so you can imagine the huge return we'll get in 5,000 years. Jacob was startled, then his eyes burned with joy because just as Nyx had said, waiting just 5,000 years for tens of millions of lifespans was worth it. "Well, you'd better start to devour his dreamscape realm then," Jacob ordered without hesitation. But at that moment Nyx said something completely unexpected. "Well, there's another way, and if you succeed in it, you'll not only get his lifespan but also his memories in a short amount of time, depending on how important you placed on this Void Mantis. Not only that, but I'll be able to completely focus on Nightmare Plan as well and get my evolution all the same." Jacob was startled as he asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" "HMPH, I knew it. You've completely forgotten about it." Nyx scoffed, clearly displeased and indignant with Jacob. Jacob's eyes flickered coldly, and Nyx instantly sensed that Jacob wasn't in the mood to banter with her and became obedient. "When I reached the pubescent class, didn't I tell you that as my nightmare contractor, you have also awakened the ability called the Nightmare Eater?" Nyx reminded him with a hint of exasperation. Jacob's eyes flickered with surprise as he had some recollection of Nyx telling him about this Nightmare Eater ability when she evolved back then, and just as she had mentioned, he had really forgotten about it. However, it wasn't Jacob's fault either because he was simply too absorbed in figuring out his own abilities and powers, not to mention that Nyx wasn't the source of his power, but cursed immortality. That's why he never truly focused on Nightmare Eater, which he got from Nyx. because this ability seemed to require his full attention, and Nyx could do everything mentioned in this ability herself, so he never explored it. But now Nyx had suddenly brought this ability up. For the first time, Jacob took it seriously because of what Nyx had just told him. "I'm listening." Nyx wanted to berate Jacob for his negligence, but refrained from doing so because in truth, she always felt the Nightmare Eater was too limited for someone like Jacob's standards, and never mentioned it despite feeling somewhat sad about Jacob forgetting about it. But now she knew this was her chance to make Jacob realize how powerful and resourceful she could be, and he shouldn't look down on powers too much and gain his attention. Chapter 1175. Nightmare Eater, Part 2. Now that Nyx has Jacob's full attention, she doesn't dare to disappoint him and start telling him about her scheme. Let me remind you first about the Nightmare Eater, since it seemed to have been slipped from your mind. With the Nightmare Eater, you can infiltrate anyone's dreamscape realm, create illusions, or cause a target's soul to degenerate. Once the target's soul is greatly affected by you, you can then devour the target's dreamscape realm and absorb their entire soul vitality or lifespan, just like me. However, unlike me, not only will you require soul force to keep this ability active, especially if the target's soul is powerful, but the target will die once you're done. Oh, and I'll also get 50% of whatever you devour, and you can only target a single victim at a time, which requires your entire focus. Jacob's eyes flickered as he finally remembered the Nightmare Eater ability, but he couldn't think of what Nyx was trying to imply. "I don't have a problem with sharing my gain with you since we've been doing it for a long time now," Jacob calmly stated, "but I don't want him dead, so how do you suggest I get his memories using Nightmare Eater? Moreover, I'm no longer willing to take a chance with abilities that could only extract random memories, because I'm going to be required to have his whole memory sets, just so I won't miss anything important. For it is also very important to our survival." "Whole memory set," Nyx grimaced and muttered. "It might be difficult, but it's possible." Jacob was astounded by the unexpected comment, growing even more intrigued by what exactly Nyx was planning. "Well, the thing is, if you're willing to completely focus on this Void Mantis, then once you start using the Nightmare Eater, you can't simply devour his entire dreamscape realm from the get-go and then refine or digest it like some supplement. Since you have never done it before, you don't know, but once you infiltrate someone's dreamscape realm, you'll be entering their most vulnerable part of mind, something you also call subconsciousness. Normally, the mind of any being who hadn't awakened their soul force, or those below the rank of quasi-legend, couldn't protect their dreamscape realms unless they are born with unique talents or possess powerful soul defenses. As for those in the quasi-legend and legendary rank beings, they started to unlock the potential of their souls, which also helps them gain some control over their dreamscape realm, yet not full control, just enough to give them some abilities to protect their minds from infiltrations and attacks. However, all of this is nothing to me because of the unique origin that makes me able to manipulate souls as no one else could. It all comes to me naturally. So I can do as I please, even if someone could get control of their full dreamscape realm or soul. As long as they aren't ridiculously stronger than me, I can play them like fiddles." Nyx's voice carried absolute arrogance when she stated that, and Jacob knew better than anyone that she could back up that arrogance hundreds of times more. "However, even if you're my nightmare contractor, you'll still need to experience and learn all of this, but knowing you, you'll learn it all very quickly, especially because you are my nightmare contractor, which allowed you to also share some of my talent in dreamscapes and soul laws," Nyx confidently declared, secretly watching Jacob's emotions to see if he was pleased with her, or if he had finally realized her importance and might start treating her more kindly. Jacob was really surprised, as he had never paid too much attention to being a nightmare contractor and always thought of Nyx as a tool to harvest lifespan. As for learning from Nyx about her talent, it didn't even occur to him because his own abilities were powerful, and Nyx could take care of dream-related matters herself. Yet now, for the first time since Nyx had focused him in contract with her, he started to look at all of this in a new light. Especially now that he can't make progress with cursed immortality because of the longevity path glory gem in immortal Nimrod's hand. He has already started to pay attention to other things to gain more power, but he never thought about one of the strongest powers he knows until now. Moreover, it was Nyx's power that allowed him to escape the entrapment of Destined Saint and immortal Nimrod, a fate worse than death. Nyx naturally grew happier and more enthusiastic when she felt Jacob's strong desire, and may have overthought a little. Nonetheless, she continued more energetically, "My plan is for you to use the Nightmare Eater to enter a god's mind who had been sealed. This will not only guarantee your safety, but also provide you with a training subject of the highest quality to learn the way of nightmares and dreams. Moreover, once you get the hang of the Nightmare Eater, you can then start using the illusions to attack her mind, And in those illusions, you can also allow the Void Mantis to slowly reveal his own memories, manipulating him into unraveling everything he has experienced. With every successfully illusionary attack, you'll eat away a part of his soul vitality, becoming not only stronger in the process but also gaining huge insight into the law of dreamscape and souls. Furthermore, the faster you learn and become stronger, the less time it'll require for you to devour his dreamscape realm and take away whatever you want, including his deepest secrets until nothing is left. Lastly, I can use this time to start pulling the net that I've already expanded in the virtual star world, and start reaping lifespan until you provide me with enough soul vitality from this soon-to-be dead god, and I start evolving. However, if you have something else to do, I'll get on devouring his dreamscape realm right away. Towards the end, Nyx's voice almost turned into a hush as if she didn't want Jacob to hear the last sentence because she really wanted Jacob to experience her world. At that moment, Jacob remained motionless, but his mind was experiencing a revolution of thoughts as he hadn't even thought of using Nyx's power in such a way before. Furthermore, everything Nyx had just said was true and fully doable, and Jacob really wanted Whiteness's everything. Chapter 1176, Playground of the Undead, Part 1. After the Death March was unleashed by the hidden existence of the undead Skyfall Canyons, the Sagittarius continent ceased to belong to either life or death. What followed in the days after was not war but extinction, as the undead tide did not wane, nor did it thin with slaughter or slow with exhaustion, for it knows none of these limitations. The battlefield that once stretched between emerald radiance and crimson dusk became a wasteland of ceaseless movement. The soil cracked open endlessly as rivers of black mist coiled through ruined trenches, and every corpse, fresh or ancient, answered the infernal decree of the undead Skyfall. But the most terrifying truth soon became clear. No one could leave the great continent of Sagittarius. Legendary kings attempted to tear open spatial passages, teleportation arrays were activated. Secret escape artifacts were crushed in trembling hands, and even their life and soul vitalities were invoked, but all failed in the end. It wasn't like they couldn't use the space law or space rejected them, but the space itself had turned into a loop. No matter which direction they fled, no matter how far they tore through the sky, they would eventually find themselves back beneath the looming skull-shaped phenomenon, still within the borders of Sagittarius. Now everyone has realized that this wasn't just a phenomenon, it was a cruel cage that let others in but no one could escape. Words have already spread quickly through Soul Star Watches, and messages spread across the Middle Plains, making the great cosmic continents tremble with shock. On the great cosmic continent of Ares, the life faction's upper echelons descended into chaos. Nearly 90% of their frontline commanders, generals, and elite legions were trapped in Sagittarius. Emergency councils were convened, and reinforcements were considered, but were immediately halted when they realized that entering was possible while leaving was not, especially after encountering the terrifying might of the undead Skyfall legions. No one dared gamble the rest of their strength anymore, and those who had already entered were almost abandoned. The Universal Zodiac Bank froze multiple war investments and shifted to defensive consolidation. Mercenary contracts were revised overnight. Risk coefficients were recalculated with unprecedented severity. The neutral faction increased border surveillance, recalled wandering forces, and sealed key trade routes. Rumors of an ancient entity within the undead Skyfall Canyons awakening sent waves of paranoia through every major power. Moreover, the neutral faction also took full advantage of being the only faction with fully intact power and secretly started to take over the rich territories of the life factions. As for the dead faction's strongholds on other continents, they were no better, if not worse. Their primary military backbone, vampire elites, necromantic legions, and dark aristocracy were also trapped. Their bases elsewhere stood half empty. Internal power struggles began simmering almost immediately, and those who knew the greatly depleted strength of the dead faction took full advantage of their plight. In the end, both factions had sought domination over Sagittarius, and now both were bleeding in silence while no one dared interfere directly, and those who saw it as an opportunity couldn't sit still either. But in the entire legendary plains, a name whispered in every corner was the same, and it was engraved in their hearts. Undead Skyfall Canyons, a true forbidden region that had just reminded the world why it bore that title. The great cosmic continent of Sagittarius, which was once a bloody battlefield between life faction and dead faction, was no longer a battlefield that resembled war. But now it has turned into a graveyard of cultivation for the undead. Even the once infamous Valley of the Sunless Dusk was nothing compared to the current Sagittarius continent. The plains were now an endless procession of rotting forms marching beneath a perpetually darkened sky. Tattered armor clanked rhythmically, skeletal cavalry roamed in packs. Towering corpse abominations stitched from dozens of fallen warriors lumbered across shattered fortifications. The undead did not build camps or fortify as the dead and life factions did. Instead, they roamed and hunted anyone who was not already one of them, becoming prey. Scattered survivors who failed to reach fortified sanctuaries were devoured within hours. Even legendary rank experts found themselves overwhelmed if isolated. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about the legions of the undead Skyfall Canyons were with every death, they strengthened the tide, and every fall replenished their undead armies. It was no longer just conquest. It had become assimilation, as the once-proud battlefield of Sagittarius had become an undead playground. On the other hand, the imposing armies of life and dead factions had become refugees without any way to escape the terror of undead Skyfall legions. On the eastern half of the continent, beneath layers of death-ridden grounds, unexpectedly radiant fortification and colossal light element pylons. It was called the Sanctuary Bastion that was established by the Life faction or whatever was left of them. Gone were the forward assault formations and the triumphant war drums. For now, there were powerful concealment barriers stacked upon powerful light and defensive barriers created by the alchemy kings of the Alchemy Guild. The remaining holy arrays purchased from the Cardinal Spirit Temple, which were supposed to help the Life faction in destroying the Dead faction, now also pulsed constantly, purifying waves of creeping death mist, becoming a lifeline for the Life faction and a living survivor of the current Sagittarius continent. Wounded soldiers filled every chamber. Supply reserves dwindled carefully. Moreover, across the continent, within the reinforced inner territories of the Blood Domain, the Dead faction had done the same for the Castle of Crimson Dusk, no longer projecting dominance. It had become a fortress under siege. Vampires and liches who once commanded armies now rationed blood essence and death crystals. Even the Blood Doom King had sealed multiple castle wings to conserve power despite his overwhelming advantage. Necromancers dared not summon additional undead, for fear they would turn, while the ghost race and remnant of the fiend race were even more miserable as they were forced to become cannon fodder. Moreover, the Dead faction was already planning on abandoning the Blood Domain and fled, because the forces of the undead Skyfall Canyons were relentlessly attacking the Castle of Crimson Dusk, and could breach at any moment. Nonetheless, both factions had arrived at the same humiliating reality: they were surviving, not winning. Chapter 1177, Playground of the Undead. Part 2. At this moment, within the innermost chamber of the Sanctuary Bastion, the three pillars of the Life faction stood together. The giant war king no longer sat upon a towering throne. He stood, arms folded, jaw-tight, armor bearing visible cracks from days of relentless engagement. The wise king looked far less amused than usual. His violet armor was dulled, his silvery eyes shadowed by exhaustion. Even his posture lacked its usual theatrical arrogance. The Spirit Eye King remained composed, but her third eye was faintly dim, clearly overused from scanning the undead tides and probing for the spell's source. Around the three leaders stood other surviving legendary kings, and their appearances were even worse as they all had suffered grave injuries and had exhausted almost everything to just live. The atmosphere of the chamber was heavy. No exit. No breach, no anomaly fluctuation in spatial parameters, the Spirit Eye King stated calmly, though her tone carried unmistakable gravity. It's all the same no matter how much our men tried, whether from inside or outside, this damn place is fully enclosed. The wise king exhaled slowly as he grimly said, "Our soul star watches confirm the same across every attempted escape vector. It is as though the continent itself has been rewritten, and even our allies are now slowly backing off." The giant war king's massive fist tightened as he wanted to escape the Sagittarius continent more than anyone. "Then we march to the undead Skyfall Canyons and crush the source," he stated, albeit his voice lacked confidence. "Oh, and you're going to be the vanguard," the wise king retorted mockingly, as he no longer cared about whether the giant war king was stronger than him. The Spirit Eye King remained silent, but a hint of disdain flickered past her eyes as if she was fully agreeing with the wise king. Even the legendary kings standing there remained silent, but they felt deep scorn in their hearts for the giant war king. They had all watched how the giant war king escaped while continuously using his allies as a shield, and if it wasn't for his cowardly actions, they probably wouldn't have suffered so many losses. Right now, everything within the Life faction fully believed in the scandal between the giant war king and champion king, and the former's prestige was at an all-time low. Nonetheless, the giant war king was still the strongest among the legendary kings, and since they needed all the combatants at their disposal, they couldn't just join hands and get rid of him. However, as time passed, the situation of the Life faction was becoming grave and dangerous, and their mortals were at their lowest because they all knew they couldn't get out of the Sagittarius continent, and even their factions were starting to give up on them. Moreover, the giant war king was becoming more anxious and impulsive, sending legendary lords and nobles outside to be scouts and see if they could find any way out. The giant war king's eyes went cold as his fierce aura flickered violently, but the wise king remained still without any ounce of fear. The giant war king gritted his teeth and kept himself in check because he was no fool and he already knew what was going on. No matter how fierce or overbearing he was, he knew if he pushed them too much, they might finally decide to join forces against him. He had never expected that things would develop to this point, and when he was sacrificing those cannon fodder right and left, he merely thought that once he got out of here, everything would be fine. But now they were fully trapped in this forsaken continent, and if he continues to be reckless, things would turn worse for him. At this moment, the giant war king really hoped that the champion king would appear from somewhere and take hold of the situation, but alas, it was impossible. All right, let's hear what the wise king has planned for us, the giant war king emotionlessly said, but the vague humiliation in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Oh, now that's progress. The wise king couldn't help but snicker and ignore the giant war king before he said, confronting the undead Skyfall armies is reckless. Even at our full strength, we were beaten like dogs and barely escaped with our lives. Now we can barely hold this sanctuary. The Spirit Eye King added quietly, and we still do not know what we are facing, that language. That presence, it felt older than any language recorded within the Alchemy Guild records. Even if we sent a legendary king proficient in assassination arts and law of darkness and space to kill the controller of the undead armies, we need to figure out exactly what the controller or source is first. Not only that, but to this point, they also have our own legendary kings turning undead in their ranks. A heavy pause followed once Spirit Eye King's voice trailed off, and everyone knew what she was implying. They were alone and helpless. At this moment, an old witch race legendary king suddenly spoke with hesitation. Your Majesty, forgive my boldness, but I've read about the Quasi-myths rank beyond the legendary king, and I'm sure they aren't merely legends and exist within the legendary plains. Can't we seek help from them? The three leaders' eyes widened slightly when they heard Quasi-myths, while those legendary kings who didn't know were startled as they clearly didn't know there was such a rank beyond the legendary king state rank. But before further discussion could continue, the chamber doors opened abruptly, and a radiant armored messenger stumbled inside, kneeling immediately despite visible exhaustion. My lords. A report from the outer perimeter, the wise king's eyes sharpened. It's better to be good for you to interrupt us like this. Now speak. The messenger swallowed when he sensed the heavy atmosphere, but he couldn't delay this anymore. A survivor has arrived. The room froze for a moment before the giant war king demanded instantly imposingly, just a survivor made you interrupt us. Do you have a death wish, soldier? That is, the messenger replied shakily. I wouldn't have dared, but he emerged out of nowhere within the sanctuary, bypassing all the protections, and the death aura on him is eerily similar to the undead Skyfall armies. No one can detain him, and instead our men were knocked unconscious. Now he's demanding to see the three leaders. Chapter 1178, The Survivor, Part 1. The chamber fell into deadly silence when the messenger's unexpected yet appalled words, especially after they heard the survivor's aura, were akin to those of the undead Skyfall canyons. Impossible. What were Myriad Runic King and Black Fire King doing? They couldn't be suppressed this easily. One of the legendary kings berated with a hint of apprehension. But that's what happened, and that survivor is only a legendary L-Lord. His Highness Black Fire King and Myriad Runic King confirmed it before they tried to detain that person, but instead they were suppressed without even being able to resist. The messenger stammered when he revealed this important yet humiliating event. This time the three leaders and legendary kings were even more shocked, and disbelief surfaced in their eyes. Even if this was some legendary lord who comprehended superior law like space, time, or destruction, suppressing two legendary kings still seemed far-fetched, not to mention that the legendary lord did it effortlessly, according to the messenger. At this moment, the wise king gravely asked while suppressing the easiness in his heart, You just said he only suppressed them and didn't harm anyone. He just wants to have an audience with us. Why, yes. The messenger nodded, but even he didn't seem to believe it. It is unlike the undead army of the undead Skyfall canyons. Those vile things are mindless killing machines, and all our tries to talk with them have failed so far. The Spirit Eye King looked at the Wise King as she gave her opinion, which was also similar to the Wise King's own trail of thoughts. At this moment, the Giant War King finally spoke to the messenger coldly, while secretly deactivating the spell he was readying to flee. Did he identify himself? Don't tell me it's one of the dead faction bastards. The messenger hesitated as he replied. He refused to give a name. He only said, he seeks an audience with the three supreme leaders. But no trap or alarm formations that were supposed to detect the dark beings were activated. The silence thickened again because the Life faction has already been fighting with the Dead faction, and they have also developed methods to kill them most effectively. Moreover, to make sure the dark beings couldn't infiltrate among their ranks, they also have many powerful methods to detect a dark being, even if it were a peak legendary king. But this only made everyone more uneasy because if this wasn't a dark being or undead, then just who was it? The wise king's gaze darkened thoughtfully as he said, "In this situation, someone capable of crossing the undead tide alone and then entering here either possesses unimaginable strength or carries something far more dangerous," the Spirit Eye King finished coldly. "But he still didn't harm our men, which means he's up to something." The giant war king's grip tightened around his war axe before he spat. "In the end, it's just a legendary lord. Let me see who this fearless one is." "Bring him," the messenger was startled, clearly thinking that it was a bad idea, just like the legendary kings present, and they all couldn't help but look towards the other two leaders for confirmation. The giant war king almost went on a rampage when he saw this scene because he was used to having absolute say in the Life faction. But now things have changed to such a degree that even a lowly messenger won't listen to him. "Do as His Highness Giant War King says." The wise king nodded, followed by the Spirit Eye King, as they also wanted to at least listen to this person. "Yes," the messenger finally agreed and quickly left. As the chamber doors closed again, they all secretly gathered their magic power just in case this survivor wasn't friendly. The sanctuary bastion's inner hall was wrapped in layered light formations, each array humming with solemn vigilance. Pillars of radiance stretched to the ceiling, casting long shadows over the gathered legendary kings. At this moment the doors groaned open and every gaze turned at once. A lone figure stepped inside. She wore a dark cloak, its hem torn and stained by mist and ash. The fabric clung to her frame as though reluctant to part from the deathly winds outside. Her steps were steady, neither hurried nor hesitant, and the moment her presence crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped. It was subtle, but for beings of their level, subtlety was more alarming than violence. The giant war king's pupils constricted first. The wise king's fingers paused mid-motion. The Spirit Eye King's third eye flickered instinctively. They all confirmed at this moment that this survivor was indeed a peak legendary lord. Unless he was even higher rank than them, he couldn't conceal his power rank, or there was a treasure surpassing their imagination on this person's body. However, what truly made the chamber's atmosphere congeal was not her cultivation, but the aura that was dense, profound, and terrifyingly familiar. It was the same suffocating presence that had lingered on every battlefield. The same authority that accompanied the rising tides of undead. The same chilling cadence was woven into the death march that imprisoned an entire continent. The death law, and not ordinary death law either, it was refined and condensed as if death itself had acknowledged her. But what they had failed to sense behind her terrifying aura of death was something even more profound and dangerous. Moreover, she wasn't even trying to conceal her law or aura, as if they weren't worthy enough for her to do such a thing. But just because of the dense death law originating from her for a fleeting instant, every legendary king in the hall arrived at the same conclusion that it was an enemy. Furthermore, they really wanted to see if this legendary lord could stand against so many legendary kings, and their auras exploded outward in unison, but the three leaders didn't move. They only watched with anticipation and apprehension. At that moment, radiant light, crushing gravity, psychic tides, elemental pressure, and multiple soul senses overlapped, pressing toward the cloaked survivor like converging mountains. The chamber trembled as even a legendary lord at peak stage should have collapsed to their knees beneath such collective oppression. Yet she did not move, only her cloak fluttered slightly under the pressure. A few loose strands of dark hair slipped free from beneath her hood. At that moment she lifted her head, and they could see her pale, sublime skin and calm, abyssal eyes filled with unwavering defiance. But what truly made those legendary kings' skin crawl was that those eyes were filled with profound and undying pride that seemed to affect their own egos. Chapter 1179, The Survivor, Part 2. The legendary kings were on full alert and shocked when they saw this unknown survivor in legendary lord state didn't even flinch under their soul forces. Instead, their wills were being affected by the latter. The giant war king, Spirit Eye King, and wise king also witnessed this terrifying sight, and they went on full alert. Is this how the Life faction greets its guests? How disappointing. At that moment the survivor finally spoke, her voice emotionless yet melodious, but it carried unrestrained disdain and pride. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Maybe Dead faction should appreciate my offer more than you guys. Farewell." Under the astounded gazes of everything, she simply turned around and started walking towards the exit, completely unbothered by the legendary king's pressure as if they didn't exist in the first place. "Wait," the wise king quickly called as he composed himself, but the shock in his eyes couldn't be hidden. But despite his call, the woman didn't stop, treating him like wind as she walked with an unhurried step, making the wise king frown. At that moment, the third eye of the Spirit Eye King seemed to tremble as her face went deadly pale. The next moment, she straightens her back and sweeps her eyes towards those legendary kings and mercilessly berates, "Everyone quickly retract your soul sense. How dare you treat our guest like this? Quickly leave us alone, this miss wanted to meet with just three of us, wait outside." The legendary kings were startled, and so was the champion king and wise king, as the Spirit Eye King's abrupt change of demeanor and tone was out of their expectations. But the survivor still didn't stop, as if she no longer cared about the Life faction or their leaders anymore, which rendered everyone even more speechless, especially the messenger who was watching this with a flabbergasted expression. "Are you deaf? Do you think you can leave as you please?" It was the giant war king who suddenly shouted coldly. Although he didn't know what was going on since the other party was still a legendary lord, and he didn't like the way this survivor was acting all high and mighty, especially the strange feeling he got from the former. That feeling of his very will being suppressed, and even the fear of this unknown legendary lord, somehow made the war giant bloodline in his veins boil with humiliation, and the giant war king's racial instinct triggered. Oh, at this moment, the woman finally stopped, and her cold voice carried a hint of intrigue before she turned around and stared directly in the eyes of the giant war king. The giant war king's heart beat like drums when he met those abyssal eyes, and the next moment, a peculiar, violent intent directly attacked the prideful will of his bloodline. The Spirit Eye King was shocked by the giant war king's reckless actions and wanted to intervene, but before she could, something astonishing occurred, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Cough. Cough. The towering giant war king suddenly began coughing up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief and inexplicable terror, for he didn't know what had just transpired. But deep down, the giant war king knew that his prideful bloodline seemed to have been suppressed, and this coughing blood was the backlash. Moreover, the giant war king was becoming appalled because he only knew about one person who could cause such a reaction from his bloodline, the champion king. However, with the champion king, his bloodline acted submissively because the champion king's bloodline was of a higher rank than his. But essentially, they belonged to the same race, so the reaction wouldn't have been so violent. But what just happened was complete and utter suppression, like a cat encountering a tiger. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to have used any type of bloodline either, and it seemed like something more profound. The mysterious woman overlooked the giant war king's appalled expression and asked nonchalantly, "Do you want to try stopping me, miss?" It was a misunderstanding. The Spirit Eye King quickly spoke, while suppressing her wildly beating her as she glared at the giant war king. "Our supreme commander is agitated because of our current situation. He meant no disrespect. I hope we can look past this mishap and amicably sort things out." Indeed. The Life faction always respect the strong and treat our friends with utmost sincerity. The wise king also spoke with a charming smile, which was clearly forced. He no longer has any misgivings because he wasn't a fool and clearly knows this legendary lord was probably a hidden existence. After all, even he can't make the giant war king cough blood by simply making eye contact with him. "Why aren't you all leaving?" He fiercely berated the legendary kings, who were shocked silly by everything that had just happened, but they no longer dared to be disrespectful. They quickly left the chamber and closed the exit, secretly sighing with relief as if they had just escaped a calamity. This time, the woman didn't move, merely watching as everyone became obedient once they discovered she wasn't easy to bully. She felt especially disdainful towards the giant war king because, with her natural talent, she could easily detect that this person was a coward, no matter what kind of appearance he put up. But towards the Spirit Eye King, she felt a hint of curiosity, knowing this woman had used her special optical talent to detect something that had changed the Spirit Eye King's attitude towards her. As for the wise king, she found nothing special about him. "Teacher once told me that power is everything, and only the strong are respected here, while the weak can only be suppressed." Now I'm starting to get the teacher's point of view towards others. But since this is my first time interacting with living beings after a long time, not to mention the leaders of the Life factions, I can't make a fool of myself or I'll lose face as a teacher. If the three leaders knew that this terrifying hidden expert was having such thoughts, they would be even more flabbergasted. Nonetheless, it was also understandable because it was indeed the first time for the fearsome Death Lord to come in contact with such famous figures of the legendary plains. Chapter 1180, Doubt Protecting Pride. At this moment, the giant war king didn't dare to underestimate this legendary lord and remained silent but alert, while the Spirit Eye King and Wise King seemed amiable, but they were also on guard. On the other hand, Elia was now convinced that these three leaders of the Life faction no longer dared to belittle her, and she had successfully made herself mysterious and unpredictable in their minds, which would greatly benefit her purpose. Furthermore, she was confident that even if these three saw through her facade and decided to join forces against her, she could easily escape this place without harm. And if she gave her all, it was still debatable who would be at a disadvantage. I hope Madam can look past what just happened. We are all trying to survive the undead Skyfall Canyons, and your sudden arrival naturally made everyone agitated. The wise king politely stated with a cordial smile, now that the misunderstanding between us has been solved. I wonder what kind of offer Madam has for our life faction. Indeed, we are very interested in anything that can help us get out of this damnable place. And we should also strive to stick together to fight with the undead Skyfall Canyons. The Spirit Eye King chimed in before she gave the Giant War King a fierce, meaningful glare. Right. Giant War King, A agreed. The Giant War King nodded absent-mindedly as he cleansed the blood on his mouth. Ilya glanced at the three leaders, each with a completely different attitude, and secretly praised her teacher for his wisdom. All right, I'll give you guys another chance. She impassively replied and didn't appear as friendly or hostile because she had no intention of getting attached to anyone here, and she was only here to achieve her objective. Since I'm in a hurry, I'll simply tell you what I want from your life faction, Ilya said, her voice carrying a deep sway. I can get rid of the Skyfall Canyon's forces for you as long as you follow my instructions. The Wise King, Spirit Eye King, and even circumspect War Giant King's eyes widened when they heard Ilya's confident words about getting rid of the Skyfall Canyon's forces. After all, they were all peak legendary kings. And even they failed to put a dent in the Skyfall Canyon's forces because no matter how much they killed, there were always more undead coming from the depths of the undead Skyfall Canyons, as if there was a gateway directly connected to the underworlds there. Moreover, the entrance to the undead Skyfall Canyons was teeming with undead legions, and no living being could enter there, even if it were a legendary king with a space-lost soul totem. But now this seemingly legendary lord has confidently claimed that she can get rid of the Skyfall Canyon's forces so easily that they were naturally baffled and have doubts about her claims. Moreover, these three leaders knew more about those ordinary legendary kings, and they had long suspected that there was probably quasi-myth rank undead hiding within the core of the undead Skyfall Canyons, so they didn't dare to even consider fighting to the death with them. All they wanted was to get out of the Sagittarius continent and never look back again, yet this woman was giving them hope again and telling them they could achieve the impossible. However, these three might be desperate. They weren't idiots and simply believed everything this woman told them, especially since her origin was completely unknown, but they couldn't just outright reject her for this exact reason. Forgive us for our hesitation, but we can't simply follow Madam's instructions since we don't even know what Madam's plan is and if it won't endanger life faction as a whole. The wise king curtly stated, as he thought his words were more than reasonable, and anyone in his situation would react the same way. However, Ilya wasn't like the people he used to deal with, and when she heard Wise King's words, she thought he was trying to manipulate her into giving away more information than she considered them unqualified to have. My plan is my plan, you don't need to bother yourself with it. Ilya coldly replied, as long as you just do as I said, you'll be able to escape here with your lives. However, if you want to save the lives of those cannon fodder outside, then you can be my guest and sacrifice yourselves in the hope of protecting them. After all, if you want to protect your lives, I require living baits and you guys have it, that's why I even bother to find your hideout. However, since you are so compassionate about your people, I don't mind making you bait, and this way your companions might be able to escape. The three leaders were flabbergasted when they heard Ilya's cruel plan, or at least part of her plan, and with how easily she had disclosed it, they knew this woman wasn't here to work together but only because they had baits that suited her needs. But they couldn't just simply reject her because no matter how much they cared about their organizations, they still cherished their lives more, and their lives were more important than the ordinary members of their factions. For they were the faction leaders, representing the whole organization. The Giant War King, who had been standing like a statue all this time, finally spoke. Can you really guarantee our escape as long as we agree to your plan? Ilya disdained the Giant War King for what happened earlier. But she still replied dismissively, escape or not will depend on your capabilities, but I can guarantee the opportunity and at that time. All you need to do is to run. The Spirit Eye King and Wise King frowned slightly, but they didn't outright reject Ilya this time because if there was really a chance to escape, it would be foolish to reject her just to remain here and die later. Can you sign a soul oath contract with us? The Giant War King inquired because he might be ruthless. He still needed to make sure this woman wouldn't stab him in the back when the time came, and his two companions thought the same. However, Ilya's entire demeanor changed, and a profound intent filled it, greatly affecting the wills of the three legendary kings. Even their soul totems were suppressed. At that moment, Ilya completely changed from being a mysterious expert to a prideful regal majesty as she uttered without any emotions behind her voice, an oath contract. You dare to doubt my words. The three leaders suddenly realized that this prideful woman's way of thinking was completely eccentric.